All right, guys, we are here with this guy. Who is this guy? Dog making some sort of Twitch meme reference there. All the people who come into your chat and be like, does this guy speedrun? Does this guy know he's bad? Does this guy play Metal Gear all the time? Yeah, this guy. Let's do it. All right, guys. Before we actually jump into my Peace Walker segment, let's make a deal. I will not bitch about all the features that are infinitely better and more detailed in Peace Walker versus the Phantom Pain. Instead, I will simply will use a code word. I will say that I really like this feature in Peace Walker, and you will know that that means the Phantom Pain doesn't have that feature. All right, we'll just keep it clean. We'll keep it simple. I will just say simply that I really two reallys. That's the keyword. I really like a certain feature, and you will know that the Phantom Pain does not have that feature. All right, now that we got that out of the way, let's take a look here. What's going on? I really like how this game has real guns. Let's develop in 1911, because that's useful. Because I really like how the calibers actually influence the stopping power and how the enemies react when you shoot them. So the 45 is actually really useful because it always, has must stopping power. There's even a soldier I saw Three Dog playing earlier, because one of the soldiers here was talking about it. This guy says handguns have short range, low firepower, but they got great accuracy with low close range and high caliber ammo that stops targets in their tracks. So the game actually hints about this. Yep, 1911 is actually more useful than the M16 in this game. But yeah, I believe we have some tapes to do. So let's get to it, and then we'll take a look at some more mother base features. I also really like how these guys have a little quote when you look at them, as they're talking to the boss. They have something to say. Adds personality, adds a little bit of feel for them, and they hint a little gameplay or secrets or just their own background. I really like that. Let's see, I think Dog wanted to do the tapes about this mission, right? Let's finish those up. Because it's not good to get backlogged with tapes, because there's a lot of tapes. Because I really like how this game was designed as a portable game, and so, you're not supposed to sit down and listen to all the tapes at once or do all the missions at once, because it's a portable game. So I really like that these tapes are meant to be played on the go. Action RX, thank you so much for your tier 1 sub. Let's add that to the goal. We are now at 12. Oh shit, this might actually happen. Cheers, glad you enjoyed the stream. Welcome aboard. Yeah, let's not get backlogged on the tapes. So, let's see.
Don't forget to give the MSF staff assignments. Where you place people will determine how Mother Base grows.
Right.
That goes for me too. Assign me wherever you think is best.
You? I thought you were second in command.
Don't worry, I've got that covered. But MSF is still small, and I don't have the leisure of sitting around on my butt all day.
I see your point, but...
Not to brag or anything, but I kick ass at whatever job you gave me. Put me in the area you want to focus on developing most. I'll take real good care of the staff there.
Easy, Kaz.
We don't really have to do all these
You
tutorial
probably
tapes,
heard this
but
a million times, Snake, but you should always avoid combat with the enemy when possible.
Right.
We're outnumbered and in unfamiliar territory. We won't survive long in a straight fight, even with you on our side.
I know. Avoiding combat is rule number 1 in a sneaking mission.
That's right. Don't let the enemy know where you are, and attack only when necessary, using hit-and-run tactics to cripple them. It's the essence of guerrilla warfare.
some of the tutorial tapes have little exchanges or jokes or interaction, or usually them just three reference, you know, the back and forth between Kaz and Snake that I really like in these tapes.
Going by this map, you've got a lot of different terrain types between you and the hut where the Sandinista Comandante is being held.
Looks that way, doesn't it? Starting with jungle.
The enemy won't be able to see you very well, but your visibility won't be so hot either. Stay alert. Next, you've got the swamps along the river. Make sure you get a good feel for how robust surveillance is before diving in.
Will do.
Finally, there's the boat repair cabin. The Commandante's in there. It's a key enemy outpost, and security is going to be tight. You may have to let brute force do the talking. You still have a long way to go, Snake. Use caution and don't make a racket out there. Got it?
Wait, there's a guy named Three Dogs Left Nut in the chat. Three Dogs Left Nut should be resting right now, so I'm not sure what you're doing. Volhound, another tier 1 sub. You guys really want to make this happen, huh? Thank you. Welcome aboard. I really like how the tapes actually describe the environment that you're in and the obstacles and the terrain that you encounter in the actual mission, you know? Oh boy, Paz certainly has a lot to say. Alright, let's do it.
So, are you a student at the University for Peace, Paz?
No, I am still in high school. But Professor Galvez lets me visit his office and study with him every now and then. International law, security, conflict resolution, human rights. We study all these subjects and then use them to build the foundations of peace.
Yeah, I get it. I just never heard the UN had a University for Peace before.
Oh, that. Well, to be precise, it is still being set up. They have started conducting research, but the UN has not passed the necessary resolution yet. Professor Galvez couldn't wait that long.
Oh, right.
Costa Rica abolished its army and has also hosted the Central American Court of Justice. It is the perfect place to build a university like ours. Don't you think?
The flail with a gift sub to a third nut. How does that work? Let me check. Yeah, it's only 2 in there, last I checked.
Paz, you said Costa Rica has no army, right?
Correct. Article 12 of the Constitution declared that the Army as a permanent institution is abolished. It does permit us to organize armed forces for national defense based on inter-American treaties.
Only temporarily, then.
In effect, yes. But in the years since the Constitution took effect, Costa Rica has not once raised an army.
Paz, how does your country defend itself without an army? Especially in a rough neighborhood like Central America.
With the right kind of diplomacy. If we live up to our ideals and earn the respect of other countries, the international community will support us. The 2 times Nicaragua actually did invade, the conflict was resolved diplomatically under OAS auspices.
Doesn't that leave you depending on the US after all?
American influence is unmatched, it is true. San Jose was critical of American policy at the time, but America supported us all the same. It was because we practiced peaceful diplomacy. That is what I like to think.
That's one way to approach it, sure. But there are countries out there who will use force no matter how bad it looks.
Maybe so. I know my way of thinking probably looks naive to you, but it is not like we expect peace without working for it. Diplomacy is a battle in itself, and we have to make the effort to seek out causes of misfortune and nip them in the bud. It was that kind of thinking that got me trapped in their base.
I'm not blaming you. You haven't done anything wrong.
It's unfortunate and I guess a little understandable. Peace Walker is such an underappreciated game, especially in the West, and we see that reflected as, streamers all the time. People don't have the patience to sit through all the tapes, don't really care for the little bite-sized missions, don't give the game a real chance. It's unfortunate. But given that, Kojima actually really wanted to make this game, unlike what came before it, it's really a shame that people don't give it a real chance, because it definitely reflects. It's still unbelievable that it's a PSP game with the amount of love and care and content that went into it. But of course, it was meant to be played on the go, so it does get a little weird just sitting down and doing all the tapes at once and all the missions at once, but we're still doing it.
The army was abolished 25 years ago, the year after the Civil War. I learned about the sorrow of civil war from a very young age, the futility of countrymen fighting each other, and the tragedy. Costa Rica learned the hard way. That is why it abolished its army. It decided to pour its efforts into education instead. More teachers than soldiers was the slogan.
Education is essential, no question. Even Che used to teach reading and writing in between guerrilla campaigns.
Costa Rica was poor at the time. We did not have many resources. I suppose we had to pick one or the other. The military or the schools.
Kaz was telling me Japan has a peace constitution too.
That is right. Apparently, when Costa Rica was drafting its constitution, they looked to the Japanese as a model. Only, Japan's constitution renounces war itself.
Unlike Costa Rica.
But Japan has a self-defense force, right? That I do not get. I think I will ask Mr. Miller about it next time I see him. He said he used to be in the JSDF.
Huh. You're a curious one, are you? Don't study too hard.
Now's a good time to do some Miller tapes about that. Except they're not under this mission, whatever. Salt Miner, that was definitely me. Oh, look who it is. Speaking of Peace Walker, we got stuff from Peach Walker with tier 1. Let's add that to the MGSV sub goal. Right. We might have a little something happen later this month on Noah-chan. I'll tell you guys about it. Some of you might know already what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's happening. All right, cool. Everybody say thank you, Peach Walker.
You were saying Japan has a peace constitution too.
Yep. Japan renounced war in Article 9 of its constitution, aspiring sincerely to an international peace based on justice and order. The Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation, and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international disputes. In order to accomplish the aim of the preceding paragraph, land, sea, and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be maintained. The right of belligerency of the state will not be recognized.
You know it by heart.
Some things you never forget.
Impressive. There were some parts I didn't quite get, though. Like the whole means of settling conflicts thing.
Yeah, that's been the subject of debate. Whether or not it forbids any and all use of force. The current constitution was originally drawn up under the Allied occupation. The first draft was even submitted by Allied GHQ. So naturally, there are some who feel the Constitution was imposed on Japan by foreigners.
Things like that are never simple. Same for every country, I guess.
One thing's for sure, though. Not having an army let Japan focus on economic recovery after the war. In that sense, it's the same as Costa Rica.
Kaz, you were in the Japanese Self-Defense Force, right? I thought that Article 9 you were talking about earlier prevented Japan from having an army.
Yeah, and that's another subject of controversy. The Self-Defense Force is an organization for the purpose of defense. Article 9 of the Constitution does not deny Japan's right to self-defense. Therefore, the SDF is constitutional. That's Tokyo's official stance.
Sounds complicated.
Call it what you will. It's a distinctly Japanese way of interpreting things.
Alright guys, I gotta admit it, I'm simping really hard with Peach Walker because if you go dig her VODs, she has a Paz cosplay. I mean, who does that? A Paz cosplay with the schoolgirl uniform and everything? God damn it.
The U.S. has military forces stationed in Japan, right?
Yep.
Right. Even though the Allied occupation ended, American forces are still stationed there under the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty.
Unlike Costa Rica.
Part of it stems from the occupation, but Japan also occupies a key strategic position from America's perspective. It's next door to the Soviet Union and close to China and North Korea as well. It's integral to the security of Pacific Asia. For America, Japan represents a barrier against communism.
What about for Japan?
As you might expect, there's deep-rooted opposition to the alliance. In 1960 and 1970, when the treaty was up for revision, there were mass protest movements against it, especially in Okinawa. The U.S. only gave it back to Japan 2 years ago, and American bases are still concentrated there. It's a heavy burden for the Okinawans to bear.
Then why don't they scrap the treaty?
Lots of reasons. There's the imbalance of power with the U.S., of course, and if Japan pulled out, they'd be losing the nuclear umbrella America provides. And as for whether the JSDF could defend the country after the Americans left, I really couldn't say. Costa Rica is in a similar situation. They depend on the Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance, the so-called Rio Pact.
So, the countries with peace constitutions end up having to rely on other countries' armies. Kind of ironic.
On the flip side, not everybody in America is satisfied with it either. Some people argue Japan is freeloading off America's security guarantee. And you know how Japan's industrial exports are making inroads in the States.
Yeah, I've got a Japanese camera myself. Best damn camera around.
Japan's low defense spending allows it to invest more in economic recovery and expand its share of the American market. That's a bitter pill for Americans to swallow.
It's actually the other way around. Since I love Peace Walker so much, you know, anybody with a Peace Walker related name or anybody who comes out and says they love Peace Walker, they really like Peace Walker, give it a try and everything. Those are people of superior culture and class. Because like I was just saying earlier, unfortunately Peace Walker didn't get a whole lot of success in the West. So, yep. If you're a man of culture, you will have played Peace Walker and understand that it's... I think Dog was calling it a breath of fresh air for the series. Oh yeah, definitely. I like to sort of define the series in different... what do I call them? Generations of Metal Gear games, you know? You have MGS1 and MGS2, that they're their own thing. The first generation, the original purpose of, you know, the series. And then of course you have 3 and 4, which are the second generation, which are, you know, spawned by all the mess that happened after 2. And then Kojima kind of didn't want to really make those. And then you have the third generation of Metal Gear games, which is Peace Walker, Ground Zeroes, yeah, that other game as well, I guess. Although I would put that in a category of its own. Where Kojima wanted to make the games again, was excited again, had reasons to pour love and attention and dedication into these games again without being literally facing death threats to do so. So these games are vastly different from, you know, the 3 and 4 generation. So it certainly feels different and better.
What was that you were saying? Peace is not the natural state of men? You said you learned it in school.
That is right. They are the words of the German philosopher Immanuel Kant. In 1795, he wrote a book titled Perpetual Peace. Kant argued that it is precisely because peace is unnatural that we have to make it ourselves.
How?
That is what his book is about. Is the concept starting to sound interesting now?
Not really. I belong in a more natural world.
Is that so? My grandparents died in the Civil War. If only we had been at peace, they would not have lost their lives. You actually wish for war?
It's not like I want to hurt innocent civilians, but if someone attacks you, what are you supposed to do? A country needs the strength to defend itself. Otherwise it faces invasion, oppression, political subjugation.
If they would simply stop using force to tangle with each other, countries would not need force to defend themselves.
And how would you guarantee that?
I...
Sorry, but you have to understand how the world works in order to protect the ones you love. That's not to say ideals aren't important too. They are.
You are right, Snake. Thanks. Peace.
Snake just single-handedly solved the gun debate. Oops.
Costa Rica's forests are more diverse than you might expect. Not all of them are tropical rainforests. Costa Rica is close to the equator, it is true, but it is also very mountainous.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Go up 4,000 feet in elevation and the temperature drops more than 7 degrees.
There are basically 3 types of forests. The lowlands are covered in tropical rainforests, the highlands by tropical cloud forests, and areas where there is a dry season have tropical dry forests.
Oh boy, all the forests. Okay, I guess we can do these like location-based tapes later. We can do some of the more political stuff right now. I guess we should do the one about this mission since we just did this mission. Okay, now fuck it. We're not escaping these.
The lowlands along the Caribbean coast are mostly covered by hot, humid tropical rainforests, what most people envision when they think of jungle. The closely packed trees spread their branches out at great heights to soak up the sun. Their shade makes it dark near the ground, so be careful. Of course, with so little light, few plants can grow on the ground, so it might actually be easier to walk.
So even if you could photosynthesize, it wouldn't do you any good.
Photosynthesize? People cannot do that.
Most people, anyway.
And Snake always has to throw a little MGS3 reference in there. In a lot of tapes, you'll see something like that.
The Development Corporation of Costa Rica, or CODESA, was established 2 years ago. Since President Oduber was elected this year, the state has been putting a lot more effort into development.
The corporate state, so to speak.
Growth is good and all, but there is one thing that bugs me.
What's that?
I cannot help but wonder whether CODESA is not just a front for the CIA.
You mean what the professor was saying about the CIA mercenaries posing as security guards? They were using CODESA as camouflage?
I am worried that development is going to destroy the forests, but I do not suppose it has anything to do with this. This is a tropical rainforest, just like Bosque del Alba. The temperature and humidity can be brutal. El Senegal means place of mud.
No, mud. Great. I'll watch my step.
This area often gets flooded by the river. There are canals here and there carved out by water.
Good places to hide.
But they will also make it harder for you to see. Be careful, Snake. There should be a suspension bridge around there.
In lowlands like this?
The ground nearby is harder and higher than usual. The river cut through it, eventually creating a valley. There might be another way to get across the river somewhere.
I wouldn't want to run into someone on the bridge.
The valley tends to be misty, so you might not be able to see the water from up there. Fall and it will leave more than a bump.
I'll be careful.
When a river floods an area, the banks can collapse, creating a marsh. You see a lot of them around here.
I'll need to watch the noise my feet make in El Senegal.
There is a marsh on the other side of the river, too. The suspension bridge will take you there. The river running through here is Rio del Jade, or the Jade River.
Jade? Are there minerals around here?
No, it refers to the color of the water. You will have to go to Guatemala for jade.
Doesn't look all that pretty from where I'm standing.
We are still in the rainy season, so the river is a little muddy. It will return to normal once the dry season starts. Rivers are an important means of transport around here. They are relatively calm, and there are plenty of canals along the coast too.
A boat would be more than enough to transport some good-sized cargo.
Like a nuclear weapon.
We don't know enough yet. I'll keep looking.
Thank you, Snake.
Alright, let's check out some Miller tapes. So these are done. However, I feel like we should do Miller meeting Big Boss probably towards the beginning of the game. So we'll do the in-depth version of this, of course. So we'll do these. Oh, this one is already done. Okay, let me see. These we can do after next mission. There really is a lot of stuff when you first start the game, and each time you get a new character, because I really like how these characters actually have, you know, things to talk about. They have goals and motives and personality and the past that they all bring to the table each time you meet a new character in Peace Walker. And of course, Miller being, reinvented completely as a character, showing his past. There's one thing that we should point out here. It's like the way to bring back a character, it can be done well or it can be done badly. That's the high contrast between, MGS4 characters and specifically like the way Kaz is reinvented in Peace Walker is just completely different ballpark. Like in MGS4, you have all these characters who are brought back to tie things together that never should be tied together, and like show how each of them failed to benefit, to learn from their character development, and the undoing of all the characters' original purposes and whatnot. That's MGS4. We don't really care to bring characters back for that reason. But bringing Miller back and adding to his past, expanding on his background with all the things that led eventually to him being part of Foxhound, training Snake and whatnot, but being almost completely reinvented for the most part before that. That's a good way to bring back a character that, yeah, it might be a character you already know, but you're adding to his past and reinventing it in such a way that doesn't really harm anything, if anything adds to it. And there's a really delicate balance, I feel, there. Because you know how a lot of people go like, oh, what the fuck, where are like Sniper Wolf and Naomi and MGS5, right? Like, holy shit, be careful when you say that. Like, you want a fan servicey, like, Big Boss finds young Sniper Wolf, or Grey Fox finds Naomi as a kid in Africa. Be careful with that, because a lot of it can smell like just nonsense fan servicey shit. And I'm kind of glad it didn't go that way. But at the same time, seeing how they did reinvent Kaz's past and added to it successfully, who's to say that couldn't have been done correctly, Unfortunately, Peace Walker being so good kind of adds to the expectations of what came after it. So it's a delicate balance to strike, bringing back a character for legitimate reasons versus bringing back a character for a fucking fan service nonsense. And there's probably a good balance in between there that you can do a little bit of both. But yeah, it is kind of filthy how so many things happen in the 80s in Africa with Big Boss, and then you get a Big Boss game in Africa in the 80s, and literally none of that happens. But again, let's be careful of what we wish for. Anyway, okay, let's do this. Speaking of which, Miller's past. So this is only a fragment. All we got in English is this tiny little tape about how Miller met Snake. And then we'll do the full version of it, which is basically this is a starting part of it.
Life's funny sometimes, isn't it?
What brought that on?
We first met as enemies on the battlefield. And now here we are fighting side by side.
You mean Colombia?
Yeah. After I quit the JSDF, I made my way there and got myself a position as a drill sergeant for a band of revolutionaries. despite the fact that I'd never seen a day of combat.
I see you had the gift for talking business in Spanish even back then.
Oh, come on, stop it. You're making me blush. Unlucky for me, though, you were in the service of the Colombian army. I remember it like it was yesterday. It all happened in an instant. You guys ambushed us, and half my unit was taken out. My mind went totally blank. I couldn't keep it together. My whole unit was wiped out, and I was left half dead from a bomb blast.
Then, as I was leaving, you yelled out at me. I came all the way from Japan to be here. My place is on the battlefield. Then you asked for my help, saying, I want to be the one to end it. I remember being surprised that there were still samurai in Japan.
You guys came over to me. I had a grenade hidden under me, but even then you were too fast. The second I pulled the pin, you grabbed the hand I was using to hold the grenade with both palms.
I didn't want it to go off. I'd heard samurai were a proud bunch. I wanted to know why one of them would stoop so low as to try to take his opponent with him.
And I said, I'll never lose again. We'll never lose again.
Yeah. We'll do whatever it takes, but we'll never be beaten again.
Then, I passed out from the blood loss. When I woke up, I was in your camp's infirmary, stuck full of tubes. Why'd you save me? Your enemy after I tried to kill you.
Because you swallowed your pride and fought with everything you had.
I just didn't want to lose.
You found a way to fight back, even in the face of death, even when you knew you were going to die. That's the mark of a true warrior. It's not about gain and loss, or victory and defeat. I looked at the way you lived your life and saw the path I needed to take. As a warrior.
Wow. I never knew that. And that's why you...
I realized then that the battlefield doesn't only divide people into allies and enemies. Sometimes it tells you more than just who's an ally or who's an enemy. Sometimes it helps reveal your true comrades.
Like you and me, huh?
That's right. And 2 years later, here we are.
Alright. Let's do the full version of this. Let's go back to Mother Base, get a save. You know what? Forget Grey Fox, Naomi, Sniper Wolf. We need a prequel about Big Boss rescuing Mistral. Because apparently she was saved by Big Boss too. You know, when he came. Yep. So, here's what we're gonna do. We should put a little announcement. Because people are gonna be confused. And maybe this will be noticeable enough. Hold on. Little announcement. Just you know. I feel like something is amiss here. Wait. Ah, fuck. I messed with the wrong text. Hold on. Live editing. Professional streaming right now going on. You wouldn't get it. Why is it not giving me the option to fucking transform it? Oh, we'll just blame OBS for it. We good? I don't know why it's like stuck. Oh, there you go. All right. Professional streamer at work here. So we'll have a big flashy red announcement in the middle of the screen, and maybe, just maybe, people will notice it when we go to the Japanese version of Ground Zeroes. And let's point out the fact that all Ground Zeroes artwork, you know, cover, background, and everything in Japanese has Kaz in the background, as you can see. Meanwhile, they specifically removed Kaz from the Western version of all of it. because they were afraid that people wouldn't know who the fuck Kaz is, because Peace Walker didn't get any attention in the West. So, for one thing, we're going into Japanese Ground Zeroes with Kaz. And only when you play, Japanese Ground Zeroes, you have an additional set of tapes, because we're not actually going to be doing Ground Zeroes content yet. Hold on, the sub goal went somewhere. Okay, that should not be there. Alright, let's bring this back. Here, where it belongs. Do you think that maybe people will notice a little announcement? Maybe we should make it bigger, I don't know. Alright, so when you play Ground Zeroes Japanese version... Oh, god damn it, I want to log in, go away. Yes, I don't give a shit about PSN. If we go to the tapes, we will have an additional menu here called Peace and Kazuhira Blues. Now this is the full version of what we just listened to on Peace Walker. How Kaz met Snake. And in English, you only get the little introduction tape to it. And this is the actual Japanese radio drama where they go into deep detail about it. And it's, really well made, with all the sound effects and, the sound design, the music, the voices and everything. Of course, it's Japanese only, but ever since Ground Zeroes came out, since Ground Zeroes has English subtitles, even in the Japanese version, we finally got English subtitles for this radio drama. So, it's gonna be Japanese voices, and as much as I do love Atkin Downs as Kaz, it's just on another level. Like, it really highlights how people respect and treat Big Boss, and then the relationship between Kaz and Big Boss. This gives you a much wider approach to it and much more in-depth appreciation for it. So yeah, we're gonna sit here and we're gonna listen and read the subtitles, of course, for how Miller met Snake and they came together to create MSF. It really is on another level. We don't really get that in English, I feel. That appreciation and that kind of very, Japanesey relationship between them. Anyway, let's do it.
Now こうして共に戦ってるってことがさ。コロンビアでのことが。ああ。自衛隊を飛び出してコロンビアに流れ着いた俺は実戦経験もないくせにいきなり革命勢力の指導教官というポジションを得た。スペイン語での営業トークは当時から得意だったと見える。茶化さないでくれよ。ついてなかったのはあんたが政府軍側に雇われていたことだ。今でも忘れられない。あっという間だった。あんたたちの待ち伏せ攻撃で俺の部隊は瞬時に半数が倒され、泡を食った俺は頭の中が真っ白になっちまった。おかげでその後の指揮はひどいありさま。結局部隊は
せだ。どうします、教官。ミラー教官。
はあ、
教官。
二手に分かれる。お前はついてこい。
待ってくれ。俺は。
あっちだ。言うことを聞け。
あんた俺を大鳥に。
違う。
急げ。
走れ。こっちだ。
教官、そっちは。ミラー教官。
おい。
仕掛け爆弾か。畜生。しまった。
負傷者の抗争を急げ。鹵獲兵器は可能な限り持ち帰るんだ。遺体は道端に並べてタープをかけてやれ。おい大将、武器を捨てろ。両手は頭だ。英語はわかるか。
手が
聞こえん。
手が上がらない。
大将、いらんことは考えるな。お前の部隊は全滅だ。
俺は日本から来た。自ら望んでやってきた。それは戦場が俺の居場所だからだ。
分かったから両手を見せろ。
解釈を頼む。
解釈？
切腹、腹切りだよ。俺は侍だ。自分で腹を切る。その時俺の首を落としてくれ。これが解釈だ。後ろから円髄の下めがけて一気に振り下ろせ。だが皮一枚で刃を止めるんだ。振り切ると首がどっかに転がっちまう。鳥の餌は嫌だ。できないのか？
マジェット。
はい、ボス。
悪いな。すぐ済む。じゃあ
グレネードだ。ボス。
安全レバーが外れなければ手榴弾は起爆しない。
手を離せ。
そうはいかん。
ボス。
待て。お前自爆しようとしたな。
俺たち日本人は二度と負けない。たとえどんな手段を使おうと決して負けない。負けな。野戦病院、いやテントか。
政府が建てた臨時収容施設だ。思ったより顔色がいいな。動くのは無理だ。日中は暑いだろうが我慢してくれ。
帰れ。
話が終わったら帰る。武器もない。お前も手榴弾はなしだ。
帰れ。
永久に痛みを忘れさせてやってもいいんだぞ。こっちも仲間をやられたからな。ほら、差し入れだ。開けてみろ。
何しに来た？尋問か？
違う。お前のことはもう知ってる。和平ミラー。日本陸上自衛隊出身。戦争をしない軍隊か。
軍隊じゃない。
米国を経てなんか目立った実戦経験はなしにもかかわらず、2ヶ月前から反政府勢力の教官として一個小隊を指揮。大したもんだ。
見舞いならもう帰れ。
それも違う。そっち座るぞ。
静かに座ってくれ。
スカウトに来た。お前を仲間にしに来たんだ。
仲間？
そうだ。どうした？本気だぞ。
革命軍には俺のクライアントがいる。支払いも悪くない。
まるでビジネスマンだな。
この国の混乱は当分続くだろう。なのに政府軍にくら替えしろってのか？
そいつも違う。
どう違う？
政府当局との契約は昨日で切れた。お前とやり合ったのが最後だ。
そうか。あんたも俺と同じ金で雇われた。
金のためじゃない。俺たちはみんな自分のために戦う。
つまり金のためだろ
う。日本が奇跡の経済復興を遂げるわけだ。お前の説得には時間がかかりそうだな。
いらないよ。もう帰ってくれ。
お前回復したら監獄入りだそうだ。連中の尋問は過酷だぞ。何しろ俺の仕込みだ。
それが？
例えばフランス人がインドシナで好んで使った爪の間に薄い竹べらを差し込むってやつだ。
爪？
こいつはひどく言いたい。大の男が赤ん坊のように泣きわめく。垂れ流すぞ。
脅しか？
だが生き物ってやつは痛みだけで死に至ることはない。両手両足爪は20枚ある。そいつを1枚ずつ時間をかけてじっくりいたぶる。それが終わったらまだ爪がなくなっただけ。人間の痛点はまだたっぷり残ってる。歯なんてどうだ。28本あるぞ。お前親知らずは？差し入れ開けてみろ。
これはおむつ？
その時役立つおしめだ。
笑えね
え。外見てみろ。正規軍の奴らが言う処刑。ここじゃ見慣れた風景だ。どうだ、俺んところに来るんなら全部チャラ無罪放免にしてやる。
雇われ兵のあんたに何ができる？
ここの基地司令官と俺は仲良しでね。
仲良し？
奴の上層部に知られたくない秘密が俺の日記帳に書いてあるくらいのな。
ブラックメールか。
奴にとっちゃ命だ。
おい、病室だぞ。
お前しかいない。
だがなぜ俺を？ここを抜け出したら軍隊復帰するかもしれないんだぜ。
いや、噂を聞いた。
噂？
和平ミラーは反政府組織を壊滅させるために潜入した政府側の工作員だったというな。
でたらめだ。
政府軍のディスインフォメーション工作、 CIA の入れ知恵か。
くだらんな。
だが反政府組織はどう思う？部隊は全滅。お前の死体は残っていない。お前を疑うよな。
あんたか。あんたがその噂を。
いや、だがどっちにしろお前はもう戻れない。反政府軍は裏切り者和平ミラーへ報復に出るだろう。単独のフリーランサーとしてはやりづらくなるな。少なくともこの辺じゃ。かといって出国も命がけだろう。反政府勢力に加担するのは割が合わん。金も装備もないが責任は重いからな。だが政府軍もやめておけ。権力の復讐が体に染みつく。俺んとこに来い。装備は自前で揃ってる。 イデオロギーもパワーバランスも関係ない。戦いを求める者の理想郷だ。
俺があんたにつくだって？いくら雇われでも敵方のあんたに？
戦うことしかできない人間がいる。生まれつきか誰かにそうさせられたか、戦いにしか生の充足を得られない奴がな。だが何のために戦う？国？家族？金か？
俺は
どうでもいい。だがそういう連中が同じ境遇を持った奴ら同士が仲間になった方がいい。殺し合うくらいならな。
勝利かさもなくば死か。俺はあんたへの負けを認めてない。
そうか。
あんたにつく理由がない。
お？
そうだ、勝負をしないか。
勝負？
あんたが勝ったら仲間になってやるよ。だが負けたら俺を逃がしてくれ。
何をする気だ？
あんたと決着をつけたいだけだよ。どうだ、傷を治して1週間後だ。勝負の内容と場所は俺が決める。
いいだろう。
おい、俺が勝って自由になったら噂を流す。あんたは工作員で反政府勢力に情報を流してるってな。何がおかしい？尋問はあんたが受けるんだ。こいつもあんたが使え。
分かった。何か必要なものがあったらここの連中に言え。俺から伝えておく。
そうするよ。
あ、そうだ。
ん？
脱走は考えるな。ここの兵隊は従順だが気性が荒い。下手に動いたら勝負は永遠にお預けになるぞ。
ああ。
じゃあまたな、和平ミラー。
おい。
ん？
俺は金のために戦ってるんじゃない。
じゃあなんだ？
いや、あんたに話すようなことじゃない。なんて呼べばいい？
俺か？
ああ、
ボスと呼べ。俺はスネークだ。
スネーク。1週間後だ。
ああ、これここは置いとくぞ。
ああ、あんたが言ってくれたおかげだろう。キャンプの兵士たちは協力的だったよ。監視役の兵士はついたが、病院の敷地内なら自由に動けた。監視役はこう言った。ボスにそうしろと頼まれたからな。目がまっすぐだった。不思議だ。あんたはもう政府軍を離れている。だがこいつは未だにボスと呼び、しかもそのことに喜びを感じている。自由に歩き回ったおかげで残念なことも分かった。脱出は無理だ。見張りは厳重。24時間隙がない。ま、想像はしてた。勝負に向けてと称して必要なものを調達してもらった。ゴーグル、時計、森、マッチシューティング用のセミカスタムガバにまで OK が出た。気前が良すぎる。だが兵士は言った。ボスに銃は無駄だ。一瞬で撃てなくしちまうからな。手品でも使うのかと思った。だがそいつは笑って試してみればわかると付け足した。ここの兵士はみんな戦士としての、それか指揮官としてのあんたに深い敬意を抱いていた。軍を辞めてついていきたがってるやつもたくさんいたんだ。あの人のためなら命も惜しくない。かつての部下にそこまで慕われる軍人、それがあんたの強さの秘密ってやつか。俺は革命軍の連中を まるで無知で追い立てるように扱っていた。連中もそれなりに動いてくれたが、俺についてこいと言って従う奴がどれくらいいただろうか。部隊は全滅。もう確かめようがない。最後の準備だ。取り寄せたスコッチを打賃にしてミエールって呼ばれてる地元の行商人に手紙を渡した。しばらく観察していたが、兵士はみんなこいつには気を許していた。酒瓶をちらつかせるとミエールがその名の通りミツバチのように寄ってきた。よし行け。宛先は俺が目をかけていたゲリラ戦士たち。優秀で信用できる。あの時は居残り組だったからまだ健在のはずだった。すぐに蜜が運ばれてきた。説明を理解、計画も了解。これでいい。この時は勝利を確信していた。1週間が経った。よし、この辺で止めろ。あんたも降りてくれ。
ミラー、この辺りはダメだ。場所を変えよう。
ビビるなよ。前人未到のジャングルだ。ここのワニは人肉なんて食べたことないさ。
メガネカイマンのことじゃない。
危険な動物はいない。毒蛇はあんたのお仲間だろ、スネーク。ここなら邪魔者も入らない。
山賊風情のゴロツキがこの辺りを根城にしていると聞いたことがある。麻薬を栽培してカルテルに売ってるような連中だ。よそ者がうろつくのは好まないだろう。前人未到だって。よく見ろ、人間が通った跡だらけだ。折れた草、木の幹に刃物の傷。あそこ見ろ、裏返った小石がまだ湿ってる。数時間以内に誰かがここに来てるんだ。しかも一人や二人じゃない。おい侍、ここはやめた方がいい。これ以上面倒を背負いたくないならな。
場所はここじゃなきゃまずい。
なぜだ。
ああ、待て。何をおじけづいてるんだ、スネーク。あんたの兵士に見張りをさせておけばいい。そいつらが近づいてこないように。それに俺が逃げられないようにな。
もちろんそのつもりだ。
この人数と装備を見たら誰も近づいてこない。そうだ
分かった。で、何をする気だ。
森で魚を突く。スピアフィッシングだ。やったことは？
ナイフでなら。
ナイフで？
こんな便利なものは持ってないからな。
そうか、まあいい。取った魚の数と大きさで競う。平和的だろ。ほら。
これで俺が勝ったら納得するんだな。
もちろんだ。あんたをボスって呼んでやるよ。
よし、長居は無用だ。始めよう。よし、来た。どりゃ。でけえ。アロワナだらけだ。いい穴場を知ってたな。だからここにしたかったのか。
まあな。
何匹取った？
2匹。
小さいな。これじゃモズの餌だ。
あんたは7匹。しかも全部1メートル近い。
へえ。よし、お前にハンデをやる。
ハンデ？
この先たった一度でもお前が勝てばその時点でミッション完了だ。お前を逃がして俺は完全に手を引こう。で、次は
腕相撲、アームレスリングはどうだ？
分かった。
始め。勝負ありボス。さすがですボス。
他に得意なことは？
銃の分解組み立て競争といこう。日本じゃ一番早かった。
じゃあ目隠ししてやろう。
始め。あれこれがいや待てよ、この先ぬるっとしておかしいなこれ。
よし、
そこまで。
なんだそりゃ、月着陸船か。
次は早食いだ。
早食い？何を？
あれだ。
さっき取った魚、アロワナを。
そう。しかも煮たり焼いたりはなしだ。
生でか？
そうだ。生は嫌いか？
好んで食べはしないが。
兵士たるもの、食える時に食えるものを食えるだけ食う、そんな胃袋を持っているべきだ。
そうだな。
だからそれを競う。
いいだろう。8年ぶりか。懐かしいな。サバイバル病。
サバえそんな一息に。
ああ、うまい。
あんた生魚食えたのか？
ローフィッシュを食べるのは日本人だけだとでも思ったが。
いや、日本人でも魚ごとかぶりつくことはあまり。
うますぎる。何してる？お前も食え。
ああ、
最高だ。
腹渡まで食ってる。
この柔らかいとこがうまい。
あ、寄生虫が。
よく噛めば死ぬ。
なった。もういい。
そうか。で？
え？
もう観念して俺の部隊に来い。
いや、これからだ。よし、次の勝負は。
まだやるのか？
もちろんだ。
今度はなんだ？柔道か？わんこそばか？
詳しいな。いや違う、射撃、スピードシューティングだ。
大声出すな。
順番に銃を撃って6つの的を撃ち倒した時間を競う。
分かった。だがそろそろ日が沈む。それに銃声が聞こえればゴロつきが近づいてくるだろう。これが最後の勝負だ。
もちろんだ。もし俺が負けたら今度こそ認めよう。
その言葉忘れるな。誰かガバをくれ。
スタンバイ。2秒62。やるね。
今度はお前の番だ。
ああ、だがターゲットはスネーク、あんただ。
囲まれた。
よう待たせたな。やっとお前たちの出番だ。
さっきの大声は合図か？こいつらは山賊じゃないな。
俺が一番信頼してる奴らだ。
あらかじめここに集めておいた。だからお前はこの場所に固執した。
まあそんなところだ。
さっきまでのお遊びは日が暮れるまでの時間稼ぎか？
楽しかったよ。だがあんたの飼い犬になる気はない。
飼い犬？俺のところに来いと言っただけだ。
同じことだ。覚えているか？俺は金のために戦っているんじゃない。
ああ、何のためだ？
俺には夢がある。
私には夢がある。キング牧師か？
そんな器じゃない。だが俺も世界を変える。変わる世界にこうする。新しいビジネスを作る。
経営者だったとはおみそれした。
この冷戦はじきに終わる。敵味方の区別がつかない混沌の時代が来るだろう。その時俺は必要な場所に必要な兵員、物資、整備、情報、あらゆる軍事力を派遣する。国も主義も思想も関係ない。世界中にだ。民営化された軍隊が世界情勢と経済を動かす。俺はこの来たるべき時代のポイントマンになる。
傭兵の口利き屋なんて珍しくない。
そんなケチなもんじゃ。あんたの説得には時間がかかりそうだ。
いらないな。
どうだ、あんたこそ俺の下で働かないか。こいつらと一緒に。
そのゲリラ兵たちとか。
そう、教官をやってた時に目をつけた精鋭たちだ。最も信頼できる俺のビジネスの立ち上げメンバーだと思っている。どうだ、あんたも加わらないか。
それは難しいな。
交渉決裂か。残念だ。
俺を撃つのか。
命を取る気はない。無事逃げたいだけだ。来る。くそ、俺の銃のスライドがない。
これのことが。
いつの間に。お前らこいつを捕まえろ。
いいぞ。
おいおい、違うって。俺じゃない。スネーク、離せ。
ミラ教官、すみません。
なんだと。
ミエールだ。ミエール、ミツバチ。お前が治療中に手紙を渡した相手だ。
なぜそれを。
あの手紙をあいつは真っ先に俺に見せたんだ。
あれもあんたの仲間か。
で、俺は宛先のメンバーを回った。するとこいつら俺のところへ来たいと言ってくれた。
裏切ったのか。
決断をしたってことだ。ああ、
はい、ボス。
それにしてもお前、監視役が一人だけだと思ったのか。諜報活動はまだまだだ。
忍者の家系じゃないからな。
だが兵士の選別眼は悪くない。お前が選んだこいつらはみんないい兵隊だ。お前が政府軍の工作員だっていうブラフの件もすぐに理解した。
どうやって抱き込んだ。
正面向かい合って話をしただけだ。さあ、これでお前も観念しただろう。
そうか、カリスマの違いってわけか。
さあ、だって。
どけ。俺は一人でも生きる。
止まれ。撃つぞ。
待て。
森を持っていきました。
あっちはまずいぞ。
山賊ですか。
日も暮れる。お前たちここで待ってろ。
ボス、気をつけて。
さあ、諦めろ。立て。おい。どうした。かかってこい。
くそー。
好きだらけだ。お前の朝知恵も好きだらけだったから。
くそ。
いいぞ、つけ。俺を刺してみろ。正面から堂々と突っ込め。ダメだ。先がブレてるぞ。
離せ。首が折れる。
さあ、俺の仲間になるか、あるいは今度こそ本当に切腹するか。解釈はしてやるぞ。どちらも嫌なら俺の腕の中で果てるか。さあ、どうする。
分かったから離せ。あんたからは逃げられない。まさに蛇に睨まれたカエルってわけだ。
観念したが。
あんた強すぎる。しかも 俺の部下まであっさり手なずけちまった。
じゃあ降参するな。
いや、俺は負けてない。
なんだと？
まだ最後の決着はついてない。俺は負けていない。
お前まだ。
だがあんたと一緒にやりたい。協力しよう。つまり共同経営者ってやつだ。
金儲けをする気はない。
そうじゃない。俺たち日本人はエコノミックアニマルだなんて呼ばれてる。金の亡者だってな。だが違う。誰も心を動かされない者に金を差し出したりしない。俺はその期待に見合う価値を売る。それに見合う対価はもらう。だが俺の目的は金じゃない。
なんだ？
認められたい。証明したいんだ。俺には夢がある。あんたにも夢がある。
俺のは夢なんかじゃない。
俺にはわかる。あんたとならそれができる。そう確信したんだ。
だが
運営は俺に任せればいい。あんたが望む主義も思想も国境も越えた軍隊。一緒に作ろう。戦う者の理想郷を。あんたが望む理想郷を。
国境なき軍隊。
あ
お前はコネも実践経験もない外国人がなぜ教官職の契約を取れたのか理由が分かった気がする。
そうか。
結局失敗した理由もな。
相手があんたとはついてなかったんだ。
立てるか。
起こしてくれ。よろしくな、ボス。
スネークでいい。
決着もいつかつける。
いいだろ
う。そうだ。あんた女は何人くらいだ？ものにした女だ。
ああ、お前は？
これくらい。いや、これくらいだ。あんたは？
俺か。俺は
スネーク、
気づいたか。囲まれた。
縄張りに入り込んじまったようだな。
来る。二人だ。連続し9し
見事だ、スネーク。
銃を持っていた。使えるか。
古いな。
ないよりいい。
この辺りは政府軍、反政府勢力、どちらの勢力圏でもない。
やはり無法地帯の山賊風情か。
ほぼそうだ。
あいつらが危ない。戻るぞ。
まずは包囲網の突破だ。
これは戦いだ。避けられないこともあるが救える命は奪うな。
了解。
戦友の腕前を拝見といこう。
コンタクト10時ケーキ。コンタクト正面サブガン。クリアムーブ。
All right. And as we see, Kaz does win one contest. Conveniently, you never get to see the answer, but yeah, definitely had more than Snake. Still joins in though. Alright, let's go back to Peace Walker before people who can't read the big ass red letters on screen keep complaining. Riggy, thanks for the 20 months resub also. So all of this was the fancier version of how Kaz met Snake, which we only had a tiny part in English, you know? There's also another radio drama about Kaz's tape number 8 of her diary. The fight that Miller and Snake have in the shower in Mother Base. But that won't be for a while. You haven't missed MGS4? What? Sure. Alright, let's go back to this guy. This guy. Some guy named Big Boss. Alright. What is actually going on here? I haven't done any gameplay yet. It's been, what, 2 hours, an hour and a half? Alright. You know what I really like? How this game has extra ops that actually fit into the story. If we go to the Alt tab here. Like this Fulton recovery here, you have to play as somebody other than Snake. Because Snake knocked out the guy, and he's doing something else, and you go get him. The same guy that Snake knocked out in the story, so you have that context to the side ops as well. And I also really like how we have shooting range on Mother Base. Let's see. Let me take a look. Here.
Target practice commencing now. Shoot all the targets in the shooting range. When the timer reaches 0, the exercise is over.
Don't tell people. We'll just use this code. Hopefully we can make it a thing forever. Well, I'll have to adjust these later.
Hit as many targets as you can before time
That
runs
guy, I
out.
think, for the $1.95. This game has extra ops that fit into the story. Go figure. I really like it.
Commence target
You
practice.
know what I also really like? Thanks for the donation, by the way. Hold on. I think we made the game a lot louder because of the tapes earlier. I really like how there's an indoor shooting range with targets with an actual scoring system depending on where you shoot them. Yeah, I really like that. I also like how there's 4 lanes because you could be doing this in co-op. I like how there's different targets, different shape. There's hostage targets, there's moving targets. You know, all pretty basic stuff. PSP game. I really like that for some reason. Come on, it was totally a headshot. Bullshit. Whoa, okay. And the targets just keep going until time is up. This one. Hopefully I can get an S rank. Although the first target mission is pretty lenient, so maybe. also really like how you actually need accurate weapons to get an S rank. Should I say I really like how there's an actual ranking system for these two? And you can't do some of the later ones without a really accurate weapon, properly. Maybe we should go for speed over accuracy, but too late now. Alright, what are you guys saying? Oh, we did get S. Nice. I think we'll go back to missions, actually.
The direction Amanda's Sandinistas were going corresponds to the location of the next outpost, a supply depot. We should be able to make contact with her there.
But wait, there's more tapes. Yeah, let's do all the political stuff now. We should have done this one earlier, actually.
The Treaty of Tlatelolco was enacted to make Latin America into a nuclear-free zone. It bans the testing, use, manufacture, production, acquisition, storage, and deployment of nuclear weapons. The impetus was pretty obvious. The series of crises triggered by the deployment of nukes in Cuba.
Not hard to imagine. Those 13 days had the whole world frozen in fear.
Of course, the country that started it all, Cuba, hasn't actually ratified it yet.
Still, the treaty's backed by over 20 countries. Anyone flouting at risk becoming an international pariah.
True. Opinol would investigate, no doubt. I heard they used Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles as their model when they drew up the treaty. I think the Treaty of Tlatelolco might have been their way of asking nuclear powers not to use nukes against them. That's the biggest difference between the treaty and the 3 principles. I guess you could call it a 4th principle.
Heaven's Doors asking how's my accuracy speed on the real shooting range. You know, I did pretty decent. I'm pretty satisfied. I'm pretty happy with it. Like, I've done some steel shooting competition and, you know, placed decently. Not at the bottom, but, you know, not the absolute top. Just maybe a little better than average. I'm pretty satisfied with it. I still have a lot to learn.
So Costa Rica abolished its army back in, what, 1949? Pretty gutsy move for a Central American nation at the time.
Yeah, well, they'd just come out of a civil war. I'm sure they were driven by a desire to avoid another tragedy like Paz said. But I think they had a more compelling reason. Army coup d'etat are a way of life in so many Latin American countries. Imagine seeing that up close.
No army, no coup. Makes sense.
Plus, their economy was in ruins, so they honestly didn't have any money to spend on an army anyway.
Yeah, but weren't they on less than friendly terms with Nicaragua?
Yeah, and in fact, Nicaragua did end up invading. But the Civil Guard fought back and the OAS brokered a ceasefire. The US and the rest of the OAS had their back, and they used it to full advantage. For a quarter century, they survived in the powder keg of Central America. That must have taken some serious diplomacy, even if the Civil Guard is pretty decked out for a police force.
Must be tough to be a country without an army.
Yeah, ammo is still stupid expensive. Long gone are the days of 15 cents around 9mm or less, 10, 11, 12, 15-ish. It's come down a little bit now because it was crazy before. It was like up to 60, 45 or something like that. Now it's like, what, maybe 30, 25, 30? Still like double what it should be. Well.
Hey, Snake, mind if I ask you something?
Since when did you start asking permission?
So, you used to be part of a CIA paramilitary unit, right?
That's right.
Ever do any ops in Central America?
No, not personally. But there were other units who did all kinds of stuff.
I remember the Bay of Pigs invasion back in '61. The papers had a field day with it.
Operation Zapata. That was the CIA code name. The whole thing went south.
Then there was Che Guevara, being hunted down in Bolivia. I heard the CIA had a hand in that, too.
There were several units similar to mine. MSP, SOG. They'd recruit former special forces, train them as intelligence agents, and send them on deniable covert paramilitary operations. One of those units trained the Bolivian army in counter-guerrilla tactics.
And then had them shoot El Che.
So the story goes.
No, these past couple years we had a combination of things that drove up the prices. It's not just inflation. It's crazy. Like, usually you get one of these things, not all like 3 or 4 at once, But whatever.
Around here they say La CIA instead of CIA, huh?
Nothing strange about it. That's how it's pronounced when you read it in Spanish.
It has the feminine noun ending a, so they use the article la. Apparently some people have taken to using the term UCLA.
That's a new one to me. What's it mean?
It stands for Unilaterally Controlled Latino Assets.
Meaning they're local agents?
Yeah, that's the idea. Washington uses them like pawns. Nobody knows who they really are or what they're doing.
You don't need to be on the ranch to reload. But you do need to do some research, or you can blow yourself up and you're gone. So, and you will save money, but in reality it's not that you'll save money, it's that you'll spend the same amount of money but you'll shoot more. So it is good if you get decent at it and you do your research. But yeah, you don't need, all you need is a tiny desk to reload to get started.
You know that today, Japan is under the American nuclear umbrella.
Right.
The U.S. vowed to retaliate against any country that launches a nuclear strike against an allied country. That promise deters nuclear attacks against America's allies, hence the term nuclear umbrella. But suppose the Russians nuke Tokyo. Would America really nuke Moscow in return? If they did, the Soviet Union would undoubtedly retaliate. Would Washington really be willing to risk having a bomb dropped on itself in order to avenge Japan? I'm not so sure.
Don't tell me you're still worried about Japan. After all these years?
It's not that.
To be honest, I'm not convinced either. But Moscow faces the same dilemma. Maybe Washington wouldn't retaliate on Japan's behalf. Then again, maybe it would.
So you're saying Moscow wouldn't want to risk being attacked either?
The whole concept of nuclear deterrence is entirely hypothetical to begin with. When you get down to it, it's all smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, nobody's gonna buy your reloads. Also, don't shoot other people's reloads.
Japan shall not possess, manufacture, or allow the introduction of nuclear weapons into Japan. Those are the 3 non-nuclear principles set forth by the Japanese government.
Allow the introduction? That's funny. Some of the U.S. warships that visit Japanese ports are armed with nukes. Or are you going to tell me they transfer them at sea onto other ships every time they visit?
You raise a good point, Snake. But the Japanese government doesn't recognize it as such. The introduction of nuclear weapons into Japanese territory would need to be agreed upon in advance. America hasn't made any such agreements. Therefore, they aren't bringing nukes into Japan. That's the official excuse.
Doesn't sound like much of an excuse to me.
I don't blame you. Keep in mind, though, Japan suffered actual nuclear attacks. Anti-nuke sentiment there runs deeper than you think. I suppose the government's not really in a position to admit that sort of thing.
So tell me, Kaz, how's the self-defense force you were in different from an army?
The JSDF is set up for national defense. It's not configured for aggression against other countries. It's what you'd call exclusive defense.
Exclusive defense?
It's the fundamental strategic posture of the JSDF. No preemptive attacks. Only the minimum defensive action necessary after an enemy attacks.
Anything defined as self-defense, then?
The JSDF originated as the National Police Reserve. Back then, American forces stationed in Japan were being sent over to fight in the Korean War. So in a sense, the NPR was filling a gap.
Police, huh? Reminds me of the Costa Rican Civil Guard.
Yeah, exactly. They're also dispatched to provide disaster relief. The year before I joined, they had a hell of a time trying to rescue some buses that got hit by landslides.
Yo, Mask of Truth, good to see you, man. Thanks for the 51 months resub.
So why'd you quit the JSDF?
Because I didn't have a reason to be in Japan anymore.
A reason?
My mom had died 3 years earlier, so I didn't have to care for her anymore. With her gone, there was no point hanging around in Japan.
Yeah, but a man with your talents could have risen pretty high in the ranks, I imagine.
I don't know what they made of me. Could be it actually alienated me from the brass. And personally, I could never get used to the idea of exclusive defense.
Meaning?
On a strategic level, I can see how a country could go with the exclusive defense model used by the JSDF, and I've got nothing against my fellow soldiers who believe in it. On a tactical level, though, it just rubbed me the wrong way. To put it simply, I was itching for a real fight.
I figured.
And I felt as long as I was in the JSDF, I'd never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with my father, who was in the U.S. Army. Seeing Yukio Mishima's suicide didn't help either.
Yukio Mishima. The guy who wrote The Temple of the Golden Pavilion.
The way he questioned the status quo hit home with me. Not that I admired his vision or anything, but it did get me thinking, that's for sure.
Damn it, if only there was some sort of way to tell who's screaming. Yeah, we're in the, middle, deep into the marathon now. And sleep is starting to be scarce. And hitting harder when you don't sleep as much. But we'll get it done,
Choosing the right uniform is crucial. Pick one that matches the mission objective and your own combat style.
You know what I really, really like? That the uniforms in this game actually influence the amount of ammo and weapons you can carry, as well as your running speed. Yep, I really, really like that.
Jungle fatigues are made for jungle combat. They provide decent protection and let you carry a fair number of weapons. Your standard uniform, basically. The distinguishing factor is that your camo index will vary a lot, depending on the area. Wear a pattern that makes you blend in with your surroundings, and your camo index goes up. Wear something that clashes, and you'll stick out like a sore thumb.
Pick the right pattern for the occasion. Sigint used to lecture me on it all the time.
They all have some MGS3 reference.
Naked. That's exactly what you are with this uniform. The pants are the same as the jungle fatigues. Obviously, since you're exposing your bare skin, your defense and camo index are gonna be low. On the plus side, it's so light you can move around quicker.
Good for her. Showing off muscles, too.
Hey, Snake, I heard they gave you your old code name because you used to run around with your shirt off. Is that true?
Don't believe everything you hear. They called me naked because I went in without gear or food. I had to procure everything on site.
You mean they sent you into the jungle without even a pair of pants? On a halo jump from 35,000 feet? Sweet Jesus, you are a legend.
You're busting my balls, aren't you, Kaz?
Little bit, yeah.
Hilarious.
Alright, let's actually do the mission. And we'll get back to these. Let me sort out my inventory here. We don't really have a whole lot. You don't have shit. Of Hopefully I already started smoke grenade development, because those are really useful. And here comes the pro elite unit.
Careful. They've got reinforcements coming.
What was that? Something there? What is it? Enemies close
They
by!
really are the pro elite unit today.
You've been spotted. Run for it. It's either that or take out every last enemy soldier.
Already done, Kaz. You know what I really like?
Confirmed onboard helicopter.
You have to be careful with your Fultons in this game. You can't get a Fulton refill unless, you know, in very specific missions and circumstances. And so the game usually gives you more enemies than you have Fultons. And you have to be careful about where you use them. And usually they put the better soldiers or prisoners towards the end of the mission, so that you can't just Fulton everything in sight at the beginning, because you'll run out by the time you get to the end. Yeah, I really like that.
Amanda went across that rope bridge. Hurry.
Go figure.
Not enough room, huh? We'll keep it here at the base. You might be able to get past the enemy by hanging from the bridge. Press the action button near the bridge's handrail to hang.
Nobody knows who this guy is, but this guy is going around Peace Walker right now.
Wait. The enemy's here!
Oh shit, we have the auto aim thingy going on. Dog didn't turn it off, huh? Okay. That confused me a little bit.
Careful now. They might be holding FSLN soldiers prisoner.
What's that?
Oh, just another box. Prisoner here.
Press the action button in front of a prisoner.
Ooh, grade 5 ration?
That
was weird.
Recovery system.
It turned to grade 1 when I picked it up. Fulton everybody. I really like how the Fulton animation is just a quick tap, you know? You don't have to sit there for like 3 full seconds for each guy. Vox, thanks for the 10 months resub. Time to listen to some music, get behind the vehicle.
Looks like there's no way around him. You up for this, Snake?
I really like all the little mechanics around the vehicles and how they change based on the type of vehicle, the difficulty level, the arena that you're in, weapons and you know, camo you decide to bring, the approach, all the different approaches you can have. You can do lethal, non-lethal, alert, non-alert, full-tuning people, not full-tuning people, damaging a vehicle, not damaging a vehicle.
We both know you're
Combination
the
of
reason
all of
MSF's
these.
grown so much, but it's time we started putting more thought into provisions.
Good point. A place this big needs a good stockpile on hand.
The Japanese say you can't fight on an empty stomach. Something we learned in World War II.
Obviously, maintaining a steady supply of provisions is one of the basic principles of logistics.
So I went ahead and set up a mess hall team. The team members' numbers and abilities will affect the amount of grub to go around. Without enough food, morale will drop. They get hungry enough, and we could start losing people. Anyway, I need you to assign guys to the mess hall team.
Copy that.
I really like how there's actually a mess hall team and people eat and cook on this base. Yep. Somebody should make a compilation of all the really like moments. I really like how each soldier's combat ability is broken down into each category, you know? You can see here. Your combat ability is a reflection of all of these. Shooting, reloading, throwing, and placing weapons or placing traps, walk speed, run speed, CQC damage, and defense. I really like how each of these is discernible in gameplay, with a different speed, a different recoil management, and a different damage dealt and taken. And you can feel each time you do one of these actions in gameplay, you can feel how fast or how better the recoil management is and all the other actions. And so it makes playing as an S-rank soldier a much better experience. In fact, it's one of the first things you should do on a save that you want to develop is get an S-rank soldier. I really like how that's impacted in actual gameplay. Oh shit, I did not start a smoke grenade development. Damn. Well. We'll have to do it without. But okay. I really like how the music changes in the menu when something significant is going on in the story. When there's a boss fight, you have this change in the music in the menu, you know? And it's not just for boss fights, it's for other things as well, like when Zadornov escapes, when you fight Zeke, they all have different music and sound design to them. Let's just say that I really like such sound design in the menu when things are going on. Yep.
That's an armored vehicle unit, Snake. Either destroy the vehicle or neutralize the soldiers.
That would explain everything.
Do the AI weapons have their own theme as well? I don't remember. It might be the same as the vehicles. Well. I feel like... Wait, did we do all the tapes about the previous mission? Thanks, Kiefer. We did not. That donation, man. The Arcade29's MGS5 opinion donated $5. Well, $4.99 because this is retail apparently. Please tell us all the things you like about Peace Walker and what a sequel would look like if there was ever a game that would be a successor to Peace Walker. Maybe a 5th installment. This is the 5th installment, by the way. Yeah, like I was saying, you can go back in the VOD, or maybe some good soul can gain all the little moments, clip all of the moments where I say I really like something about Peace Walker. And there's your answer. You know?
There's a lot of banana cultivation along Costa Rica's Caribbean coast. The area is dotted with banana plantations. Bananas have been Costa Rica's main crop since they were introduced from Panama in the 19th century. They bring in a fair amount of foreign currency.
A real fruta de oro,
Oh
huh?
god.
See, but exporting all those bananas require a ton of land.
Hence all the plantations.
Clearing all that forest just to grow bananas robs animals of their habitats. I do not know how good that is for Costa Rica in the end.
Fruta de oro. Oops, sorry, I guess you should drill your R's in Spanish. Let's see. Okay, now we can do this one.
There is a lot of banana cultivation along Costa Rica's Caribbean coast. The area is dotted with banana plantations. Bananas have been Costa Rica's main crop since they were introduced from Panama in the 19th century. They bring in a fair amount of foreign currency.
A real fruta de oro, huh?
I just want to hear that
Panama
again.
disease was rampant here about 20 years ago, putting a lot of banana plantations out of business.
Panama disease?
It is caused by a type of fungus. Apparently it killed off almost all the banana species that used to grow here.
How could that happen?
Cultivated bananas do not produce seeds. You have to remove and transplant part of the stem yourself. You plant them in the fields.
So you've got acres of identical plants?
See, when one plant is infected, the disease spreads quickly. Species lacking genetic diversity become weak. They grow different bananas today, one said to be resistant to Panama disease.
That's what Liquid is talking about in MGS1. Science of symmetry. We don't know what kind of disease will hit or when, but we all suffer from science of symmetry. Once all the bananas have the same genetic predisposition, they all get affected. So basically Paz is Liquid. They're also blonde and yep. Somebody make a YouTube video about it. Yeah, it's true. Like, bananas aren't what they used to be, man. Because of this, the good bananas are extinct. That's not what we have today. Oh, let's do the Miller tape.
Enemy tanks, armored vehicles, and attack choppers are always accompanied by a combat squad. The soldiers aren't particularly tough on their own. What makes them formidable is how well they work together as a team. As if you didn't have enough to worry about with the machine.
Good. I like a challenge.
Yeah, we'll see how you feel when you actually have to face them in battle. Snake, whatever you do, don't let them surround you. The last thing you need is to get pushed into the vehicle's kill zone. And pay attention to what your enemies say to each other. You can improve your chances by figuring out what they're planning and using it to preempt their movements. You don't always have to go toe-to-toe to win a fight. Think like a gorilla.
Got it.
Bananas? Think like a gorilla? Okay. We don't have smoke grenades, but we'll manage. Smoke grenades really make this a breeze, but we don't need it for this one, I guess. It's very first little tiny introduction to the vehicle mechanics. Want some music?
You've got to neutralize that armored vehicle somehow.
Oh shit, why do I have the
The
M16?
accompanying soldiers are armed to the teeth. Watch yourself.
Oh shit, did I hit the vehicle? Okay. Oh shit! Rip that guy. Oh well.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Somebody said to CQC the vehicle, I think. I do it all the time. You know what I also really like? How it's a big deal to Fulton a vehicle in Peace Walker. Not only it's an item that restricts your rank to A, but it's a very late game item, and for some of the more important vehicles, you can only do it in co-op with people helping you. It's a big deal to Fulton. Oh fuck! This guy didn't go all the way down. To Fulton a vehicle in Peace Walker. That guy didn't go all the way down because my stun rod is also only level 1, because I also really like how each weapon not only has a rank but also has a usage level, including the stun rod, you know?
What is it?
So each time you use a weapon, there's 3 levels usage, and the more familiar you are with it, you'll get slightly better accuracy and damage. For the stun rod in particular, it's significant, because it goes from like 750 to like what, 2000 or something.
What is it?
So you actually kind of want to use the stun rod quite a bit towards the beginning. God, see, doing this without smoke grenades makes all the difference. Ooh, rip. Good thing tranquilizer doesn't count for the vehicle to notice. Alright, we good? Yeah, we'll fucking die. So I really like how there's a usage level. I also really like how you can see the damage you deal.
Recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Let's make sure they're down now. That was it. That was literally it.
Can you take him down?
Oh, what the fuck? Your dog's settings. Now.
The enemy leader's out cold. Bring him in.
You know what I also really like? When you Fulton a vehicle, you also get the guy inside of it. And when you destroy it, it counts as a kill. I really like that. Go figure. The advanced PSP mechanics. It's actually much more preferable to smoke grenade and zap people with the stun rod. Because those helmet guys, with each vehicle, you know, they have like thick helmets, 3 headshots. Surely that means Chico's sister, right? I don't know, my Spanish isn't really good, so close enough. Shoot Chico's sister.
What are you aiming at? El Chico Libre!
It's actually better if you don't do that. Makes her a little bit more badass. She does hurt herself. Let's miss on purpose.
I will take my own life before I sell out my copas under torture.
Yeah, this is much better. There's always somebody who takes me seriously when I say that. That's the thing about Spanish. Come on, man. I feel this is more appropriate for her character to do it herself.
Chico.
What? What is it?
Can you roll me one? Tobacco.
Oh, yeah.
Chico.
Hold still.
I treated him like a kid again. We fought. I didn't want Chico to know. Kept it a secret. Somoza's Guardia chased us out of Nicaragua. Across the Rio San Juan. And we ended up here. The only reason we've been able to keep on fighting.
Amanda.
The factory. You saw it?
The banana factory.
A front. It's a drug refining plant. The KGB set it up for us to run. We used the income to buy food and weapons. Mi viejo never said a word, but we all knew. Everyone except Chico. Everything we have, our weapons, our compass. He brought it all together. We were going to rebuild our country. Rebuild Nika with our own hands. Even if we had to dirty our hands to do it. But it's all over. We lost our cacique. Papa. I could never replace him. Now they've taken the plant from us too. There's no place left to regroup. No way to fight la revolución.
Here, I rolled you one.
What about you? You're going after that cargo?
Yeah.
Must be important,
Looks that way. It looks like it could be nukes.
What? Nukes? Madre de Dios. No time to waste. We must get to Irasu. The transport route leads there. It must be where they're holding Chico and my compas, too. Whenever Chico and I argue, he goes off to be by himself. That's why he knows more than anybody about their bases. Chico.
You're pretty worried about your baby brother.
This is why I'm not fit to be a leader.
Fine. It's a little bit out of my way, but just tell me where I need to go.
There's a prison up in the mountains. That's probably where he is.
A prison in the mountains.
You must do something for me. If you can't save Chico, I want you to ease his pain, end his humiliation. If he gives in, if he's about to sell out his compass, please, at least let him keep his honor.
That's a promise I can't make.
Why?
Amanda, we gave up our homes, but we're still alive. We're still fighting. And there's always another reason to keep on living.
I feel alive again.
Amanda, join my unit until you've healed up.
Your unit?
Yeah,
Who are you? Why are you here?
I'm Snake. Serviente.
Snake? Could it be the great cacique has come to lead us?
Kaz, can you hear me?
MSF here.
One for recovery. She's wounded.
Acknowledged.
Kaz, the cargo on the barge. I was right. It's headed for the mountains.
You think that's where they're taking the nukes?
I'm sure of it. Let's move.
You guys are actually getting confused over Chico Libre. God damn it. Come on. I guess you would have to know that, yeah, they call the Chrysalis El Colibri, and they mess up the accent, but whatever. So the small ones, they look like ciphers, but they're called kidnappers in Peace Walker. That just means the small Colibri, because it's like a smaller flying thingy that comes out of the Chrysalis. Actually, when you fight the Chrysalis, it deploys the kidnappers.
Snake, Amanda's reached the plant.
Snake,
Amanda, how do you feel?
some first helicopter ride. I'll be perfectly happy if it's my last.
As you can see, she's doing fine. I set Amanda up with her own frequency, so call her anytime you need to.
If you have any questions about American bases or mercenary units, or about El Frente, just ask. And please, do not forget my compass and Chico.
Don't worry.
It's good to be working with you, boss.
Snake, we can monitor her condition in sickbay. Remember to assign roles to any POWs you bring back to Mother Base. How this outfit gets built depends on who we assign to what jobs. That'll determine how Mother Base grows. It's one of your most important roles, boss.
Yeah, I know.
Boss, one more thing.
Now what?
It's about sickbay. Naturally, we can use it for the sick or injured like we did with Amanda. But we can't expect people to get better without the proper treatment.
Uh-huh.
So I figure we'll need a medical team for that. The number of team members and their abilities will determine how quickly the sick and injured heal. They can also monitor everybody's health.
Right. Prevention is the best medicine.
You got it. Remember to wash your hands often and gargle twice a day, boss.
If only I had the time.
Right, we should actually go to Mother Base. I really like how the unique female characters have 3D models, and you can look at them, and of course, more importantly, later you can take their clothes off. Being that this is a Kojima game and everything, you know? So, in sickbay, here she is. Where, important physics, of course. So she's currently in sickbay, huh? She needs to rest. Well, fuck you. You're going to the kitchen. You don't need legs to cook. And we can now make Doritos. If you do that with any other character, they die after a while. But since she's unique, she can never die. So, better make use of her skills. Well, I'm just saying, it's useful. She knows how to cook. Not my fault. Alright.
Snake.
Let's do this call later, because now that we have Amanda, we have something that I really like, how the characters have all these tapes and, you know, their motives and backgrounds and origin stories and things that they talk about with Snake. Yep. Alright, let's do these.
Amanda, when did you join up with the Sandinistas?
About a year ago, when I went into the mountains with mi viejo and his group.
I thought your dad was with the FSLN from the start.
No, he fought alongside General Sandino, but after that, he retired for a while. He found a job, got a wife and a house, and raised us kids. Then one day, some Sandinista students came by.
And he felt the old fire in his belly.
Something like that. All he did was help them escape from La Guardia, though. But then La Guardia showed up. They broke into our house and began pushing him around, shouting questions.
I'm guessing he kept his mouth shut.
No matter how hard they hit him. Our house was trashed. After that, he was on their list. They harassed him day and night. It was only then that he gave himself over to the Sandinistas. He kept it hidden from us at first, so we would not get hurt.
He sounds like a good father.
He was. But my mother got fed up with it. She left us. I don't blame her.
Why didn't you go with her?
It was a hard decision for sure. But like my father, I could not let Somoza get away with his crimes. But most of all,
Chico.
He is too much like his papa. One way or the other, he was going to stay, and I could not leave him behind. Soon enough, La Guardia drove us out, and we found ourselves in the mountains. It just kind of happened.
Well, for an accidental revolutionary, you sure put up a hell of a fight.
The mountains make men into warriors. The training is harsh, but it brings us that much closer to being hombres nuevos.
Chico couldn't ask for a better sister. I can see why they picked you to be Comandante.
When I was little, I came down with malaria. Unlucky for me, it was the bad kind. I was in a daze the whole time. And at one point they said I was not going to make it.
Malarial encephalopathy. I hear it's pretty common in tropical malaria cases.
Even today, my memory sometimes gets a little fuzzy. Since then, I've had this fear of mosquitoes. When I hear them buzzing nearby, I get jumpy.
Aha, that explains the chain smoking.
See, I thought it might help keep the mosquitoes away, just a little. Maybe it is all in my head. You're the same way, right?
Well, I will say this. I prefer a cigar over mosquitoes.
Me too.
I've got to hand it to you. Takes guts to conquer your fear like that and live a guerrilla's life in the wild.
It is nothing. El Che did not let asthma stop him from leading the revolution. Compared to him, I am no hero.
A gorilla's life in the wild. Damn it. That's unfortunate. Train myself not to talk. Well, it's natural because, like, I'm listening. I don't want to talk over some other voice that's talking, you know? Although sometimes I do feel like I want to find little cracks in between, you know, little moments of silence where I can talk about something as it's going on. Sometimes I'm going to reference something in the cutscenes as it goes on, so you kind of have to talk over it a little bit. But I fucking hate when streamers do that. Like, sometimes I watch other Metal Gear streams and it's like, they're just constantly fucking talking over the cutscene. Like, you don't know what's going on. The chat doesn't know what's going on. You can listen to either voice going on. Like, what the fuck? Especially people who do it for the first time. I don't understand. But, oh well, whatever.
I'm sorry to hear about your dad.
Thank you for saying that. Mi viejo was the leader of the Frente. He was the last of the generation that knew General Sandino. He saw the general's exploits firsthand as a boy. He would tell us stories about it all the time and about how the general was assassinated.
Did you know he was getting money from the KGB?
I had some idea, but I did not have the courage to confront him about it. I know it was a painful decision for him to make.
I can imagine.
Yes, my father was a good man. I loved him as a daughter, and his soldiers believed in him. Thanks to him, La Frente held together even in the worst of times. I don't know if I can ever fill his shoes.
Chico's 12, right?
Right.
Isn't he a little short for his age?
Malnourishment. Food is hard to come by when you're running around in the jungle.
He's got quite an appetite.
I know. I didn't want him to come in the first place, but there was no one to take him in. I had no choice but to look after him.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Sometimes it's better for a kid to be with his family than far away in a safe place.
Thank you.
Promise me this, though. When your fight is over, make sure he gets a proper education. Give him a chance to be something other than a guerrilla. It's not too late to teach him something other than fighting.
Okay, I promise. You know what book Chico really likes? The World Encyclopedia of Mysterious Creatures. The Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti.
UMAs. Yeah, I know.
He's still so much like a boy. I worry about him.
He'll be fine. I know plenty of grown men who still go crazy over UMAs.
Are you serious?
Yeah, Zoko, but the problem with that is, I did see your suggestion. I thought about it. It's kind of useful as an idea, but we go back to the whole emulating business, especially when I'm just doing 3. All right, I'll spend a minute on this. Here's what's gonna happen when you try to emulate MGS2 and 3. You're gonna start the game. You're gonna get your latest emulator version. You're gonna change all the settings you need. You're gonna start the game. You're gonna maybe start up the first area, see how the game runs, right? And then you'll see that it slows down, and then the cutscenes run like this, but not consistently. It depends on the camera angle and the amount of shit that's going on the screen, you know. And so you finally you tweak all the settings so that it works perfectly. You have the first area running, you have the cutscenes running, and then you change areas and it fucking happens again. And you need different settings again, and you need to pause and look at all the settings again. And and then every time the camera angle changes in a cutscene, they start dogging like this because the game runs slower depending on what's going on the screen. And so you get that emulator experience. Oh god. Yep. All right. And then when you finally think it's running perfectly, the one little camera angle, and then they're dogging like this. So I don't know.
Since it was founded, my country has not once been able to choose its own path. First Spain, then America. Over 100 years of this.
I know.
In the 19th century, an American mercenary named William Walker seized power in Nicaragua.
I'd heard he exploited rivalries between the political parties.
Even after we expelled him, the Americans sent in their Marines under the pretext of quelling political unrest.
And the real reason?
To intimidate the government and thwart the construction of the Nicaragua Canal.
Like that guy earlier who was arguing, I think on Discord, that you can emulate MGS4. Alright, let's do this. Make me a video of you playing MGS4 from start to finish on emulator without ever having to pause, crash, open a menu, slowdowns beyond what the PS3 already does. And on top of that, do it 10, 20, 40 times in a row that I can do reliably on stream when we need to play MGS4. Do that, and then maybe I'll consider it. Come on, go make me a video of you playing MGS4 from start to finish, no crashes, no slowdowns, and no emulator menus. Do it.
I thought the U.S. already has the rights to build a canal in Nicaragua.
They never intended to build a canal there. They'd already started digging in Panama. A canal in Nicaragua would break up the Panama Canal's monopoly. Reason enough for America to stick its nose into our affairs.
They snagged the rights so nobody else could build there.
It was General Sandino who finally stood up to los Yankees. General Sandino waged a guerrilla war against the Marines, at last driving them out. He was a true hero, and to us Sandinistas, like a father. But when they pulled out, the Americans left us something to remember them by.
The National Guard.
Yes, La Guardia. In name, a peacekeeping force, but in reality, Commander Somoza's personal army, answering to no one else. Unable to stay silent, General Sandino went to protest and was assassinated by Somoza as he made his way home. It was then that Somoza and Los Sapos began to eat our country alive from the inside.
Oh boy. Sorry, it's just like people don't really realize. It's such a miserable experience. Especially like, I don't have a fun time with it, but I already know the games and I can deal with it. I can only imagine how miserable an experience it is if you don't know the games and it's your first time trying to experience Metal Gear games and you're doing that. God. I don't know. That sucks.
It has been 40 years since the Somoza family became the rulers of Nicaragua. With La Guardia at their command, no one can challenge them.
You came here on the run from the National Guard, right?
See, they took everything. Our land, our homes, our jobs.
Now belong to Somoza.
See, the law too. He's even got the judges in his pocket. You defy him, you face death. Everyone bows and scrapes before La Guardia. Even then you might get a beating if they are in a bad mood.
And you're trying to change things.
That's not all. These Somozas have used their power to line their pockets. They confiscate people's land and hand it to members of the Somoza family. By now, close to half the farmland in Nicaragua is theirs. We were powerless until... You remember the earthquake 2 years ago?
Yeah, I heard the capital was hit pretty hard.
We lost Managua, our capital city. People sent aid from all around the world. Tears of sorrow turned to tears of joy. Yet almost all of it was embezzled by the Somozas. They sold out those who'd lost everything for money. They feasted on our country's suffering. Public resentment is at the boiling point. The Somozas' days are numbered. We will see to it.
Poor Amanda, we just tainted her life story with emulation talk. I think, to keep it simple, it all comes down to one word: reliability. That's one of the key things for, doing these marathons. If we had to add a whole other layer of, no fucking way, man. Reliability. Also, these days, we have pretty high standards for reliability for a lot of things in technology, mechanics, and all that stuff, so we're a little spoiled, maybe.
The first Somoza was originally no more than the commander of La Guardia. Ordinarily, a man of his station could never hope to become president. But the president at the time had no power to back him. The only one with the strength to oppose him was General Sandino. No, better to say the general was the only one who dared oppose him. There was nothing special about him. Above all, it takes a strong will to see justice done. That is what he taught us.
It's also what motivated Somoza to have him killed.
Yes, the rest was easy. He got rid of the president, taking office in a sham election. And once he had the power, he never gave it up.
Talk about heavy-handed.
He had the Americans backing him, that's why. They didn't want to hand over power to a rebellious general.
Even so, it's hard to believe Washington would give its blessing to a guy like that.
The American president at the time put it this way. Somoza may be a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. In other words, better a dog or los sapos than an anti-US regime.
Wait, what?
The Managua earthquake struck 2 years ago, the day before Christmas Eve. Giant cracks opened up in the streets. Sleeping children were crushed in collapsing houses. No chance to escape. No visit from Santa Claus. Thanks to Somoza, the old houses could not even get rebuilt. It was a nightmare.
I heard the epicenter was right in the middle of the city.
Even today, it's too dangerous to build on top of the fault line. The city center is still in ruins.
And to make things worse, Somoza stole the recovery money.
We must not fail. We owe it to those who lost their lives. We will defeat Somoza. We are Sandinistas, the heirs of General Sandino's will.
Sandino, the father of modern guerrilla warfare.
To you, maybe. To us, he's more like a real father.
That why you named yourselves after him?
Of course. La Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional. The Sandinista National Liberation Front is named in his honor. We share the general's goal, to take back our country's freedom. In his day, from America. In ours, from the despot Somoza.
Times have changed, but the song remains the same.
Patria libre o morir. That is our slogan. El Che used to say the same thing, you know.
Patria o muerte, the slogan of the Cuban Revolution. So, you're fighting for a socialist revolution too, then?
No, it's not about ideology. We only want to live normal lives. We are sick of living in a country where you can be beaten for walking down the street, where you never know if your neighbor is snitching on you. Our goal is to give back the country to its people.
Yeah, the Cuban Revolution started out like that too.
We are few in number, but we will win. Victoria o muerte. For a revolutionary, there is no other fate.
Alright, guys. Just put a lid on it. Whatever. We have different needs as, you know, regular Metal Gear streamers, so I realize that heavily influences my view of this. It's a state of mind. It has to be reliable. You know, we can't add more variables to this shit. It's already like heavy mental duress with my internet. I know that my internet can drop, or you know, the upload just fucking dies and stream drops. And God, imagine having the same thing also going on with the game. It's a state of mind constantly. Also, we're this deep into the marathon and we're all like sleep deprived and shit. So, yeah, there's probably a good amount of random shit that we talk about during marathons when we're this deep into it that we usually don't. Yeah, let's finish these.
Augusto Cesar Sandino, General and hero of Nicaragua. 50 years ago, conflict broke out between the political parties of Nicaragua. The U.S. Marines intervened in the name of restoring order. The only one who refused to listen to their call for reconciliation was General Sandino.
Huh. One man against the Marines. That takes guts.
The general wasn't a professional soldier. Neither were his compadres. And they certainly could not match the Marines' equipment. But he used the land to his advantage, lurking in the fields and hills of Nicaragua, and using surprise attacks to harass the Marines.
I know. I've read plenty of textbooks on guerrilla warfare.
In the end, he drove them out. He was truly a role model for us.
Yeah, but that was the 30s. Didn't the Depression have something to do with it? It takes cash to wage war.
Perhaps. But there is no denying what the general accomplished. The people hailed him as the General de Hombres Libres, the General of Free Men. They loved him. And then he was assassinated by Anastasio Somoza Garcia,
commander of La Guardia.
The father of the current Somoza.
Somoza had the Americans' backing. That is the way things were. The general may be dead, and the times may have changed, but his will lives on inside each of us. We are the sons and daughters of General Sandino.
Well, when it makes a lot more sense to emulate, I'll do it. See Portable Ops and see, yeah, actually, you guys are memeing, but literally, MGS Mobile. There's no other way. And Portable Ops is terrible in PSP, so, yeah. But there's specifically the PS2 versions of MGS 2 and 3, which we would want to do. Those are the ones we would want to do, you know? Because it makes no fucking sense to emulate HD collections. Already HD it has all the flaws that the HD edition has. Those two, MGS 2 and MGS 3, on the good old PCSX 2, yeah, that's still not up to snuff, if you ask me. But whatever. Let's not keep going in circles about this. We could maybe do it as a meme thing, but it's definitely gonna have those moments, and we'll laugh about it. But no way that will be ever become the main way to do the games, you know?
Hey, how's the watermelon business these days?
Not bad. I hear the compas back home are hanging in there too.
Good to hear.
You know our nickname. I'm impressed. No wonder they call you boss.
You used to hide your weapons in hollowed-out watermelons, smuggle them right past the National Guard. You even transported pineapple grenades that way. The name caught on among sympathizers in the region and...
What are you talking about?
Huh?
They call us watermelon sellers because the general's name sounds like the word for watermelon. Sandia.
Really?
Si.
Damn it, Kaz.
Personally, I stocked up on PS3s because of that shit. However, there is one more game that I emulate all the time. Something about twins somewhere. Yeah. That one has something to it that's worth emulating, I think.
A revolution to bring peace to your country, huh? No matter how much we fight, peace never gets any closer, does it?
I do not like it, but it is the only way. If we do not fight back, they'll just keep exploiting us. You want proof? Look at our country's history. Revolution is a means and not an end. I know. When the revolution is victorious, I want my country to be at peace. But to bring peace, we have to first eliminate that traitorous scum.
It's an old saying. We make war that we may live in peace.
Who said it?
Aristotle.
You know your history.
I had a good teacher.
It has always been like this. People making the same mistakes over and over. And still, all we can do is fight.
I hear you. If you've got a goal, you've got to keep moving forward.
Uh-oh, here it comes. Water tapes.
I noticed you called Che Guevara El Che.
Not just us. Everyone in these parts does. Che was always his nickname. It does not feel right to call him by his last name. I was shocked the first time I saw you. You look so much like him.
I look like El Che, huh?
Sort of. Not in the face. It's more the way you carry yourself.
I guess Che's a hero to the Sandinistas, too.
Of course. The FSLN was formed in the spirit of the ideologies championed by El Che and Fidel.
Fidel Castro. So, you're trying to bring the Cuban Revolution to Nicaragua.
Well, we were. But Cuba isn't what it once was. Not since El Che left. El Che was a true revolutionary. He fought and died for the people. He worked harder than anybody, and he was a righteous man. Even as a minister of Cuba, he gave up his weekends to work on the farms and public works. As a volunteer, no less.
Yeah, I've heard the stories. But when you think about it, wasn't it that obsession that did him in?
How do you mean?
We can't all be supermen. He thought the ideals he applied in Cuba would work in Bolivia, but he failed to win converts and the support of the peasants, and it cost him his life.
Maybe you are right. But at least he did not steal from those peasants, no matter how hard things got.
Yeah, I can sympathize with that. There's plenty of guerrillas out there who'd rob their own people to feed their revolutions.
If we had a comandante like him, the Sandinistas would find the will to fight.
Let's see how many people get butt blasted and not understand in the context of this. Yep, here it comes. Oh, it's Furious. Come on, you know exactly what you're doing. Popa was asking how many PS3s do I have. I had 6. Now I'm down to 4. I gave one away to a friend. And I think one might have shit itself. Now I have 4. We're running low here. But across the span of like the 13 years that I've been doing this. Yeah. We're running low. Almost out of PS3s.
You called that giant chopper an hombre nuevo.
See, it means new man.
New man?
There was nobody piloting that thing. It must be controlled by machine.
Yeah, it seems that way. No human being could pull off those crazy maneuvers.
But it's not crazy. It's smart. It sings, too.
When we first saw it, one of your men said, "Pilot must be an hombre nuevo."
Me? I do not like the name.
Why?
Hombre nuevo was what El Che was striving to become. What all of us who joined the Sandinistas strive to become. That's why. An hombre nuevo is one who finds joy in virtue and voluntary labor. It makes me furious to see that name given to such a monster.
I'll bet. Chico called that helicopter El Colibri.
Our name for the hummingbird. You saw how that chopper moved, how it hovered in midair like a hummingbird?
A hell of a lot bigger than a bird, though.
True, but better than hombre nuevo, don't you think? When you get kidnapped by El Colibri, it's all over. They take you to a prison camp and torture you until you snitch on your compas.
That's what took Chico.
They have no mercy. Once you talk, they toss you out like trash. I knew this, and still I could not save Chico. If he cannot be saved, I will do what must be done.
Don't write him off like that. Sometimes you have to survive, even if it means sacrificing your honor. I'll get him back. I promise.
The land in our country belongs to us, and yet it does not belong to us.
How so?
Along the coast, it is all banana groves, and in the mountains, it is coffee. I guess in that way, it is not so different from here.
Plantations.
Almost all the bananas and coffee are sold as exports. The landlords keep the money for themselves, leaving precious little to the farmers. Worse, the biggest landowners in the country are Somoza and his family.
But it does bring in foreign currency.
I doubt even that, at least for bananas. The plantations are owned by American corporations. The bananas are processed in factories on the plantations and exported to America from private ports. It's like having little American enclaves along the coast of Nicaragua.
But the farmers have no choice but to go work there.
Es ridículo. The people have to take their land back. It is one of the things we are fighting for.
Tell me, when exactly did you realize your dad was working with the KGB?
About 6 months ago. Up until then, we only had beans to eat. And then suddenly we started to get eggs and flour. Our bullet shortage simply disappeared.
How'd he get the cocaine?
Ask the KGB. All we did here was process it. Coca plants grow here too. But to my knowledge, almost all of the stuff we used came from Colombia and Bolivia.
It's processed in a factory and then shipped to ports on the Caribbean Sea. Where does it go after that?
I never thought about it. I mean, I did not want to think about it.
The biggest cocaine consumer in the world is the United States. I'm guessing they smuggle it in on vessels disguised as fishing boats.
Wait. La CIA uses that route too. Are you telling me they're selling cocaine to their own country?
Looks that way.
Those bastards are turning their own children into junkies? Are they insane?
No. Just afraid. Afraid of a communist Central America.
Snake, the nukes appear to have left the coastal marshes and reached the mountains around Irazu. But without a guide, it's gonna be tough tracking those things in the mountains. So we need you to infiltrate one of their bases, a prison facility.
I hope nothing's happened to Amanda's brother.
I hear ya. There may be other Sandinistas held there too. To bring them back safely to MSF, use the Fulton recovery system. As I'm sure you know from experience, it's completely harmless. After all, you won't have time to sit there and convince every single one of them to join.
One other thing, Snake.
Amanda.
Those CIA bastards confiscated some of the houses in the village. Chico's got to be inside one of them.
Houses, huh? How do I tell which ones?
When they took over the houses, they installed new front doors for security purposes. The new doors are blue, with peepholes, so you can see what's inside.
Blue doors. Got it.
You're getting close to the end of the transport route. Good luck, Snake.
Areas with a distinct dry season, like the Pacific coast, have tropical dry forests. During the dry season, the trees drop their leaves. It gives you a clearer view, but at the same time, there are fewer places to hide. So be careful.
Sounds dull.
It is not really. A lot of trees flower during the dry season, including my favorite, the tabebuya. It has these amazingly vivid yellow flowers. Costa Rica has several active volcanoes, Irazu being one of them.
That's where Camino de Lava comes from, huh?
The tropical dry forests around here are quite different from our rainforests. They lose their leaves in the dry season. Tropical forests are not all thick jungles. A few of them even have cacti. Some of Costa Rica's greatest assets are its diverse forests and natural landscapes. Costa Rica got its first real railroads up and running about 100 years ago. Their primary purpose was to move coffee harvested in the Central Basin to the Caribbean coast.
They built railroads here 100 years ago? That's impressive.
It was even more difficult than you would imagine. Later, they started using the railroads for shipping bananas too. There still might be some branch lines around here. Aldea de los Despiertos means Village of the Awake.
Weird name.
The area is littered with coffee fields, and there is a factory nearby. The villagers are fans of coffee, so...
Nah, they don't get much sleep, huh? They've got a sense of humor, all right.
I cannot believe they would take over a place like this and use it as a prison. It is unforgivable for both the CIA and the thugs they employ. All the villagers wanted was to live in peace. What gives the CIA the right to crush them like that?
They don't care about anyone's rights but their own. It's just the way some people are.
You really think so?
Don't worry. It just gives me the right to teach them a lesson.
Let's see if the 1911 is ready. Yep. Somebody put some gameplay in these tapes.
Chico's in a prison camp north of here.
Zap him in the dick. This is a weird tape.
The basin ahead leaves you completely exposed to sniper fire. Sniper, better be careful if you don't want your head blown off.
This game got me to try Costa Rican coffee. Not much of a coffee person though. Now here's a guy practicing his reloads with the SVD. He has a bunch of magazines.
Somebody there?
with 1 round.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
No, he does. Let's fire 1 and reload. Fire and reload. This guy's actually an S rank intel guy, but we can't Fulton him yet since he's all the way up there. He's shooting the dummy there. And every once in a while he will miss. Yep. And when he misses, like, ugh! That's a difficult shot, man. There's another guy behind him reloading the magazines. Oh, does he have more rounds during alerts? Maybe? Let's find out.
Here he is.
Wow.
We found the enemy. Send backup.
And we'll have to put down the support unit.
Reinforcements now.
Ooh, laser. He does have more than 1 round now. Okay, so he was just practicing. Okay. God damn it. Here's a railroad. Find out that Kaz is a train and railroad nerd.
They're using the Scarecrow for sniper training. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Those tracks used to transport coffee.
We gotta save Chico, Snake. Head north if you want.
Those tracks used to...
Chico's in a prison camp.
They're using that village as a prison now.
Please, Snake! Help Chico!
We're counting on you, boss.
Boss, please. You have to help Chico.
We gotta save Chico.
Those tracks used to...
They're using
And
that
where's the
village as
Kaz call about it? Come on.
Boss, please.
Please, Snake! You're doing great, Snake! Peace!
Peace!
A Scarecrow, just like that one on the coast.
Boss, please.
Head north if you want. Keep your eyes peeled for... We gotta save Chico.
There should be a call about it.
Please, Snake!
Boss, please.
It's not
We
triggering
gotta save Chico.
Those tracks used
for
to...
some
In
reason.
a prison.
They're using that village.
We gotta save Chico.
Please, Snake!
That's weird.
Boss, please. You have to help Chico.
Head north if you want.
They're using that village.
Okay.
Prison.
Those tracks used to
Boss, please.
Those tracks used to...
Our future is in your hands. Press the attack button near the enemy to initiate close quarters combat. Head north if you...
Those tracks
I don't know why he's not talking about it right now.
I wish there was something... Those tracks used to...
Sometimes it's a pain to get calls in this game.
Chico's in a prison.
They're using that village.
Those tracks used to...
I wonder if it's because I got an alert.
Snipers will get a bead on you from a distance. Head north if you...
Please, Snake!
Okay, he's not talking about the railroad tracks
Chico's in a prison. Head north if
for
you
some
want.
reason.
They're
Okay,
using that village.
Keep your eyes peeled for snipers.
we'll come back here later, so maybe it's later. Check inside the house. Check inside the
Chico's in one of these
house.
houses. You've got to find him, Snake. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. If they spot you, the enemy will probably
So
call in
if we listen here,
Make sure that doesn't happen.
imagine having actual sound design behind every single one of these doors, depending on what's going on inside. You don't have to check, you can listen in. This might be the empty one, no? Because there's nothing here.
No one here.
Yep, that's right.
Supposedly the houses being used to hold prisoners have been fitted with blue doors.
So check inside the house. Check inside the house. There's piss going on here. Somebody's pissing themselves.
Mama!
I guess peace day has come after all. Damn, he's still going. goes on forever. Even more than the guy in MGS2 who pisses all over the place. This guy's taking a shower. They have showers in there?
Who's there? We're under attack!
Nope. What's going on in here? Oh, this is actually Chico. You can hear him sniffle. Yeah, I think he's here. Let's look at the other one first. Maybe I'll look at all of them actually. Stun rod to the dick. There's one more here. Did we look at this one? Oh.
Not this one.
I had to really keep looking for a little bit there. Okay, so it's actually random which one is Chico every time you start the mission.
Chico, is that you?
Really like this scene. One of the few scenes with Big Boss being big bossy, you know?
Who's there?
Chico, it's me.
You're that photographer.
That's right. A war photographer.
Huh? I thought you were here for the birds.
Yeah, the birds of the battlefield.
Whoa. Is that chess? Can I see it? Wow, the same kind of chair used.
You can't keep it, kid. Here, have these instead.
Those photos. Huh. Oh no, Amanda!
She's safe. Don't worry.
You sure?
We're patching her up back at my place.
She's hurt?
I said, don't worry. It's just a broken leg.
You got any cigarettes? A cigar, huh? Hey!
It's not for kids. Chico, do you know where they took the cargo?
Cargo? What cargo?
Let me rephrase that. How do they get stuff from the coast up here?
Oh, that I can tell you. When the cargo gets to the harbor, they first send it up the marshes on a barge. Then, they load it onto a jungle train past the banana plantation and transport it by rail. The train stops here. When it gets to the train terminal past the coffee plantation, they reload it again. This time onto a truck, which disappears into a tunnel heading toward the mountains.
Disappears? Chico, what's on the other side of that tunnel?
Nobody knows. None of our compas ever got close enough. He's protected by a spirit.
A spirit?
Yeah, a giant monster. El Basilisco.
The king of snakes.
No, really, I saw it. I was camping up there one day, and just as I was waking up around dawn, I heard this loud noise. I opened my eyes and saw an enormous shadow. Must have been 30 bara at least. He was walking, on legs as big as trees.
Where did you see it?
At the terminal near the tunnel, but I only saw it that one time.
What exactly were you doing there?
Well, me and my sister got into a fight.
And you just happened to go camping.
You know, their train should be arriving at the place I saw El Basilisco right about now.
Is it far?
No, really. Go past the coffee plantation, and it'll be to the north. What are you chasing?
Something that could keep the world in balance. Or destroy it.
Huh?
I heard that place was a narcotics plant before those guys took it over. But you already knew that, didn't you? Look, I get it. Even revolutionaries need to pay the bills. Still, must be tough for a kid like you to swallow.
You're damn right it is. The route they use to transport stuff is the same one mi viejo used to smuggle drugs. He sold the drugs to the Norte Americanos and used the profits to fund the army. They tried to keep it hidden from me.
Is that why you went camping?
Yes. I managed to sneak into the plant a few times and I tried to set it on fire. Everyone treats me like a child. I couldn't stand it anymore. I'm not a kid, I'm 12.
Couldn't do it though, could you? Chico, growing up means choosing how you're gonna live your life. To do the right thing, you sometimes have to leave the things you care about behind. Parents, family, your homeland.
But mi viejo. Papa.
Chico, look at the photos.
Mi viejo.
He's gone, but there's one thing you don't ever leave behind. Your memories. Keep them safe. You want to get out of here, Chico?
I do, but...
Come back with me. Your sister's waiting for you.
I can't go back. I can't face everybody.
You told them where your compas are. I see. Nothing to be ashamed of. Pain gets the better of us all.
I wish I was dead.
Okay then. I'll put you out of your misery.
What?
Any last words? Shoot. You are only going to kill a man. I just wasted a bullet. Don't waste your life. Listen to me, Chico. You died here today. You understand? You're hombre nuevo. A new man. Now, give that new life to me.
Huh?
Fight with me, little soldier. Show me how strong you really are. Dry your tears, then promise me one thing. No smoking until you get older. Remember, real heroes are never as polished as the legends that surround them.
You got it, boss.
Snake is fine.
What's that? Ah!
Interesting. Chico's Fulton is a little backpack. Also, we get those two quotes that later third phase repeats in Ground Zeroes. Yeah, when we thought it would mean something other than, I don't know, I guess it's kind of like thing referencing itself. Kind of like how both Campbell and Kaz say age hasn't slowed you down one bit, even though they're not necessarily related. But those two things Big Boss tells Chico. Nothing to be ashamed of. Pain gets the better of us all, and growing up means choosing how you're going to live your life. Back then, yeah, what really made us think that the Skull Phase was some sort of Big Boss reflection, or maybe they had, you know, some other connection, because he repeats the same thing word for word, or maybe Skull Phase is lurking here the whole time. But no, I mean, contributed to the Skull Phase and Ground Zeroes, but didn't really go anywhere, as we know.
Snake, Chico made it over.
Snake!
Chico, you made it.
Made it. Don't give me that. You say you're gonna give me a new life, and then you nearly kill me.
I take it you didn't enjoy the trip.
What's the big idea? Dragging me off in a balloon? I might as well have taken a Calibri.
At least you got a nice view. Or are you afraid of heights?
Whatever. I just wish you would explain it to me first.
Would you have agreed to go if I did?
Thank you for saving us, Snake.
Amanda, a word of advice.
What?
Stop treating him like a child.
Yes. Yes, I know. You're right. I shouldn't.
Amanda, you're coming back after your leg heals, right?
Of course. We still have work to do.
We, huh? Are you sure you've got Chico's future in mind when you say that?
What do you mean? We're sworn to our father's cause, to helping the revolution succeed.
Revolution or no revolution, you pick up a gun and sooner or later you're going to hell. Are you prepared for that?
I am. If the alternative is giving up the country I love, I'll take hell.
Really? Well then, you're gonna have to stop treating Chico like a
Oh my
brother
god.
and start treating him like a soldier.
You're right.
Welcome to hell.
Snake, can I ask you a favor?
Shoot.
You find any prisoners from El Frente, you bring them back alive. Cause...
You're trying to make amends for talking.
Not just that. Because they're compas.
All right. But first, I've got to catch up to that cargo.
I'll do whatever I can to help. Call me if there's anything you need to know about the area.
And what?
Let me know if you encounter any wildlife you've never seen before.
Never seen before. What, like that basilisco you were talking about?
I'm talking about UMAs.
UMAs?
You know, like ancient dinosaurs or legendary monsters. One day, I'm going to be a hunter.
Is that right?
A hunter with titties
If you
and a
want to know
sniper
more,
rifle.
I'm happy to tell you.
Right. I'll be in touch, Chico.
Okay, Snake. The enemy's cargo is headed for the next outpost, a rail terminal.
Chico says no one's ever set foot past there.
Their main base is probably on the other side of that tunnel. Unless we catch those spears before reaching it, they'll be in enemy hands. You've got to stop them. Hurry, Snake.
Holy mother. That thread Fever linked.
Boss, I had an idea. Listen to this.
Let me guess. You want to start running ads in the local gossip rags.
Please, what do you take me for? I thought that with all the new guys we've got, we should get an intel team going. We'd send agents around the country to scout out different locations. That way we're better prepared, no matter where we end up.
That's actually not a bad idea.
They could probably develop recon equipment for us too. We could also have them transport goods and direct the mother base support strikes. You can send an item to a co-op teammate from the delivery menu.
So, I'm not gonna read the 6 fucking paragraphs that this guy wrote about the fever dream, the Venom Snake, Skullface, but all I need to know about this guy is if you scroll down in that thread, see the first comment, and he replied to it. He's known him for 10 years longer than Miller. Zero to Ocelot. It goes to show you how much research these guys do when they come up with these theories. That's not Zero talking to Ocelot. That's Zero talking to Miller about Ocelot. About knowing him 10 years longer. Because Ocelot, of course, 1964 and Miller, 1974. Fucking idiot. That tells me everything I need to know about that theory. Ah, God. That was 7 years ago. Maybe we should let it go. How long can you live with a ghost? Yeah, let's quote the wrong thing. We got Chico now. Is the only guy in the intel team. Cool. Let's see what we got here. C4, we're gonna need that. The tape about C4 actually changes depending whether you developed it or not. And we are going to need it soon. Now that we got Chico, guess what? Tapes. Lots of tapes. Oh boy.
Amanda's so bossy. It's always follow me or stay here. The other day she told me, chew your gallo pinto before you swallow. Can you believe it?
Knowing your sister? Yeah, I can.
The enemy could strike at any time. I can't sit around taking my sweet time eating. I'm a Sandinista, just like the others. I don't need some woman telling me what to do.
Some woman? She's your sister, and she's doing the best she can to fill your father's shoes.
I know, but lately she hasn't been doing so good. I should be strong for her.
Now you're talking. Sorry to hear about your dad.
Don't be. He is a guerrilla warrior. We pledge our lives to our country and its people. I'm ready to die too if I have to.
You sure?
You better believe it. Like mi viejo used to say. Patria o muerte.
Che said it first.
My dad used to tell us all kinds of stories. About General Sandino and his fight against La Guardia. About my mom before she left us.
You didn't want to go with her?
It's not like that. La Revolucion comes first, that's all.
You must wish you could see her, though.
I don't know. But I know I'll see her again when this is all over. Somehow, I just know it. When I do, me and my mom and papa are all going to live together again. At least that's what I thought. Now,
Hang in there, Chico. Your sister needs you.
Okay. Have you ever heard, shoot, coward? You're only going to kill a man.
Che's last words. He'd been captured in Bolivia and said it to the soldiers just as they were about to execute him.
El Che. He was something, wasn't he? Coming up with a line like that knowing he was about to die.
After the Cuban Revolution, Che gave up his position in the new government to aid in revolutions in other countries. He knew he could die at any time, and he was ready for it.
Me? I couldn't even take a little torture.
But you've been reborn as an hombre nuevo. Right, Chico?
Right.
Don't you ever get lonely, living away from your mom?
Not really. My compas are my family now. A lot of them are from the same village as me.
So you had plenty of people to take care of you.
Take care of me? I'm a warrior, like any other Sandinista. We look out for each other. That is how it works.
Sorry. Guess I misspoke.
Now we're scattered because of that colibri. Wonder where everybody went. Hey, Snake. If you see any Frente prisoners, please, you gotta get them out, okay? Those guys are solid, every one. You could use them in MSF.
Solid? Do we want solid soldiers?
Hey, Snake. Are there any jobs for me here at Mother Base? I can do anything.
You don't have to work, you know.
Don't treat me like a kid. I'm a man now.
Okay, then. What are you good at?
Let me think. Everything! Put me on any team. I can pull my own weight.
Well, you are young. You'll probably be a fast learner. I'll think of something.
Anything you need, boss. You'll see. I can fight as good as anybody.
It's really a missed opportunity to put him in the combat unit and play as Chico, yeah? Play as Huey, put Huey in the combat unit, put his wheelchair, and then deploy him.
Snake, according to Chico, the nuclear materials will be loaded from a train and onto a truck at a rail terminal near the eastern foot of Irazu. If we can't cut him off at that terminal, we'll be in a world of hurt. Hurry, Snake.
Hurry, but there's tapes.
The supply staging point is at the eastern foot of Irasu. There's a rail terminal there. They'll probably transfer the nuke from the train onto a truck.
Gotcha. I'll have to catch them while they're moving the cargo.
But you might run into El Basilisco. Keep your eyes peeled, Snake.
An 80-foot-tall walking behemoth. The CIA's new weapon?
Could be. Too bad it's not actually a dinosaur. I think they're testing it up at the base on top of the mountain.
I met a guy in Russia who described it as a Metal Gear linking infantry and artillery.
Metal Gear.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Like maybe it's connected to everything that's happening here somehow.
The nukes? You don't think...
What else could it be? If it is up there, I'll just have to improvise. Either way, I won't know until I get there.
Watch your back, Snake.
Amanda, do you know the way to the rail terminal?
Remember the locomotive by the fork in the road before the village?
Yeah, back in the jungle.
Follow the train tracks from there, and you'll come to the terminal. But there's a plant along the way.
Disguised as a coffee factory?
Yes, it is their drug refining plant. La CIA controls it now. Cutting through there is the shortest way, but it'll be crawling with soldiers. If you want to go around...
No, forget it. If that's the shortest way, that's the way I'll take. Besides, it's one of their bases. It'll be good intel.
Very good. A number of guards at the plant are positioned on high walkways. Be sure to study their movements before you advance.
Or I could just snipe them first.
The plant's layout is another maze, I'm afraid. Stay cool. Make your way out of the plant and you'll arrive at the terminal.
You know a lot about this place.
What are you saying? I've been there before, when the KGB ran it, yes. But it is not as if I enjoyed it.
No, I just meant you know a lot about how the enemy works.
I hope so. Anyway, did you talk to Chico about the terminal?
He said it's where they transfer the cargo onto trucks.
Meaning the facility is of considerable importance to them. Don't get careless.
I won't.
By the way, I've heard of a shortcut that cuts straight to the coffee factory, to the east of the village. But I've never used it myself. Check it out if you're interested.
Thanks for the tip.
La CIA has taken control of this coffee factory too. All to produce its drugs. It was famous once for its fine beans.
Cafetal Aroma Encantado. Enchanting aroma, huh?
See, once we have thrown the mercenaries out of Costa Rica, I know it will make wonderful coffee again. And then you must come and try some, Snake.
Sounds great. I wouldn't mind a cup of joe after all this is over. Oh, wait.
What is wrong?
No, I just remembered this guy I knew who wasn't big on coffee. English. Get rid of that muddy water and get a cup of black tea down your gob, he'd say.
That is too bad for him. It is delicious.
It's even funnier because she knows him too. The marathon will be on Outer Heaven next month, B-Man. We are alternating.
As I said before, building railroads in Costa Rica was a dangerous job. A lot of men died, and sometimes they stopped work altogether. This is one of those places. They had to cut through steep terrain, so when they finally made it through, they just built the rail terminal right there. And that is why they named it...
El Cadalso. The gallows. Charming. I'm surprised the construction money didn't dry up the way things were going.
Actually, it did. But the bananas helped complete it. So they say.
You mean the energy the workers got from eating bananas? Well, I suppose they do have plenty of vitamins and...
No. I meant the money they got to finish it came from exporting bananas.
Oh.
But one thing is for certain. The owners of the railroads expanded into the banana trade after construction was completed. That was the start of banana cultivation in Costa Rica.
Let's see if we can get that railroad call now.
On the other side of the coffee factory. Head for the factory first. To To get to the coffee factory,
Did they
you'll
not
first
hear the
need to
roll?
backtrack
I
to
guess
the
that makes
fork in the
sense.
road.
There's the box.
I know I saw something.
We could take the shortcut. Actually, no, I wanna... Oh, they give you a box on the way back too. Nice. I wanna listen to the railroad thing. God damn it. So we could skip this, but
There's
should
a
be a
coffee
call
factory
here.
to the northeast. Beyond that is a train terminal.
Those tracks used
Railroads in Costa Rica use 1067mm gauge tracks, the same as Japan.
There you go. You freaking nerd. That one simple call. Trigger earlier.
Wonder if they use steam locomotives. There's a coffee factory. Snipers will get a beat.
Okay, holy shit.
Use 1067mm gauge tracks, the same.
I wonder what the deal is with Miller being a train nerd and everything. Is it like a Japanese thing, maybe? Probably. Kinda cute.
What was that?
There's a tape with Cecile about it too. Let's just run this guy's face. Oh fuck, I was hoping I could bump into him.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Oh my god. The roll is completely silent. Also, I kind of got lucky that I didn't bump into him there, because he would not have gone down from a simple snake roll unless you have a soldier with the skill for it. I might start implementing this. Like getting close to somebody without the sneaking suit.
What was that?
And also without having to stop, walk slowly.
Pass through the coffee factory to reach the train terminal.
Oh fuck, he turned. Ruined my plan. That scream. Wait, isn't there another prisoner? Yep.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Nah, he's gonna turn. Eventually. Oh well. Well, the game is pretty easy, largely because it was meant to be played on a tiny screen with shitty controls. So, when you put it on PS3 with MGS4 controls and, you know, full HD, and it is actually full HD. Peace Walker is the only game in the HD collection that's 1080p. So, yeah. Whole different game.
Looks like we're just outposts in time. Neutralize all enemies and secure the train.
What's up? I'm just doing 3 or 720p. Incidentally, Bluepoint made those. Well, a Japanese company named Genki made Peace Walker HD. Night with the raid. Yo, welcome guys.
Check out the cargo.
Notes. To be continued in the next mission. I mean, Peace Walker on disc isn't 1080p. I'm pretty sure if you manually turn on 1080p only on your PS3, it will do that. Really? I can see it defaulting in 720. That's weird. I don't remember that being a thing. Ooh, I really like the sound design when the tank shows up, yeah? Music changes.
That's an enemy tank unit. Either neutralize the soldiers or destroy the tank. Get them.
I'm talking about internal resolution, not output resolution. It's actually 1080p for Peace Walker. I think he has smoke grenades. But yeah, there's some funky shit going on with the PS3 settings. Or if you leave it on auto or you check both settings, it might not do it. Maybe you have to force it? I don't know. Smoke
You don't have any supply markers. Are you gonna have enough ammo? Maybe you should pull back and reorganize
Shit, I didn't
things
smoke
first.
the second guy.
Enemies close by.
I'm pretty sure I had the disc version first, and I was fucking around with the capture card settings. I think there is a way to get it to do 1080,
Fulton recovery subject
but if you
confirmed
don't do
onboard
it, yeah, it will
helicopter.
default 720.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
The tanks are the biggest pain in the ass of all the vehicles because of the way people spawn around the map. Oh, he's coming here actually, that's good.
Somebody's here.
Shit.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
What was that? Somebody's here.
That should be it. 2 Fultons, 2 guys. What?
That's gotta be the leader. Can you take him down?
Starts driving with his feet. Crazy guy, driving all over the place. Dodge the gunfire. Fuck. Maybe we're too close. As far as I can tell, the game is checking whether you're moving to check if you dodge something. So even if you're moving in place, you're still moving. That's why it works. Good luck doing it on PSP though, with that little analog nipple. Just too much fun. Now he's trying to run me over. Damn it. Get back here.
The enemy leader's out cold. Bring him in. Snake, the truck is headed up the mountain road past the tunnel.
So it was nukes after all.
What now? Their main base is up ahead.
I better hurry after them then.
But...
Kaz, if I don't get moving, it'll be too late.
All right. I guess you never did let dangerous assignments or risk aversion get in your way.
How do I get inside the mountain? I can forget about the tunnel.
Yeah, the tank took care of that.
Any other routes?
Why don't I let a local expert take over?
Snake, you need a way into the mountain?
Yeah, got one.
Let's see. Do you remember that precinct I was in?
In the village, right?
Right. Go back to the village and head north. There is a bridge that connects to the mountain road. It crosses over a gorge. That's probably the best way. But there is a little problem. The path heading north from the village is barricaded. You might have to break through.
Got it.
The heart of Irasu. That's where the enemy's base has got to be, Snake. And maybe...
Let me guess. The Basilisco.
You don't believe me, do you?
No, I mean... We'll have to see.
Snake, Irazu features a number of crater lakes. The Odeberg government had planned to use those lakes to construct hydroelectric plants as one of its big state development projects. The project was scrapped, but there's still a small opening at the bottom of the lake.
Meaning?
I checked the satellite imagery, but didn't see anything man-made, which means they probably built a base inside the mountain. Could just be a storage igloo for explosives, or maybe some kind of research facility.
What do they hope to accomplish by bringing the nukes there?
First things first, get past that barricade north of the village. Looks like the only way through is the noisy way. You'll have to blow it up.
I just looked up the birdseed thing. Holy shit. Yeah.
Snake, I've got just the explosive to bust through that barricade. C4. We finished developing C4 charges. Take some with you.
To destroy the barricade north of the village, you'll need Composition 4 explosive. You've handled C4 before, right, Snake?
Yeah. I've been a regular user since the days of C3.
C3. Oh yeah, I remember. That stuff got brittle and useless in cold temperatures, so they upgraded. C4's a moldable plastic explosive. It's very stable and won't explode without a special detonator. Light it on fire and all it does is burn.
A lot of American soldiers in Vietnam used to use it as fuel.
Place it near the barricade and move to a safe location. Then hit the detonator button to blow it up.
I'm on it.
A regular user. What is it? Some drugs or something?
Those giant footprints near the terminal. What do you think they were, Kaz?
It beats me. They're way too big, even for an elephant. Made me think of that basilisco Chico was talking about.
Hope it's not for real.
Same here. If they really do have that kind of weapon, we could be dealing with a basilisk in more than just looks.
What do you mean?
There's a medieval encyclopedia that describes the basilisk like this. The basilisk is the king of snakes. All snakes fear the basilisk and flee at its sight, lest they be slain by its foul breath.
A snake to take out a snake, huh?
I don't mean to scare you or anything, but it never hurts to be careful.
Will do.
When the enemy spots you and goes on alert, they may call in a backup strike team. These assault teams are heavily armed, well-trained, and highly dangerous. Amanda's crew calls them commandos. Unlike the patrolmen, these guys will actively, relentlessly track and hunt you down like hounds.
Hounds to hunt a former foxhound. Bring it on.
They won't give up easily even if they lose sight of you. They'll clear out any likely hiding places they come across. So don't get too comfy in one spot, or you might get caught again. Keep your eyes fixed on them and what they're doing. Also, be aware that commando gear includes body armor, so don't think you can deal with them by going in guns blazing.
All I've got to do is find an exposed weak point, and...
Exactly.
Another tape where they bring up Foxhound lightheartedly like that, even though the whole dynamics behind that is really, really convoluted. There's really no surprise that Kojima didn't choose to explore the years between Portable Ops and MSF, because like that's when a lot of shit happened. Big Boss created Foxhound, Big Boss joined the Patriots, Big Boss left the Patriots and Foxhound, and yeah, I could see why they didn't try to mess with any of that. So those 2 years, 2 or 3 years between Portable Ops and Peace Walker, all that shit happened. And also, Solid and Liquid Snake were born in between there, and then damn, yeah, it's just a lot of shit going on there. And they chose not to mess with it, I guess.
There's one type of commando you really need to watch out for, and that's the kind toting shotguns. They can take a few hits and still keep charging you. And believe me, you don't want them closing in between those shotgun blasts. When they start charging, you need to stop them immediately. Use something with serious stopping power.
Amanda, do I have to take the fork in the road back to the village?
People say there is a shortcut. Go back to the coffee factory entrance, then follow the path on the right. That will take you straight to the village. They may have increased security in that area, though.
Not surprising after what happened with the tank. What do I do once I'm back at the village?
Destroy the barricade at the north side. From there, you can reconnect with the transport route.
I'll need C4 for that. The explosion will bring everyone running, too. There's probably going to be a fight, one way or the other.
They might not see you if you stick to the narrower pathways. Then just climb over any obstacles. Don't let your guard down after taking out the barricade either.
There's a river in the mountains north of the village. You'll see a water pipe running across that's got a walkway you can use as a bridge. I guess they built it to carry water from the hydroelectric plant. To get there, though, you gotta get past the barricade north of the prison.
Got it.
El Basilisco supposedly lives in the gorge up there, so be careful you don't get distracted and fall in the river.
The Basilisco?
Not the big monster I saw. I mean the real Basilisco.
A real one? The legendary king of snakes?
More like a lizard, I guess. It walks on top of the river.
A lizard that walks on water?
Man, you should see it. It's not that big, though. Only about 1 vara long.
Pretty good size for a lizard.
Yeah, but not nearly as big as a dinosaur.
So there's a real Basilisco that lives in the river?
I'm only saying I heard stories from people who said they saw it. But I know lots of places to find it in Nicaragua. Do you want to go have a look?
I don't have time for sightseeing.
You don't like lizards?
It's not that. I just think snakes taste better.
Who said anything about taste?
How about you? You like them?
Not that way. They do look kind of like dinosaurs, though. You don't think that's cool?
They're both reptiles, yeah. But there's a big difference size-wise.
I'll bet there are still big ones around somewhere. They say mammals multiplied and ate up their eggs. But they can't all be gone. They've gotta exist somewhere out there.
Dinosaur eggs, huh?
And animals are always evolving, right? Maybe they evolved so much, they don't even look like dinosaurs anymore.
Then you can't really call them dinosaurs, can you?
I guess not. Yeah, you're right. Dinosaurs have gotta be big.
Oh god, we don't get into the whole monster tapes. Maybe we should have done that actually. Or like lizard, I guess. C4. Where it is.
Go back to the prison camp. It's in the village where they were holding Chico.
Freeze.
Let's see if we can get a gaping asshole guy. He's right here. Yep. This guy's particularly easy to hit in his weak spot. Which is kind of like the asshole, but it's, I don't know, aiming wise, more like maybe the tailbone, I don't know. But anyway, it's usually pretty hard to get, but for some reason it's really easy on that one guy. I don't know what the deal is. That's why we call him the gaping asshole guy. Hey Shinish, thanks for the 4 months resub.
Head west from there, and it'll take you straight to the prison camp.
This guy.
The gate's on the northwest side of the prison camp. Cut across the camp to get there.
We're under attack!
Freeze.
Ah! You hear that? Gunshots!
Damn. They start having helmets. My very first 1911 shot. I guess it's the second one actually. It was a crit. I already shot a guy earlier.
First equip your C4. You can't plant a charge unless it's equipped.
This is right. 45 is OP. It's gonna get really OP when we get the suppressor for it.
Once the charge is planted, press the attack button without aiming. Good work, Snake. Excellent. Now, make your way north. Apparently, that aqueduct north of the village also serves as a bridge. Excellent. Now, make your way north.
Miller interrupting Paz.
Our future is in
species of butterfly. Did you know their chrysalis stage occurs during winter? I wish there was something I could do.
We're counting on you, boss. Apparently that aqua...
Head north.
Keep going north.
And when you shot me, I really thought I was done for.
Look at them. Look at them.
Head north, Snake.
You're doing great, Snake.
Peace.
The giant swap.
Our future is in... Excellent.
Come on, we need
Apparently
secret calls.
Head north, Snake.
Head north.
The giant swallow.
Keep going north.
God, what a pain.
Look at them. Look at them.
Apparently that
The giant swallowtail. I believe in you.
Excellent. Now, make your way north.
I really wish you could pick who to call, you know?
Head north. Look for the gorge.
Gorge Sears. Chico is Solidus confirmed.
When I was locked up there, I didn't feel life at all.
Apparently that
And when you shot me, I really thought I was done for.
Keep
And that's
going
it?
north. There's a road leading up to the bridge.
Oh god, what did you guys do? A thief. That's a vintage meme. Yeah, butterfly emblem. We don't talk about emblems in this game. Cops should shoot people in the legs. What? Did they come out and say that now? God, tell me you know nothing about handling a handgun. Without telling me you know nothing about handling a handgun.
The truck carrying the nukes is heading towards the heart of the mountain. That's its final destination. We've got no intel on what lies beyond, so stay sharp.
I feel like we should do some other tapes that we've been ignoring before we do anything about this mission. Just take a break. I really wish you could access tapes from Mother Base. It'd be more chill or something. Oh god, it's almost as if people who have no fucking idea what they're talking about, they shouldn't talk about it, yeah? The world would be such a better place. Of course that includes me. There's shit I don't know anything about and I try not to talk about it, yeah? Oh man, we still haven't done these? Okay. Sure.
My mother was the one who named me Paz. She said it was an expression of her wish that the country stay at peace. It is a pretty common name in Central America. My mother always used to tell me, never make war. Always help keep the peace.
I remember. Your grandparents.
Yes. They died in the Civil War. I think that is why my mother hated war so much.
That's another thing you've got in common with Kaz. His mother named him Peace, too.
See, because Japan also suffered through war. I think I know how Mr. Miller's mother felt.
You like the peace sign, huh?
See, as a gesture, it connects every peace-loving person. Here, you try it, Snake. Peace.
No thanks. It doesn't suit me.
Too bad for you.
You know, the V in the peace sign comes from the V in victory. When did it start standing for peace?
I am not completely sure, but I guess it came out of the protest movement against the Vietnam War. Oh, and do not turn your hand around when you do it, especially around British people. It is insulting.
So, you live alone now?
No, not alone. I've been living in school dormitories since I started junior high. After my mother died, my relatives took me in, but they were not my real family.
You didn't fit in there.
In a way. My aunts were kind to me and all. But I know how difficult it must have been to suddenly have a child thrust into their lives. When you live with someone, there are no secrets. I could tell my being there was a burden on them.
Sounds like a rough childhood.
I would not say that. I was lucky just to have people take me in. There are huérfanos living out in the streets because their mothers died. It is even worse in countries with frequent civil wars. So, who am I to complain about my childhood?
You're a pretty tough kid, you know.
Not at all. I am not strong at all.
V for... we'll talk about that later, actually. Well, we haven't done these. Ah, well, too late now. Oh, here it comes.
So I hear Amanda mistook you for Che Guevara, Snake. That's not too bad, huh?
Yeah, right. I'm not even worthy of polishing his boots.
Don't be so modest. From where I'm standing, your men see you as a great man.
As great as the century's most complete human being.
That's Sartre, right? Well, there's hardly been a more iconic figure of his times than Che.
Oh, he was more than that. He was a true revolutionary and a great warrior.
I'm with you there. Can you believe that when he first went to Cuba with Fidel, they had only 12 guys with them?
But they rallied. They brought in new recruits, won the support of the peasants, expanded their organization.
And in the end, they overthrew the Batista regime.
People flocked to them because they were honest. They won because they were strong. Those are the qualities that make men great.
You know, we're kind of in the same boat they were back then. Here we are, a handful of mercenaries taking on an army backed by the United States.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go.
But we've got to keep on going. It's not just about winning in battle. You need to think about recruiting people and growing this operation.
Got it.
Boss, did you ever read Che Guevara's book, Guerrilla Warfare?
I can't remember if I got to that one or not.
You should have. That's why I lent it to you. A lot of the guerrilla tactics it covers apply to sneaking missions too. Che was one of the first people to articulate the theory of guerrilla warfare. T.E. Lawrence, Lawrence of Arabia, was another one. And Mao Zedong and his On Protracted War. Theory aside, Nicaragua's General Sandino was one of the first to put guerrilla tactics into practice, which explains why the Sandinistas named themselves after him.
If you think about it, guerrilla warfare itself has been around since ancient times. There's only so many ways a small group can upset a large army.
There was a samurai in Japan who excelled in guerrilla warfare.
No kidding.
Tsunoki Masashige. He was a warrior who lived in the medieval era. He used unconventional tactics to help overthrow the Kamakura shogunate.
Like what?
Trojan horse-style maneuvers and decoys to confuse the enemy. The best one was when the enemy was climbing the castle walls. He dumped boiling water and human excrement on them.
Huh, sounds great. Let's put it in the MSF playbook.
You're not serious, are you, boss?
Why not? We've got plenty of crap to unload.
Yeah. I'll think about it.
Quick, dump all the copies of MGS5 on the enemy.
The year the Cuban Revolution was won, Che visited Japan as a member of an economic delegation. While he was there, he visited Hiroshima.
Hiroshima?
Since he was there to discuss economic issues, Hiroshima wasn't part of the original itinerary. Some said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs didn't want to let him go, but he went anyway. He snuck out of his hotel and took an overnight train.
Traveling guerrilla style. Sounds like Che, all right.
He visited the Peace Memorial Museum and the Atomic Bomb Survivors Hospital. Apparently it gave him quite a shock. As a doctor, it must have been painful for him to see how the victims suffered.
Nukes destroy everything.
He was quoted as saying, "They put you through this, and still you do whatever America says." Those words really hit me hard, especially when I think of my mom. He said something else, too. Let us all love Hiroshima and its people.
I can believe it. Che never managed to numb himself to other people's pain. That's why people loved him. And why he died.
That bandana you're always wearing, that thing's a real antique. Ever think about getting a new one?
This one's fine.
Come on, we can't have our boss wearing a raggedy old thing like that.
It was a gift, okay? It wouldn't be right to get rid of it.
It was. Okay then. Speaking of which, Che supposedly had a black scarf he used to take everywhere with him.
A scarf?
One of his comrades gave it to him when he broke his arm in battle. Che used that silk scarf as a sling, and the comrade who gave it to him became his second wife.
Alida, right?
Even after his arm healed up, he never went anywhere without that scarf. What about you? You get that bandana from someone special?
No, nothing like that. It's important to me. That's all.
Of course, that's exactly what happened to Snake. Well, almost, you know? He won't tell Kaz about how he got it, but he also broke his arm and used it as a sling. So maybe Kojima was going with the Che Guevara references even as far back as MGS3, maybe? Interesting. Let's see. Oh yeah, the meme tapes. Perfect.
Snake, about cardboard boxes. It feels kind of weird me explaining this stuff to you, but there have been a few recent developments in cardboard box technology. So just to be safe, here goes.
Go on.
You can do much more with a box than just hide under it. You can put it someplace and leave it there.
Huh?
You can get on top of it and use it to reach high places, or hide from the enemy in its shadow.
I like what I'm hearing so far.
And that's not all. You can even put items in it and send them to Co-op's teammates.
Really? I never thought of any of that. Damn. Is there anything a cardboard box can't do? Every soldier should have one.
Yeah, well, don't get too excited. This isn't exactly what they were made for.
Which reminds me, don't you think the boxes around here are a little on the big side?
You're right. I bet 2 people could fit under one box, if they packed in tight enough. They call them love boxes.
Love boxes?
Of course, you don't need a love box to fit 2 people inside. Any box of similar size will do.
Next tape is called 2 Men in a Box. You should come inside the box. Now you'll know what I mean.
Up to 2 people can fit inside a cardboard box.
Tell me how.
Move close to a box with a teammate inside, and an icon will appear. Then press the action button. You'll stay inside as long as the action button is pressed.
So, same as snake formation, huh?
Exactly the same. In fact, when you put on a cardboard box when snake in, both of you can climb inside.
A box big enough to hold me and my buddy. These are fine times we live in, hey Kaz?
Yeah. Sure, boss. Snake, about that cassette player Galvez was carrying.
What about it?
That was no Russian imitation. It was the real deal. A prototype developed by a Japanese company.
Get out of here.
It's true. It had the Sony logo on it. The product name is Walkman.
Walkman.
It's a revolutionary new concept. Music you can listen to on the go. You can take it with you when you leave the house. I gave it a listen, and you wouldn't believe how good the sound quality is for something so tiny. And in stereo, too. Think of the technology that must have gone into it. And that tape is equally amazing. The treble range is clearly superior to any other cassette ever made. Stylish, too.
How'd Galvez get his hands on a model that's not even out yet?
Beats me. It's not the kind of thing I'd expect some stodgy Soviet to be into.
Me neither. Tell you what, though, it's a fine piece of work. It'll let me listen to my music when I want, where I want.
I never thought I'd hear you say that, but I have to agree. Me? I'm a recording freak, and I always used to laugh at the idea of a portable player. But now that I've seen it in action, I've changed my mind. Being able to take your music with you, this could be the start of a revolution in music.
Could be.
I'm having the guys at Mother Base study and analyze it. Who knows? They might be able to come up with something even better.
Oh my god. The Walkman. All the models of Walkman, of course, are real life Sony models, product placement and whatnot. And what's kind of cool, when you develop it, it goes from one model to the next, up until, you know, the pretty recent ones when Peace Walker came out. And they include the zapping feature. Let's see. These are nice, but we don't really need them right now. Let's do stuff about this mission. Oh, we already did it, I think. not all of them.
Snake, to the north of the village is a bridge that crosses a hydraulic pipe. Though normally the bridge is not used by people, if you slip, you will fall straight to the bottom of the valley. Be careful.
What's a channel doing here?
It is not for irrigation. They are hydroelectric pipes. I wonder if they run into Irasu's Crater Lake. Normally they would build a reservoir at the bottom of the valley, but it was probably too dangerous. Los Cantos means Sword Peak. You should be able to see across the Irasu mountain range from there. There are not as many big trees at that elevation, and you will probably be well above the mist.
It'll be tough to hide up there.
You're not thinking about the scenery right now, are you?
Not while I'm surrounded by bad guys.
You should have seen it when the country was at peace. I know you would have been impressed.
Well, that'll be our reward for a successful mission. Sound good?
Wonderful. Thank you, Snake.
There actually was a Peace Walker Walkman. Peace Walker man. You can find marketing material of it. It's a camo Walkman, Paz holding it. There's also like a 3D render of Snake wearing it. But yeah, they should have put the tapes on it in MP3 format. That thing's probably impossible to find now.
There is an old fort around there.
What is it, boss? You sound upset.
Well, you see, it was built during the Civil War.
Let me guess. Disputes between Costa Rica's political parties escalated into all-out conflict.
See, conflict that cost my grandparents their lives. The most senseless sort of war. Countrymen mindlessly slaughtering their own. That fort is a reminder of that senselessness.
Sadly ironic, given who's occupying it now.
That war was the reason Costa Rica abolished the army. Please, Snake, get them out of our country.
I intend to.
Oh, that means we're about to meet Kojimbo.
Chico says there's a bridge north of the village.
Yes, a narrow one, for crossing the pipe. On the other side of that is the road the trucks use, though it's collapsed in places.
I'll have nowhere to run if they spot me.
They could be blocking the road, too.
Is there another way?
There is a path along the cliff. After you cross the bridge, there are ruins of a fort on the mountain. Going through there would be a little easier. Once you come to the end of the mountain path, you'll be at the fort. That fort was built during the Civil War. It seems La Cia's troops are occupying it now.
This just gets better and better.
They've got gun turrets set up all around from the looks of it. Attract too much attention, and you'll really stir up the hornet's nest.
Maybe I'll try and find a way around.
You could always commandeer one of the turrets. A little target practice, perhaps?
Just like in Krasnogorye.
Krasno what?
Sorry, just thinking about old times.
We have to throw in that MGS3 reference, you know? That's a mountain area. In MGS3 with the machine guns you can take over.
Irasu has more than one crater, because he's erupted so many times. I heard most of them filled up with rainwater and became lakes.
Calderas, huh?
Calderas? Yeah, something like that. Hey, I got an idea. When you get to the lake, can you keep an eye out for weird animals for me? People all over the world tell stories about giant monsters living in lakes. Nessie in Loch Ness, Nahuelito in Argentina, Ogopogo in Canada. I can hardly keep track of them all.
I just realized they have
all these
tapes.
sightings prove dinosaurs do still exist.
Every single one of
Crater
them.
lakes are isolated. They're not connected to rivers.
Yeah, but you know Mokele Mumbembe in the Congo River? He can walk on land. So maybe they moved there from some other lake.
You sure know a lot about UMAs.
There used to be a guy in El Frente who was a hunter. He taught me lots of things. He even said he once went to a place called Isla del Monstruo.
A hunter on Isla del Monstruo.
Someday, I'm gonna be a hunter and catch some rare animals. Right after we restore peace to our land, of course.
Oh boy, here it comes.
Did you ever hear of the Loch Ness Monster?
Now that one I know. Pretty much everyone's heard of old Nessie.
Great, so I don't have to explain. I think she's a long-lost dinosaur, don't you?
Sure. Why not?
One of the compas gave me a book about it, with photos. It looks exactly like the plesiosaur.
Then why does it only live in Loch Ness?
Well, it probably got cut off from the ocean. Back when Loch Ness was part of the ocean, some plesiosaurs became trapped there when the climate changed. There weren't any mammals there, so no natural predators. Today's Nessie is descended from those plesiosaurs.
Then wouldn't it make sense for there to be monsters in other lakes with similar climates?
Exactly. That's why there's been giant monster sightings in a bunch of other places. Like Nahuelito and Ogopogo. I don't know if there's one in Irasu too, but I know there's definitely something living in Lago Cosipolca.
Well, there will be soon. How's the UMA community doing these days in Japan? They're like people obsessing over it and going out to hunt. Oh god.
You mentioned the Nahuelito. What is it?
It's a plesiosaur that lives in Lago Nahuel Huapi in Argentina. It's described a little differently, but I'm sure it's basically the same creature as Nessie. Except for one thing.
What?
Well, according to one theory, it's the result of a nuclear test back in the 50s.
What? There's no record of a nuclear test in Argentina in the 50s.
At the time, the president, General Juan Perón, was pushing hard to industrialize the country. I wouldn't be surprised if he conducted a top-secret nuclear test before he was overthrown in a coup.
Sounds a little far-fetched to me.
You think? Then maybe Nahuelito really is a dinosaur.
No, I didn't say that.
I mean, it's really pretty obvious.
Wait a minute.
Thanks for clearing that up, boss.
Dinosaur. What about the Ogopogo? And what kind of name is that anyway?
Ogopogo's a monster that lives in Okanagan Lake in Canada. I guess it's an Indian name because it's a legend passed down by the Indians.
A legend, huh? Well, then it's probably not.
There's written records of it too. The first one was in 1872, and there's been more sightings since the start of the 20th century. You starting to get into UMAs too, Snake?
Yeah, maybe.
UMA hunting. Now that's a real man's adventure. What do you say, Snake? After Nicaragua's at peace again, you want to go exploring together?
Well, we'll see. Might not be such a bad life.
Mokele Mumbembe lives in the Congo River. There's nothing mysterious about it, though. It's already been confirmed as a real living dinosaur. The local people know all about it, and when they were shown a drawing of a brontosaurus, every one of them said it was Mokele Mumbembe. When peace returns to Nicaragua, I want to go to the Congo myself.
Oh, the revolutionary movement in the Congo ended in failure, you know.
Yeah, I know. I wish we could do something to help, but Africa's awfully far away.
Africa.
Wonder if El Che ever saw Mokele Mumbembe. I wonder if I will.
Well, best to take care of business here before daydreaming about Africa.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Snake, legend has it, a place called Isla del Monstruo is near Costa Rica.
Isla del Monstruo?
It was discovered in the 18th century by Caribbean pirates sailing over to the Pacific. And the island in Treasure Island is based on one near Costa Rica, too.
Treasure Island. I remember reading that.
You've read it, too? That makes things easier. In Nicaragua, we too have a story about a group of pirates that encountered a flying monster out at sea. Some even say they landed on this monster island, though we still don't know exactly where it is. That's the reason I've always wanted to come to Costa Rica.
Ha! I see.
Ooh, I heard another story about a talking cat that lives somewhere in Costa Rica. They say it'll take you to this place.
Interesting stuff.
Want to know more about the island?
Maybe later. If I'm headed that way, you can fill me in.
Okay, just let me know.
the bridge and head north.
We'll try and do some of the Monster Hunter missions too. But that's way later. Time for Kaz to get excited. The grill?
If you had something to stand on, you could probably reach that. Oh, all right.
What was that?
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Here is the highest IQ guy with the rocket launcher.
Enemies close by!
They got rocket launchers.
Dude, your cap is on. How are you firing? He doesn't give a fuck.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements now.
Oh no, don't go into the loading screen. Come on, back here.
You cannot run. We'll have to fight.
Fuck, the loading screen is that way. You just grenaded yourself, dude. Doesn't matter. No, wrong guy. Sorry. What's up? You want me to open your cap for you? Grenaded himself again. Huh. At least he's trying to slash me with a knife. Oh shit, who's shooting? Where'd this guy come from? Oh, did he get up? Maybe. Enemies with rocket launchers have interesting AI. He's not firing in my face anymore. He has a lot of grenades though. He keeps grenading himself. Okay. Who's keeping the alert up? That's weird. Oh, this guy. Not sure where he came from. If you try to whack you with the rocket launcher itself.
The base is beyond that fort. You've got to get past it somehow.
can't be imagining things.
Stun rod to the dick. Yeah, might as well get these guys.
Fulton recovery to helicopter is complete. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. You're almost at the enemy base. Just a little bit farther. It's some camouflage job. You couldn't even see this place from the satellite shots.
Even we have never been past there.
It's some camouflage. Once you get through there, you'll be at the enemy. You have to get through. You're almost at the enemy. Looks like the entrance is on the mountain. Once you get through there,
There should be an entrance about halfway up the mountain.
it's some camouflage job.
This guy just subscribed. The flail, thank you.
Guys, I'm inside the facility. There's rows and rows of trucks here.
If that's where they brought the nukes, then the truck we're after should be there.
Alright, let's take a look here. All the beams.
Can you tell which one of the trucks brought the nukes? One of them must have the same license plate as the one from the terminal.
140.96. Main link's frequency. Time paradox. This is actually the correct plate, but it's repeated.
Nothing.
Seven. Slot machines, casinos, fish.
Where are they?
I mean, chips. Fish and chips.
Not this one.
You have 48273. That's Otacon's password from MGS4.
Metal Gear.
We have sunlight in here.
Sunlight!
Okay, just close it. And then this one is August 24th, 1963. Some guy's birthday, you know?
Mr. Kojima.
Alright, you're coming with me. I'm gonna subject Kojima to some training and torture, maybe. We'll get some answers out of him.
This is the one. The exhaust's still warm. But the cargo's already been offloaded.
Just a minute. This isn't what we agreed on.
It's too late. The changes have already been finalized.
You told me it was going to be a deterrent, that we wouldn't have to launch.
I am not arguing with you, Doctor. Our goal is to create the perfect deterrent.
That's why I agreed to help develop it.
However, in order to achieve that perfect deterrent, we must show the world.
Wait, who is this guy? What's his name again?
3 key principles ensure effective nuclear deterrence. First, you must have nuclear weapons. Second, you must never use them first. And third, and most important, if someone attacks you, you must strike back. Unless we prove beyond a doubt that these 3 principles work in practice, the world will not accept our new deterrent. And the only way to do that is to show them we are capable of actually launching a nuke.
But isn't deterrence supposed to stop nukes from being used?
Exactly. And so the one we launch will be the last one ever.
I won't let you use my creation like that.
your creation. That thing wasn't even your idea to begin with. You stole it, didn't you?
Stole it? You're one to talk. You got the idea for bipedal locomotion from the communists in the first place.
You listen to me, Doc. Keep quiet. Do as I say. And not another word about stolen ideas. Should we succeed here, you'll be the toast of the scientific community. And your name will go down in history as champion of both progress and national security.
The hell with that!
Doctor! Unless we prove we're capable of launching, Peace Walker is useless as a deterrent. You used me! We used each other. I'll get my old director's job back at headquarters, and you'll finally be able to walk tall among your colleagues.
I won't let you get away with this!
How unfortunate. Guess I'll just have to take your legs for myself. Peace won't just come to us, Doc. We are going to have to meet it halfway. V for victory.
Wait!
Hey, you okay?
Don't do it!
Snap out of it. Where are the nukes?
He's gonna do it! He's gonna launch a nuke!
Great value, Shagohod. I don't know, man. It's probably better than the Shagohod. We have Shagohod at home. Shagohod at home. Ooh, Tommy gun. Let's see if we can develop it now. Idio joined. Okay, people aren't doing anything. Auto sign. And Kojimbo gave himself S rank in Intel and medical ability. He's our big medic right now, except his combat ability is non-existent. Not even an E, there's nothing. There's actually a rank below E that's nothing, just a dash. He doesn't know how to do anything. He doesn't know how to walk or run. Okay. That's why we'll send him on a mission later. There's a drill we got. Shit, we actually can't develop the Thompson right now. Why? R&D team 2 potato. See if we can put some people in. I wish you could put people in the brig manually. Can't. That totally put Kojima in there. Maybe it is time to move Miller in. Wait, why is Miller in a combat unit? Because 3 Dog did this, I guess. Yeah, that's it. Miller should not be in a combat unit. He's a better cook than he is a fighter, but he does have his special ability to increase morale of everybody. So when you put him in a team, that team will be better overall. Alright, that's better. Yeah, let's just blame 3 Dog for it. It's like the first thing you do. The game auto assigns Miller to the combat unit, but you want to put him in R&D. And then you want to put him in whatever team is weakest that needs a boost. Oh man, we only have the shitty starting rocket launcher. I really like the sound design in the menu. When there's a boss battle going on.
I've never seen anything like that, and I've got no idea how to bring it down. Maybe the scientist knows. However you do it, take that thing out.
Paz, what was the government thinking building a power plant at the top of a mountain? With no river to replenish the water, the lake would dry up pretty quick.
If it were an ordinary power plant, but the plan called for a pumped storage power plant.
Pumped storage power plant? Kaz mentioned that too. What is that?
It is a facility that generates electricity by pumping water up to the lake, then letting it run back down.
Huh. Seems Sisyphean to me.
If they turned the water into electricity as soon as they had pumped it up, sure. But a pumped storage plant acts as a kind of battery.
A battery?
For instance, they could pump at night when there is surplus electricity and store it for later use. If they need extra power during the day, they can generate it using water pumped up during the night.
I get it. It's a little more difficult to adjust output with thermal or nuclear plants.
The thing is, Costa Rica won't have enough electricity to meet its needs. Right now, there is no surplus.
Maybe that's what put the brakes on the project. Must have played right into the CIA's hands.
You want to play this game on PSP again? Just think of the 20 FPS that drops down, and you'll pretty quickly not want to play this game on PSP again. Literally, the target FPS is 20 on PSP. And then if you play like 5 minutes of it, the controls will make you want to rip your hair out, so yeah.
Watch out! It's El Galapago. It reduces its body weight by blasting air underneath it. That makes it a lot faster than any tank. It also has a tight turning radius.
Any weak points?
Taking out its boosters could reduce its acceleration. You could also try destroying its machine guns.
I'll give it a shot.
We've lost many compas to that thing. Send it to the scrapyard.
Let's rock.
Oh boy, we don't have shit. We only have the shitty starting rocket launcher. And the M16. I didn't even make the M60 available. Okay. This is gonna take a while. desperate enough to bring C4 and grenades too. Don't sit still.
It's fast, so be careful.
The Koopa. Fuck. It got me with the threads.
There'll be some warning signs when it's coming out.
Shut the fuck up, Huey.
Ah! Shoot them, not me! Do you have enough ammo and items? Send us a support request. Here it is. That cylindrical pod. There it is. That cylindrical pod. There it is. There it is. There it is.
Is that all you say?
There it is. That cylindrical pod. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak. Take those lightning rods out. They direct its electroshock attack.
Oh, come on.
High voltage incoming.
Oh, this one's annoying.
They've okayed your request for the cardboard box. This will be sent out shortly.
It's cool you can do that at least.
Do you have enough ammo and items? There it is. There it is. That cylindrical. There it is. That cylindrical pod.
I always forget to bring the binoculars here to look at Huey. But we'll probably do this again. Or it might be Three Dog doing it later. Once we need to build Zeke.
Blow the hatch and climb into the AI pod. You should be able to get in the AI pod.
Little oversight here. Huey talking about making our own AI weapon already. Like, who the fuck are you? We haven't talked yet. But let's make our own AI weapon.
All the AI's memory boards before the pod's ejected. The black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons over them. destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
A little progress is made? Yeah, we're pretty bad at the game. So we're slow. Keep dying and everything, you know?
No good! That one's broken!
Very 2001-esque color in here.
That was an unmanned weapon. A prototype. I made it myself.
Who are you?
I work here. Well, used to, anyway. Name's Huey. And who might you be? You don't look like one of those mercenaries.
Me. I'm an entomologist.
A fighting entomologist?
Yeah, I specialize in butterflies. I'm here to catch Ulysses.
Ulysses? Huh. I didn't think they lived in Costa Rica. Morphos, maybe?
That's it. Need to get some before the Washington Treaty goes into effect.
Says here Morphos aren't covered under the treaty.
Must have slipped my mind.
You sure you're feeling all right?
Anyway, long story short, the butterfly got away. So how about it, Doc? Did you make that big butterfly too?
Yes. And no.
What was that thing? What are they doing here?
Huh. Something tells me you're no ordinary entomologist. The nukes were loaded on that machine. The project's entering its final phase.
Project?
That's right. The thermonuclear warheads they brought in, the bases scattered throughout Costa Rica, the mercenaries, the AI weapons, the research we were conducting here. It's all for this. We used this facility to develop unmanned weapons.
Unmanned?
Robots. The one you just fought was a pupa. There's also a flying type called Chrysalis and a treaded type, the Cocoon. Motor control, target detection, tracking, attack, capture, and transport functions are all controlled by an electronic brain. There's no need for a human pilot. They can only follow simple commands, though.
Why build them here?
For the CIA. They invited me here a year ago.
That's who that guy was.
CIA's station chief for Central America. Goes by the name of Hot Coldman. Apparently he was some sort of hero back at the height of the Cold War. He's the one running the show. We called it the Peace Walker Project.
Peace Walker?
They're going to deploy a new type of nuclear weapon along the Caribbean coast of Latin America. A mobile, unmanned nuclear platform.
Unmanned nuclear platform?
A fail-deadly system that can automatically move into position and launch a retaliatory nuclear strike. It can move on its own, and stealth shields it from radar and satellite detection, drastically reducing the risk of it being destroyed in a preemptive strike.
And this is the new deterrent?
Supposed to be. The problem is the locomotion system. There's no dry season in the Caribbean. It rains all year round. The terrain is full of tropical rainforest. A lot of the time you can't even build a proper road. So I went back to where it all started.
What's that?
Legs. Walking power. A mobile launcher carrying a thermonuclear warhead even more powerful than the Soviet RDS-220s. That's Peace Walker.
Chico's Basilisco.
We did the assembly and field testing here.
A walking nuke.
I sort of borrowed the original idea from behind the Iron Curtain.
The missing link between infantry and artillery. Metal Gear.
Metal Gear. But they'd actually need to deploy dozens of them. Coldman needs funding for that. And to get it, he's planning a test, which will also serve as a demonstration for the folks back at Langley.
Wait, he's launching a nuke to prove that his perfect deterrent works?
In his words, to prove that if someone attacks us, we will strike back. Put simply, nuclear deterrence is the idea of using nukes to keep nukes in check. If one side launches nuclear weapons, the other is sure to launch theirs in retaliation, which makes launching an act of suicide. In the end, neither side can use its nukes. It's thanks to this doctrine that the world's two superpowers have avoided all-out confrontation. Nuclear deterrence has brought us peace. At the very least, it's prevented another world war from breaking out. But the theory of nuclear deterrence exists only on paper. In reality, there's no guarantee that either side would follow through with retaliation. There's the chance that a preemptive strike could destroy all the missile bases, render them unable to retaliate. But the biggest flaw in the theory is that the decision to retaliate has to be made by human beings. Let me give you a real-world example. Let's say Country X launches first against Country Y. If the people in charge of Country Y are like you and me, they're not going to be able to retaliate, knowing that they're effectively ending all human life.
So then the weak link in nuclear deterrence theory is the uncertainty of retaliation.
Bingo. And that creates a loophole Country X can exploit to launch the first strike. Which is why we designed the system to be unmanned. With Peace Walker, retaliation is certain. It chooses the appropriate target and launches a retaliatory nuclear strike, every time, without needing human input to make the call. Launching a nuclear strike against Peace Walker is tantamount to pushing the launch button against yourself. It closes the loophole in nuclear deterrence theory, rendering our friends in Country X completely unable to launch. What Coldman is saying is that to achieve this goal, we need to demonstrate that retaliation will be carried out by a machine. He will launch his nuke. And then his version of deterrence will be complete.
And you believe him?
I believe in peace through nuclear deterrence.
Why?
My father worked on the Manhattan Project. He put his whole life into that research. And all it created was this illusion of peace called deterrence. And then I was born, unable to walk. I had no choice but to face up to the nukes. But if they do end up launching, it'll all have been for nothing. They've got to be stopped.
Where'd they take the warheads?
To a base near the border. The final test is 5 days from now.
Where's the base?
You're gonna stop them? It's kind of a hike. And besides, there's a surefire way to halt the project. You see, Peace Walker isn't quite finished yet.
What do you mean?
It's missing one last critical structural component. The AI. Its brain. The reptile pod, the electronic brain I was working on, can only follow commands like, go there, attack that. I guess you could compare it to the human cerebellum. But for nuclear deterrence to work, it must function in place of a human decision maker. It needs something to analyze the huge volumes of data coming in and select an appropriate target for retaliation. Hence, it needs the high-level decision-making ability of a cerebrum.
A mechanical cerebrum.
The hardware configuration is modeled on the human brain, similar to the pod I worked on, but its role is completely different.
Where's it being made?
A research lab to the north. An AI expert named Dr. Strangelove is developing it. Very hush-hush.
Dr. Strangelove?
Strangelove was recruited from the States too. In the field of AI, there's no one better, that's for sure. But man, what a basket case. She hates everybody. Go to the lab and destroy Peace Walker's cerebrum. I'm pretty sure they haven't finished the final calibrations yet. I'll lend you my ID card. It'll get you through security at the lab. Oh, and one more thing.
What's this? A letter of recommendation?
Yeah, it's from me to Dr. Strangelove. Don't read it, okay?
So what will you do now?
I'm done with science. At this rate, I'm probably already halfway to hell anyway.
Not so fast. Why not join us? Our place is outer heaven. You'd fit right in.
Outer heaven?
Yeah.
I'm probably better suited to something like that than this paradise.
Good. You get a free balloon trip for signing up. Enjoy it. You'll feel like a butterfly.
You're an agent, right? Who do you work for?
Me. I was a Cold War tool, same as you. Now I'm not so useful anymore, so they cut me loose. I don't answer to anyone. Call me Snake.
Snake? That name seems familiar somehow.
It's probably just deja vu.
See that there? Beyond the cloud forest? See those ruins?
Yeah.
That's where you'll find Dr. Strangelove's lab.
Snake, the doctor's safe here with us.
Huey, how are you feeling?
Never better. This is quite the pad you've got here, boss. I'm impressed.
Call me Snake.
Whatever you say. Like it or not, everyone here calls you boss. By the way, if you're at all interested in improving your tech, by all means assign me to the R&D section. I'm pretty sure I'll be of some use. Once we have the necessary materials and blueprints, we can start work on that bipedal mech.
I appreciate that, but are you sure you're okay with having your work used for war?
I'll be using it to keep past mistakes in check. If I can help thwart the Peace Walker project, I'm happy to do it.
Deterrence theory, Huey style, huh?
Anyway, if you need any intel on the enemy's weapons or electronic brains, contact me. I've been given my own frequency.
Sounds good to me, Doc. I'll do that.
Good. Whatever the means, you must put a stop to their plans.
Hey, boss, you mind if we powwow for a sec?
What now? MSF brand rations?
Actually, that sounds... No. With all the men we have now, it may be time we started sending some of them to other countries.
You mean dispatching mercs?
How else are we gonna keep feeding the crew we have?
I know. You're right.
Okay, to deploy troops, select Outer Ops from the Mother Base menu. If it goes really well, we might even get new recruits, weapon design specs, or leads on new missions. We can deploy any vehicles or large-scale weapons in our arsenal as well.
And if things don't go really well?
Yeah, we could lose men. I won't try and force you. You're the one calling the shots here, boss.
Oh yeah, time to send Kojima on a mission. I'm curious now. The game doesn't really tell you how, so I guess it's easy to miss. But I wonder if May read the letter on her playthrough. If you're still there, I know you just said goodnight, so maybe you're gone. But like Snake says, what do you expect people to do when you tell them not to read something? It's right here. Well, before we read it, we're gonna get all the calls about everybody on Mother Base wanting to read the letter. And then we read the letter, and everybody will be commenting on the contents of the letter. And then we'll get Huey's reaction. Alright. Time to put Kojima in the combat unit. Attempt number 1 at killing Kojima. It might fail because these are some pretty weak missions, but let's send Kojimbo against these 4 guys. How is he not last? He has like 0 combat ability. Well, okay, whatever. Alright. Go, you can do it. See you later. The best thing is to send them against a battalion of tanks. We don't have those missions yet. Oh shit, we pour. I don't really need this. You know, I really like that when you start development in something, you can interrupt it and manage your GMP in real time like that. Just saying, I really like that feature. Is it ration or... Yep. Alright, now that we got Huey, it's actually time for some of the best tapes in the game. Huey tapes. Huey and Strangelove's tapes, probably the best in the game. So we're gonna sit here, we're gonna do every single one of these because they're good.
Doc, I'm starting to sense your feelings about nukes are a little different from your colleagues.
How do you mean?
Your little chat with Coldman back there.
I told you my father worked on the Manhattan Project, right? You're familiar with it?
The basics, yeah. It was the project that kicked off the nuclear age.
That's right. Some of the finest minds of the 20th century, including multiple Nobel Prize winners, worked on it. They spent over $2 billion, and that's in 1940s money. It culminated in the successful nuclear test at Alamogordo on July 16th, 1945.
And the first use in combat a few weeks later. Doc?
I can't walk.
What?
My spine isn't shaped like everybody else's. I can't move my lower body, so I've never taken a single step, not since I was born.
What's that got to do with your dad being in the Manhattan Project?
As a result of his research, my father was exposed to high doses of radiation. It can't be a coincidence that my chromosomes are messed up. That's why I didn't want for these nukes to be another sword of Damocles. I wanted to give them a real purpose, to be a deterrent against war.
Doc.
And Coldman, we have to stop him, whatever it takes. August 6th, 1945, Hiroshima. August 9, Nagasaki.
The atom bomb attacks on Japan.
My father was married to his work. I don't have a single memory of going places or doing stuff with him on weekends. But even as a kid, I knew on some level that it was for his family. I respected him. My mother used to tell me all the time, "Your father is a brilliant scientist. He saved countless American boys from death. You should be proud of him."
Yeah. You could say the war ended because of those bombs.
When I was in the 5th grade, a Japanese student transferred to our class. She showed me photos of Hiroshima after the bomb. I couldn't believe my eyes. A city of over 350,000 people reduced to a scorch mark on the ground by a single atomic bomb. Houses blown off their foundations, burned to ashes. The only things left standing were the skeletons of steel-framed buildings. And it wasn't just the buildings. Blackened corpses on the side of the road. Survivors covered head to toe in severe burns. Within a few months, over 70,000 had died in Nagasaki, twice that in Hiroshima. For years after that, I couldn't talk to my father. Couldn't even stand to look at his face.
I know how you feel, Doc. But your father's your father.
If he hadn't worked on that project, my body wouldn't be like this. I could be researching something else. I could have lived a normal life. It wasn't so long ago the world stood on the brink of nuclear war.
Just over on the other side of the Caribbean.
I was 17 at the time. I'd skipped a few grades and was a sophomore at MIT. I remember feeling kind of apathetic about the news that came in every day. It seemed clear to me that as long as they had a grasp of the concept of nuclear deterrence, there was nothing to fear.
Either that, or they were fanning that fear on purpose.
As a way to secure a bigger defense budget? Huh, I can see that. But if that was their plan, it kind of backfired.
Because it ushered in the era of détente between East and West.
Coldman's really gonna do it this time. Once the nuclear genie is out of the bottle, the yoke of deterrence is going to be meaningless. People will die. Cities will burn. We have to stop him now before it's too late to turn back.
So you've been doing nuclear research your whole life?
No, not really. At first I wanted to be an aerospace engineer. For me, the Sputnik launch was a good shock, not a bad one. I thought the age when science was used for war was over, and that a glorious age of space exploration was dawning. The year I skipped ahead and got into MIT, Gagarin went into orbit, which made me more excited than ever. Of course, even back then, I knew the space race was just another facet of the Cold War.
Moscow had a leg up on us, and we were desperate to catch up.
I know. But for me, it was a happy time. I joined NASA, got to do the kind of research I loved. Our nation's prestige hinged on our work. They gave us whatever resources we asked for. I knew you could turn a rocket into an ICBM by fitting it with a nuclear warhead, but that didn't bother me so much. It didn't last long, though. The space and nuclear arms races took up enormous sums of money. America beat Russia to the moon, but that's where it ended.
Then came détente.
Exactly. NASA's budget was slashed as a result. My father being a nuclear expert and all, they put me to work on a more obvious deterrent: missiles. At NASA, I'd been researching a locomotion system for lunar exploration. Tires aren't suited to driving around on the moon, you know. And that's how I caught Coldman's eye.
We really know absolutely nothing about Naked Snake's parents, do we? Nope, not at all. Only, maternal figure is the boss, and it's better that way. Trust me, you don't want to do that. Or we're gonna keep making up new characters and new games, and then explore those characters in the past, and then new game about Big Boss's dad, and then Big Boss's dad mentor, and then Big Boss's dad's mentor's mentor, and then all the way back to Metal Gear Caveman, Clubs of the Patriots. No, don't do that, please. This is gotta stop somewhere. Metal Gear Neanderthal. Metal Gear Wooden Club Gear. I don't know.
Let's speak in hypotheticals for a minute. Say you wanted to make a clone of yourself.
A clone? Paramedic had the same idea. It's science fiction.
I'm just hypothesizing here. Okay, not a clone then. You have any kids?
Nope.
Wife?
I've never been tied down.
Okay then. So, we're still talking hypotheticals. Say you had a son who'd inherited your genes. Someone with the same combat abilities as you. Would you challenge him to a fight?
Not to sound cocky, but I wouldn't want to do that. No telling who'd survive.
I'll bet. You picked up on the Pupa 5000's combat patterns in seconds.
Only with your advice, Doc.
Well, if anybody could learn to do it just by listening, it'd be easy. But you're a born soldier. Yeah, you must have been born with genes geared for combat. Soldier genes, if you will.
Genes geared for combat? I don't care how advanced their research is. You can't blame genes for everything.
Blame genes? You think it's funny?
What?
You think genes have nothing to do with this body I was born with?
I don't know.
Look, that fear of facing someone of equal ability in combat, imagine that on a strategic scale. That's the concept of nuclear deterrence. The idea is, when all sides are armed with the destructive power of nuclear weapons, they'll avoid nuclear war in order to prevent mutual annihilation.
Doesn't sound all that sophisticated to me.
Exactly. It's so simple in principle. But because it's so simple, whether or not it works properly depends on the people involved. In that sense, what we're looking at now is a malfunction in deterrence theory.
Coldman.
You got it. Please, Snake, don't let deterrence die. The aim of the Peace Walker project is to achieve robust nuclear deterrence across Central America by deploying a new nuclear weapon system along the Caribbean coast. Peace Walker is also the name of the system itself.
A nuclear weapon named Peace. I can just see the look on Kaz's face. So why exactly does this new system need legs in the first place?
Because it's a walker, an unmanned weapon moving under its own power and capable of launching a deterrent strike from anywhere. That's the whole idea behind Peace Walker. The reason Peace Walker is a mobile nuclear weapon system is to maximize its potential as a nuclear deterrent.
How so?
If need be, Peace Walker can stay constantly on the move so that the adversary can't pinpoint its position. That allows it to avoid preemptive enemy strikes.
So you're saying it keeps the retaliation card in play?
Coldman likes to brag about it in this way.
Like a land-based version of an SSBN.
And there's another reason for them to be mobile. Peace Walker also has a self-destruct function.
Why would Peace Walker need a self-destruct function?
You saw it, didn't you, Snake? That sphere on Peace Walker's head?
Yeah?
That's a hydrogen bomb.
What? You're telling me that thing's a thermonuclear device? Do they have any idea what kind of destruction that thing would cause?
I know, it's crazy. I mean, even overkill has its limits. If it's strategic value they want, they could have gone with something smaller. It's like they want a weapon on par with Russia's Tsar Bomba.
This arms race is running way out of control.
It's an evolutionary dead end. A saber-toothed tiger. You can't load a warhead that big on a missile, of course. And no strategic bomber could carry it. That's where Peace Walker comes in.
So, it waltzes into enemy territory carrying a hydrogen bomb and blows itself up. Christ.
The biggest nuclear warhead ever actually detonated was the Soviet RDS-220, nicknamed Tsar Bomba. It had an estimated yield of 57 megatons, 10 times as much power as all the explosives used throughout World War II. The test took place on October 30, 1961, above Novaya Zemlya. The explosion is believed to have created a fireball over 2 miles in diameter. Can you believe that? Like a miniature sun. The explosion was seen as far off as Finland, 600 miles away, and some people even reported windows shattering. The shock wave traveled 3 times around the Earth.
3 times?
Peace Walker is armed with a massive hydrogen bomb, even more destructive than Tsar Bomba. It can sneak into enemy territory, lie low, and in the event of an enemy nuclear strike, detonate itself in retaliation. And the locomotion system that lets it do that? My research. Snake, those legs were supposed to make my dream come true. Now they're about to jump the fence of nuclear deterrence. You have to stop them. I'll apply all my energy into developing weapons and equipment to help you do it.
Sounds like a deal. What made you put an AI into Peace Walker?
Well, for one thing, because it can't be manned. Peace Walker's designed to enter enemy territory and blow itself up, if necessary. You can't put a person inside a weapon that could blow at any time, can you? So we equipped it with an AI instead.
That's strangely humane of you.
And besides, Peace Walker was designed as a bipedal weapon system. You can't imagine how hard it shakes when it walks. It'd turn a man into mush. Plus, when launching a nuclear missile, it has to perform ballistic calculations in real time. See? Because it's always moving.
Hold on. If that's all it does, then a high-performance computer ought to do the job. It doesn't need intelligence.
That's a very good point, Snake. Which brings me to the real reason. Peace Walker needs AI to make decisions regarding nuclear retaliation. It's what ensures perfectly mutual assured destruction.
I've heard all this before. You want a war between machines?
We'd never actually launched the first nuke, of course. It's strictly a counterattack system. Only a politician could make such an illogical decision as starting a nuclear war. Conversely, if an adversary launches a nuke at us, the AI will not fail to retaliate. Therefore, the adversary can't launch. The AI guarantees it.
Even so, launching nukes without authorization?
Boomer captains have the authority to launch if land communications are cut off. It's the same principle.
Not even the captain of a boomer can make that decision alone. The way I heard it, that's the only situation where insubordination is allowed.
Only because humans are imperfect. That's Coldman's line of thinking.
You're saying that machines don't make mistakes? That's a myth. Worse than that, it's blind faith.
We wouldn't put our fate, into the hands of any ordinary machine. That's what the AI is for. The decision to launch a retaliatory strike requires high-level judgment. You have to take into account not only the state of the war, but the entire world. And sometimes, you need to make a guess based on incomplete information.
Huh. You think an AI can do all that?
Yeah. At least Dr. Strangelove does. Peace Walker is fitted with several close-range weapons. We'd also planned for it to be able to enter enemy territory and self-detonate.
Wonderful. What exactly are we dealing with here?
Well, the flamethrowers for one thing. One in the front and one in the rear. Then there are the S-mines. They're like cluster bombs. It scatters them from its leg hatches. If you see those open, you better clear out quickly. And finally, the rockets. These can travel quite a distance, so stay sharp. On the other hand, it can't fire them from too close. But then again, there are those flamethrowers. It can also use its legs as weapons against any infantry on the ground.
Ouch.
But remember, Peace Walker technically isn't complete. With just the reptile pod, it can only perform relatively simple maneuvers. They've got certain quirks, too. What's more, look carefully, and you should be able to predict which attack is coming next.
Okay, but why does Peace Walker need to walk on two legs? I'd think treads would be good enough.
You'd be wrong. As you know, the terrain in Central America is rugged and complex, especially along the Caribbean coast of Costa Rica. You've got jungles, swamps, mountains, and the only way to get across all that terrain, no matter how rugged, is on legs.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be tough to cross a swamp, even on legs?
It wasn't easy, that's for sure. The reason we picked Costa Rica as a proving ground is because we can test it on every type of terrain.
This Peace Walker project the CIA's talking about, you believed in it, huh?
Yeah, I believed. Actually, maybe I just wanted to believe.
What do you mean?
Here's how Coldman explained it. Peace Walker's a weapon for peace. One to ensure true nuclear deterrence. It'd be the anchor to bring stability to Central America. He told me, the nuclear weapon system you've built will never be used. It will forever stand vigil as an icon of peace. And to achieve that, he needed my bipedal locomotion technology. To be honest, I was flattered.
Flattered?
Wouldn't you be? My colleagues in the scientific community have never taken me seriously. They told me bipedal locomotion was a pipe dream, that it'd never amount to anything. It was the first time anybody recognized my work. How could I not be happy? And besides, it was my chance to surpass my father. To create nukes for peace. Or so I thought anyway.
But Coldman's really going through with it.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense, really. No one would give the project any notice unless they could prove that an unmanned system is capable of launching a nuke.
Why is Coldman going to launch a nuke? If all he wants to do is prove the AI retaliation system works, he doesn't need to put a live warhead on it.
I agree. He could demonstrate the system by launching the missile alone, without a warhead. I asked him the same thing at first. He said there was no point in using a dummy missile. That it'd take an actual nuclear launch to deter potential enemies. Launching the real deal gives him a leg up in negotiations with Langley. That's what he's really after. I based the bipedal locomotion technology used in Peace Walker on Soviet research. Actually, I'll be honest with you. I stole most of the basic ideas behind it.
Soviet? Bipedal? You mean Granin?
You know him?
Yeah. I met him at his lab in Russia. He helped me out a little bit.
You met him? What were you?
He was head of the Granin Design Bureau, creator of countless Soviet weapons.
I'd hit a wall in my research at the time. Granin's ideas solved nearly all my problems.
There's nothing unusual about using somebody else's work to further your own research, is there?
As long as you cite it, yeah. But I wasn't in a position to do that. His research was classified at the highest level. Soviet research, no less.
So, you used it without telling anybody?
I wanted to show up my colleagues for once. The ones who never took me seriously. But you reap what you sow. Coldman seized on that vulnerability. Told me if I quit the project, he'd expose my larceny.
He had you by the balls, Doc. How'd you get your hands on Granin's research?
That was also Coldman. He used his agency contacts to get a hold of it.
Giving you stolen information, then using it to blackmail you. Damn.
I knew it was Granin's work the minute I saw it. See, I'd been corresponding with him for a while.
Corresponding?
Letters. Between scientists doing the same kind of research. He always complained that nobody understood his ideas on bipedal locomotion.
Ah, so you're the American friend he was talking about.
Obviously, he didn't write a word about the technology in his letters, except for one time. If by chance anything should happen to me, I entrust my research to you. Better that than handing it over to these ignorant so-called scientists.
Sounds like him, all right.
Then one day, his papers actually came. It wasn't hard for me to imagine what had happened to him. I felt it was my duty to carry on his work after him. And also...
What?
I thought maybe combining his technology with mine could be a way to bring East and West together, like the docking of Apollo and Soyuz.
It'll never make the history books, and it's still not a reason to plagiarize.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I never had the courage to tell the truth, that's all. I always looked for excuses to cover it up.
Until now.
Huh?
You told me everything. You're no longer a coward.
Metal Gear.
Huh? What about it?
You mumbled that when I first explained about Peace Walker. I'm curious what it meant.
Exactly what it says. Metal Gear. Granin coined the term.
Granin did?
He thought of his technology as the metal gear that meshes infantry with artillery.
I like the sound of that. Metal Gear. It's got a nice ring to it. Better than an outright lie like Peace Walker, anyway.
Those papers the CIA gave you, was there any data on the Shagohod in there?
Shagohod?
A nuclear tank that launches IRBMs. It competed against Granin's system for approval.
Oh, the thing with the rockets. Designed by a guy named Sokolov, right?
What's so funny?
No, I was just remembering some of the commentary Granin added to the Shagohod papers. You should have seen the way he badmouthed it. It was too conservative, too ugly.
I can imagine.
He was so angry when he wrote that, he smeared up the ink. And you know how shoddy the paper is over there to begin with.
I'll bet. That's Granin, all right.
Imagine accelerating the launcher itself to 300 miles an hour to extend the range of an IRBM. As stupid as it sounds, it's a hell of a concept. Who but the Soviets would think of using a tank as the first stage of a rocket? I actually took a cue from the Shagohod when I developed the Pupa.
That hovercraft thing? You stole that one, too?
Give me a little credit. I only borrowed the concept. The technology is original. As it turned out, hover technology wasn't enough to handle all the terrain in Central America. It relied too much on brute force.
But the Shagohod was a major threat. That thing could corner like you wouldn't believe. Built pretty tough, too.
You sure know a lot about it.
It almost did me in. I couldn't forget it if I tried.
Did you in? So you were the one who took it down. Wow! You really are amazing.
I didn't do it alone.
No, seriously, thank you. We might not be here today if they'd begun mass-producing that thing. Then again, they're hard at work now miniaturizing nuclear warheads. Pretty soon they won't even need an accelerated launcher like the Shagohod.
Great. That means they're that much closer to being able to launch from anywhere in the world. Chico called Peace Walker the Basilisco.
Basilisco? Oh, right, Spanish. That's funny. I once used the codename Basilisk for the Peace Walker platform myself.
What for?
The class of lizards called basilisks can walk atop any type of terrain. In a pinch, they can even stand up on 2 legs and run across water. Perfect name for a system that can walk anywhere in Central America, right? Plus, there are the legends.
What legends?
The basilisks of legend were highly venomous creatures. There's a story told by the ancient Romans. A knight slew a basilisk by piercing it with his spear. The creature's poison seeped up the spear and killed both horse and rider. Remind you of anything, Snake?
Nuclear deterrence.
Bingo. Kill it, and you die along with it. Your hands are bound. I wanted Peace Walker to be like that.
You should know that people aren't that rational. Sometimes people do things that don't make sense, even when they know they're going to die. Or maybe it's because of that.
Maybe you're right. But that's exactly what I don't understand.
Hey, Doc, what was that you were smoking in the lab? It looked like a cigarette, but it wasn't lit.
Oh, it's an electronic cigarette. I designed it myself. Pretty neat, huh?
Electronic cigarette.
Yep, a liquid in the filter that turns into vapor, and you inhale the microparticles.
So that was vapor.
I'd actually rather be smoking normal cigarettes, but not in that room. The smoke would wreck the precision equipment in there, ruin all its wiring. But the vapor is just steam. It doesn't contain tar or anything like that. So I can smoke it in the lab with no worries.
Nice.
Want to try one?
Nah, I'll stick with cigars.
Yeah, but...
I don't like imitations. The real thing's always better.
Okay. But you know, sooner or later, smoking's gonna become very unfashionable across the world. It hurts you and those around you. Electronic cigarettes might not seem so bad then.
Yeah, when that happens, I'll think about it.
Alright, Huey, we get it. You vape. You know, people using this tape as proof before MGS5 came out that could not have been Big Boss because he's smoking a Phantom cigar. Big Boss said he only likes the real thing, right? It's just one of those things that were just too stupid to be true, and it turned out to be true. God damn it.
You said your dad was involved in the Manhattan Project, right?
Yeah?
And you think that's why you can't walk?
I don't know. Actually, you know, probably not. So far, nobody's found evidence that exposure to radiation in parents causes genetic defects in children, except for those exposed in the womb. Epidemiologically speaking, anyway.
That's the conclusion of the Atomic Bomb Casualty Commission.
Right. The ABCC commenced its study immediately after the war, and it's still ongoing.
Even now, 30 years later.
The effects of radiation exposure last a long time. I'm guessing it'll be another 10 years before we get a real verdict on whether it affects genes. Granted, it's the most massive study anybody's ever done. But that's really all it is, a study. The ABCC brought in bomb victims and ran tests on them, but they didn't treat them.
Really? Them too, huh?
At any rate, that's what my father made me believe when I was growing up.
Maybe it was tough for your dad to explain. Ever think of that?
Yeah, maybe. But this is my problem now, Snake. I have to face the nukes head on, whether I like it or not. My creations are being used for the wrong purposes. The onus is on me to stop it somehow. Help me, Snake. Hey, as long as I'm here at Mother Base, why not assign me to the R&D team? You could use a guy like me.
Glad to have you on board. I'm sure Kaz is, too.
Once I've got the necessary materials and design specs together, I should be able to start building you that bipedal weapon platform. Nothing would make me happier than for my research to help put a stop to Peace Walker.
So this Dr. Strangelove was at NASA?
Yeah. Well, actually, Strangelove left for DARPA not long after I joined.
And then the two of you ended up back together doing research at Costa Rica.
Not exactly together. We coordinated on a few things, but the research projects themselves were separate from each other. We had it worked out so that Dr. Strangelove handled the mammal pod, Peace Walker's cerebrum, while I did the rest.
That letter, something to do with your research?
Huh? No, it's yeah, it's a report. Research findings.
Research findings? Anything in there we could use against Peace Walker?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Just don't read it, okay? Promise me you won't?
Not yet, anyway. The real reason that Huey betrayed Big Boss. Reading his letter. Alright, I'll read it after we hear everybody talk about it. What's going on here?
Snake, Peace Walker is the heart of the enemy's project. To prevent its completion, you'll need to either shut down or destroy the artificial intelligence that functions as its brain. According to Huey, that AI is now undergoing final calibrations in Strangelove's lab. It's inside a tropical cloud forest. Slip in and terminate that AI before they ship it out.
We've also confirmed that some of the enemies specialize in ambushes. Amanda's crew calls them scouts. They'll blend themselves in with the terrain and the vegetation. Then, when they see you, they'll swoop in. They fight pretty much like commandos, and will use clearing techniques to flush you out. In addition to wielding normal weapons, the scouts also carry wires.
Sounds like these guys know their CQC.
Could be. We've been getting reports of CQC attacks being blocked by wires. Stay alert.
Are there any large-scale ruins in Costa Rica, Paz?
There is a place east of Cartago called Guajabu. They have ruins there, but they're not especially big.
Not the place I'm thinking of. Any others?
Well, if you go a little way across the border into Nicaragua, there's a place called La Fortaleza de la Inmaculada Concepción. That is the only famous one.
Then what were those ruins I saw from up on Irasu?
There are a lot of things we still do not know about Costa Rica's ancient civilizations. There are giant stone spheres throughout the country. What they were used for is still a mystery.
Giant stone balls. Wolbachia, Dinette, and population are much better than this, of course, and parasites.
The cloud forests cover the central mountainous region of the country. They are perpetually shrouded in fog. You get wet just standing there. It is as if the entire forest is inside a cloud.
Must make for poor visibility.
It does, but beauty too. It is like being lost in some mystical green labyrinth.
I'd rather not get lost, if that's okay.
The forests are also home to lots of rare animals, especially bright-colored frogs. They like the humidity.
You know that butterfly painted on Peace Walker? Any idea what that is?
It is a morpho. A Pallades morpho, if I'm not mistaken.
Pallades morpho?
Uh-huh. It is the most common type of morpho in Costa Rica.
Huh.
It has these gorgeous metallic blue wings that shimmer in the light. You can see them even from a distance.
You mean they reflect light?
Correct. It is called structural color. Morpho scales have tiny bumps on them that interfere with the light and make them look blue. The space between the bumps corresponds to the wavelength of the blue light.
Let me see if I get this. So if you could change the spacing, you'd end up seeing a different color.
That is the principle. I heard somewhere it is being researched as a way to color cloth without dye.
Think of the camouflage you could make with that.
Is that all you can think of?
Hey, it's important. What I don't get is why they'd put a butterfly on Peace Walker.
Maybe because it looks pretty.
I hope that's all it is.
If you're looking for motivation to pick up MGS5 again, you're in the wrong place. Unless, well, maybe, actually, after seeing all the crazy shit in it that I like to show, maybe you want to do that yourself. That might be a reason to pick it up, I guess. And notice all the oversized bugs and nonsense that I like to point out. I actually do sometimes encourage people to, you know, go try your own game. See if I'm crazy or something. Yeah, of course, I mean, there's always the fact that Peace Walker is a real MGS5. We're talking about MGS-V, but most people are not going to get that. So we'll just say 5 for now, but this is a real MGS-5, of course. Kojima's words, not 5, but V. Okay.
This area is a tropical cloud forest, continually covered in a thick mist. It is quite a mystical place.
Selva de la Leche. Forest of milk. I can barely see in front of me.
There you go again. The forest is basically sitting in a cloud, so of course it's going to be hard to see. But you know, the cloud forest is the only place many exotic creatures can live.
Well, if they're not edible, I'm not interested.
Snake, I'll have you know people travel from all around the world to witness Costa Rica's unique fauna. Snake, watch out for the frogs.
Why? They bite? Relax. No frog's ever eaten a snake. Although, I've feasted on a few frog's legs myself.
But they are dangerous. They are poisonous.
Poisonous?
Poison dart frogs live up to their name, I assure you. Their poison is so strong, the Indígena use them to make poison-tipped arrows. Some secrete poison through their skin. Even touching them can be dangerous. So don't go petting them or anything.
So I can't eat one?
I am warning you.
It's funny. Big Boss tells Paz that he wants to eat the frogs, but then he tells Chico that he doesn't need to eat the frogs. I don't know.
Chico, you know much about cloud forests?
Not that much. All I know is there's a world of difference between a rainy rainforest and a foggy cloud forest. But they have some things in common. But like, for instance, you gotta watch out for poison dart frogs. Both rain and cloud forests have high humidity, so they're perfect environments for frogs and other amphibians. I mean, it's not like just touching a strawberry poison dart frog or a dying dart frog is going to kill you, but don't eat them, no matter how hungry you get.
I can get all the rations I need from Mother Base. No jungle food for me this time.
Seriously? You're not disappointed you don't get to eat wild animals?
What do you think I
am? Just kidding. In Colombia, though, there's a frog, the golden dart frog, that's lethal to the touch.
How do you know all this?
Come on. Don't you think poisonous animals are cool?
Not if you get poisoned by one.
Well, obviously. One more thing. When you get to the forest, be on the lookout for Bigfoot.
I think I'll be okay there.
Of course.
Bigfoot is an ape-man that lives in the Rocky Mountains. In the local Indian language, he's known as Sasquatch. And get this, he's over 3 vara. Can you believe that?
So he's kinda like a gorilla?
Completely different. Even the biggest gorillas only get to about 2 vara, and they walk on their knuckles. Bigfoot's big, and he walks on 2 feet, like people.
So he's more man than ape?
Probably. His ancestors must have split off from humans at some point. Like before they started using tools and stuff.
Yeah, but aren't the Rockies kind of far away from here?
Not that far. According to Darwin, humans came all the way over here from Africa. Plus, there have been sightings in Venezuela of an ape-man called Mono Grande. Costa Rica has tons of plant and animal species. So I'd expect there to be at least one kind of ape-man.
At least? Gotta admit, I've never heard of Mono Grande.
Yeah, he's not as famous as Bigfoot. He's similar, but he lives in Venezuela. He's not that big, less than 2 vara, but he's way more ferocious than Bigfoot. Huh. I wonder just how mean he is. Like when he catches his prey, does he punch it to death?
That's the law of the wild. You catch your prey, you kill it, and you eat it.
Yeah. But punching is way more ferocious than biting.
Well, maybe it seems that way because that's what humans do. You really love UMAs, don't you, Chico?
Do you know what I think? I think UMAs should be dangerous. Otherwise, where's the fun in hunting them?
Something, rules of nature. Do we have more past tapes? Nope. Okay. Oh wait, there's more.
From here on in, you'll be in a cloud forest. The ground is covered in vegetation. You'll have plenty of hiding places, but so will the enemy.
I'll keep an eye out for scouts.
Trying to force your way through would be suicide. Know the enemy's location before making any moves. Too bad you don't have some sort of radar.
I could try night vision.
Once you know where an enemy is, decide how you want to handle him. You could get into his blind spots.
Or drop him from a distance before he even has a clue someone's around. An eye for an eye, alright?
I really like that little sound. When you start the mission, depending on what you're using to get there, there's a helicopter, there's a horse. You hear those horse clopping sounds. And then like when you go to Mother Base, you just hear footsteps because Snake is going to the platform.
Snake, how's the mule treating you?
At this pace, I should be there by tomorrow morning.
You've got to hurry. The AI could be completed any time now.
It'd be nice to have a guide.
Already on it. I've enlisted Paz to help you. She knows the jungle pretty well.
Snake, I know you are an expert in survival, but you need to stay alert. You are in an ancient jungle so foggy, you can hardly see the trees. It is home to 2,500 species of plants, including 400 types of orchids.
You're a real egotistical woman.
Species of butterflies.
No, poor Paz.
Species of wild birds. The bedrock is solid enough that Mayan ruins have miraculously survived centuries of earthquakes.
An AI lab in a Mayan ruin. Who'd have thought, hey, Huey?
My sentiments exactly. That doesn't mean security's any less tight, though. You still have the ID card I gave you, don't you?
Got it right here.
That'll get you through the gate, no problem. After that, you're on your own. As long as the AI remains unassembled, Coldman's plan's on ice.
What about security inside the lab?
Well, it shouldn't be a problem for you. Strangelove demanded that the security presence inside the lab be kept to a minimum.
It's not all good news, Snake. Coldman knows we're here. He's raised security in the area surrounding the lab. You'll be seeing a lot of that Chrysalis UAV, and a bunch of patrol choppers too. There may be scouts in the jungle lying in ambush. As you approach the lab, be extra vigilant.
I'll be careful.
They're looking for you. Stay sharp.
Yeah, he says he has all the rations he needs and proceeds to eat fish.
Before the AI is complete. Don't let that happen.
He's a little confused. I like how it starts by sliding down from the cutscene.
If there's enemy scouts around here, they'll be nearly impossible to see.
I've never been that far before. Be careful, Snake.
Strangelove's lab is north of there. Head north.
I believe in you, Snake. I wonder if the mule made it home.
There should be a bunch of calls about people wanting to read Huey's letter now.
Sorry, but even just hearing a Colibri song makes me...
Watch out. Enemy search may not spot
Fuck off,
enemies
Chico.
that are actively hidden. A letter to Dr. Strangelove. Huh. Wonder what that's about.
Here we go.
It'd be nice if I could cobble together a high-performance portable radar unit for you here at Mother Base.
Our future is in your hands.
Sighting enemies would be a cinch with a pair of night vision goggles.
We had a mule in my house once. He was a real hard worker.
If anything looks suspicious out there, check it out.
Look at the structural coloring on these morphos. Fascinating.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
The fish gets scared and runs away.
Dr. Strangelove's lab can't be much further. Hurry, Snake.
I heard in Japan they have morpho butterflies almost 6 feet long. I wonder if it's true.
Sure.
I wouldn't mind reading Huey's letter myself.
Even Chico wants to read it.
Promise me you won't read that letter.
Literally unplayable.
A good sniper changes position as soon as he's spotted.
Head for the lab to the north.
Morpho butterflies. Pretty, aren't they?
Don't see any. That's not it.
I wish there was something I could do.
We're counting on you, boss.
You're doing great, Snake. Hey, sorry, but even just we had a mule in my house once. He was a real hard worker.
Maybe we should get Cecile first, because she wants to read the letter too.
Those butterflies don't did you
read Mr. Huey's letter? I wonder if the mule made it home.
I heard in Japan they have morpho butterflies almost 6 feet long. I wonder if it's true. I've never been that far before. Be careful, Snake. I've never been that far.
The lab seems to be located in a vast series of ruins.
Be ready for an ambush. There are too many hiding places.
Dr. Strangelove's...
Promise me you won't read that letter.
That American, Huey. Can we really trust him? That letter bothers me. There could be enemies anywhere.
Everybody wants to read it.
Huh. Wonder what that's about.
I wonder if Cecile has a call about it too. Well, she'll be here shortly. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, maybe if you're shooting hollow points into the water, yeah, they'll expand and not penetrate.
Free. Nothing here.
Ooh, she almost noticed.
Promise me you won't read that letter.
There could be enemies anywhere. Stay sharp.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Was enough. Freaking leaf was blocking his head.
Looks like you shook him.
Oh, there's a call for that. Nice.
There may be snipers hidden in the jungle. Be careful.
Promise me you won't read that letter. Promise me you won't...
I've never been that far before. Be careful.
Some view, huh? It is nice to stop and enjoy the scenery every now and then.
Strangelove's lab is north of there. Head north.
Sorry, but even just hearing a colibri song makes bet those butterflies don't have anything to worry about at all, huh?
Oh, that's a weird call.
I wonder if the mule made it home.
Snake!
That American, Huey. Can we really trust him? That letter bothers me.
I'm sure he's a good guy. Yeah, we're gonna get Cecile, see if she wants to read it too. Then, yeah, we'll read it. And then there's everybody's reaction about, you know, having read the letter. And then, once we meet Strangelove, we'll get Huey's take. God, don't you just hate people who write all, like, proper with capitalization, commas, punctuation, just to make it seem like they're right. I swear to God, people do that just to make it seem like that whatever you're writing is right.
Thanks for putting me on the R&D team, Snake. I'll cut to the chase. We've commenced development on our own bipedal weapon. The only thing is, we don't exactly have easy access to resources here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have the budget of a defense department behind us.
I understand. That's why I want to ask you something. If you fight any more AI weapons, could you try to gather as many of their parts as you can? That would really make things go a lot smoother.
Again, easier said than done.
If anyone could do it, you can, boss. You single-handedly took out the pupa.
True.
Look, if you're not interested, I can just work with what we have here. I'm not trying to force you to take unnecessary risks. You're the boss around here.
All right. No promises. But I'll think about it.
Great. Also, each AI weapon has a head part that serves as the core of its armament. Recovering a head part will allow you to use the weapon associated with that part. But those guys won't go down without a fight, so don't get too preoccupied with this stuff.
Don't worry. I'm not about to risk my life for a bunch of scrap.
I would hope not. One more thing. Our new bipedal weapon needs a name.
Good point. We can't keep calling it our bipedal weapon.
I had a talk with Miller, and we came up with Metal Gear Zeke.
Metal Gear? Zeke?
Yep. As you know, Metal Gear was coined by Granin.
And Zeke?
It's a name the U.S. military gave to Japanese aircraft that flew during World War II. Zeke was the Japanese Navy's best fighter plane. So are you okay with that, Snake?
Sure. Fine by me.
Miller was saying that an army without borders will need a deterrent against other countries. He's right. With Metal Gear, MSF can achieve true independence.
Here's hoping.
Well... Do we have the Zeke menu already? Yeah. Except we have like nothing. And here's where I would put my Metal Gear if I had one. You know what I really like? All the different indoor areas you can look at in Mother Base. You know, Zeke's hangar, the shooting range, and the kill house, and also the platform where you fight Zeke. You can go to train, shoot down missiles. I just really like these 4 locations on Mother Base that have things in them. You know? Well, Zeke's hangar was originally supposed to be, you know, just another location you could walk around as well. They had many more plans for Zeke, gameplay-wise. They had to kind of tone it down a little bit. But originally, I think you were supposed to do much more, including visiting the hangar, maybe even controlling it. Yeah, paint. Okay. I really like those concepts. Unfortunately, they were being held back by PSP, so I'm sure they'll revisit it. They'll revisit them, yeah, on better hardware. Just saying. Oh look, there's a boss fight. I really like this music choice. The changes in the menu. Again. I think it's different. I need to make a note whether it's different for vehicle battles and AI weapons. There's also one for Zeke that's unique. One maybe for Peace Walker. Yeah, probably. And one for when Zadornov escapes. Little different music to match the mood of what's going on in the story.
Snake, that's a hind. You've got to take it out somehow. Either neutralize the soldiers or bring down the chopper. Good luck.
Mono TV. Oh shit, I hope the M60 is ready. Okay, perfect.
Catarata de la Muerte means waterfall of death.
Huh. How cheerful.
I am sure it will be no problem for you, Snake. Especially compared to all the dire situations you've faced in the past.
Yeah, easy to say now. We'll see what really happens.
Sorry. Still, you have surprised me. Everything they say about the legend is true.
I'm neither hero nor legend. But for some reason, I don't mind you calling me that.
Thanks. Be careful, Snake. Peace.
Was it 272p at 20 FPS target? Wow. Come on, let's not attack the what's the saying? Message over the substance. It is true that bullets slow down in water, but God, I don't want to get into the shit. Have you ever actually shot water? God damn it. That fish would have fucking died. So what are we doing? What are we doing about this mission? Okay.
Don't even think about facing a chopper head-on. Guerrilla tactics would work well in a place like that.
Guerrilla
Moving
tactics.
from tree to tree
Moving
will
from
make
tree
it
to
hard to
tree.
get a fix on you from the air. That's your best chance.
Good thinking, Commandante. You clearly know your way around a battlefield.
Enough, boss. Time to stop talking and start using your ears. When you're hiding, you won't be able to see the chopper that well. It's important to use sound to get a read on its position. You could also try taking out its tail rotor. That would greatly reduce its mobility. And watch out for ground troops.
Copy that, Commandante.
Oh God. Wait, why is this about this mission? It has nothing to do with... Oh well, I guess because we're on the way there. What's the new one here? Oh, because now we know... Wait, we didn't do this? That's weird. But now that we know the name Peace Walker, there is this tape here.
La CIA.
Okay, for fuck's sake, let's do this. Just because a bullet slows down doesn't mean it's deforming. In fact, most like Full Metal Jacket stuff will not deform in water. And if it does, it's because you hit like a bucket or a plastic bottle or whatever. But yeah, we can agree that they slow down. Of course they do. Like, you're behind a couple jugs of water, you're safe from a handgun round, maybe even rifle, depending.
La CIA calls their new toy Peace Walker, eh?
Yeah. So?
It is an insult to us Nikos.
Because of the guy you were talking about. Walker.
See, although it happened over 100 years ago. Back then, the political parties in Nicaragua were at each other's throats. The Nicaraguan Democratic Party hired an American mercenary to help counter their enemies, the Conservative Party.
And that was Walker.
After taking care of the conservatives, Walker decided to seize power in Nicaragua for himself, eventually making himself president.
Huh. The Democratic Party gave him an inch, and he took the whole country.
But it did not end there. Not only did he make English an official language, he tried to reintroduce slavery. Walker's goal was to build a Caribbean empire, centered on the American South.
Caribbean Empire? Huh. Sounds kind of like what Coldman is trying to pull off.
The gringos are always like that. They invent some convenient excuse to trample all over foreign countries like they own the place. Peace Walker, ha!
What happened to Walker in the end?
A united Central American army led by Costa Rica kicked his ass and sent him running back to America.
Then why don't we do the same? I, for one, don't intend to let Coldman get his way.
Good idea. I'm glad we have you, boss.
I don't know how this... Oh, maybe because she wasn't healed yet? This tape wasn't there before.
You have taken such good care of me since you saved me from El Colibri. I want to return the favor.
Just wait until you're healed up. Then we'll talk.
I appreciate that, but you need all the help you can get. It might take a while for me to heal completely, but I'll be fine once I'm on my feet. Put me in a combat unit. I'll pull my weight.
I wouldn't expect any less from a Sandinista Comandante.
Enough flattery. But seriously, it does not feel right for me to be sitting here while my compas are out risking their lives.
One thing's for sure. Having you out in the field would be a big boost to Sandinista morale.
Of course, our ultimate goal is still the overthrow of Somoza. But until we get ourselves back in order, we will follow your lead, wherever it takes us.
Glad to have you on board.
That's it? She's still in the kitchen, by the way. Let's finish these up. It's really easy to get backlogged on tapes. Well, you're talking 50. That is a different ballpark in terms of energy. So maybe like a little FMJ pistol round will either not deform or very little deform in water. So unless it's a hollow point, in my experience. Then again, crazy things happen. What? A 9mm fragmenting in water? What? Okay. Whatever you say.
Costa Rica means rich coast in Spanish.
Is it true that Columbus was the one who came up with the name?
Your guess is as good as mine. But it is true that Columbus landed his ships near Limon back in the age of exploration. He wrote in his diary that when he landed, the indigenous showered him with gifts of gold, hence the name. It sounds a little strange to me. There's no way they could find that much gold in Costa Rica.
Columbus originally set sail in search of the legendary land of gold. Maybe he was just nuts about this stuff.
Costa Rica is rich enough without it. Look at the forests and the animals and the peace-loving people. That is what I want to protect.
I know how you feel.
Not like people specifically shoot water to retrieve the bullets undamaged, only with just rifling on it. But who knows, maybe under very specific circumstances, certain angle, maybe, it can happen. But I wouldn't say it's common.
Democracy took root in Costa Rica before anywhere else in Central America. Sure, we had coup and dictators and all, but never a total meltdown. That is, until 26 years ago.
The Civil War. Yeah. I understand you lost your grandparents.
It started with a dispute over alleged fraud in the presidential election. What I do not understand is why friend turned against friend, when they could have talked it out instead.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Even today, some buildings still have bullet holes from the Civil War. A quarter century later, and it is a tragedy we Ticos cannot forget, must not forget. It was the year after the Civil War that the army was constitutionally abolished. A new president was elected this year, President Oteber. He seems to be distancing himself from the United States. He has limited the privileges granted to American banks, lifted the sanctions on Cuba. Our last president was so pro-US, People suspected he was in bed with the CIA.
You think the CIA's doing this because it feels threatened by the president's shift in policy?
It is possible, but would they really bring in such a huge army just because of that?
Part of our job is finding out.
Exactly. Thanks, Snake. Peace.
Peace. Orlosaurus, peace. I mean, thanks for the sub, the Prime sub. Glad you enjoyed the tape stream. Welcome aboard. University for Piss.
That coffee you guys brought us is pretty damn good.
Isn't it? Costa Rican coffee is the best. The Central Basin has all the right conditions for growing coffee. It is high in elevation, with steady temperatures and well-drained volcanic soils.
The professor certainly seems attached to it.
The coffee we drank on the boat coming over was awful. It put him in such a terrible mood.
Well, how come I never hear about Costa Rican coffee then?
Because it gets bought up by wholesalers and mixed with beans from other countries. It is really a shame. Such wonderful beans, and nobody knows they are from Costa Rica.
Huh. They should launch an ad campaign or something.
Right. I hope one day people will recognize Costa Rican coffee for what it is.
I'm with you there.
Man, we weren't even arguing about penetration. We're talking about deformation here. That an FMJ round deforms in water? Not in my experience. No, from what I've seen or done myself. So, I don't know. This is like the starting area. It's way too late to do that. But water will absolutely protect and slow down, protect from any round that goes in it. Because obviously there's more resistance than air. But deform? No. Unless it's a hollow point. Hollow points are like literally made to expand in watery tissue. You know, like flesh. Obviously, we gotta take this to the range. Oh shit, I brought the wrong camo. By camo, I mean being naked with an M60. Oh, I just straight up equipped the M60 on the wrong thing. That's why.
Let's rock.
Okay, that should be enough. For some reason, this fight, which is totally a stealth fight, gives you the sneaky suit, which is the most OP camo in the game. Pretty much. Oh, I didn't bring smokes.
Forget about the
Oh well.
chopper for now. Just take out the
YOLO. Alright, now that these guys are down, we can destroy the cockpit with my semi-auto M60. Holy shit, that thing just flew by my head. Nice. No, come here, I want your cockpit. Call for ammo. So for every other vehicle, we have to put down all the escort units to force the commander out. But for helicopters, you can straight up force him out with by destroying the cockpit. Shit, we didn't need more ammo. It doesn't matter how many alerts, kills, whatever. Actually, kills do matter, but you can get an alert. Just put these guys down so they don't get in the way. And you just force the guy out. It's not actually the alert that prevents S rank, it's kills. There he is.
That's gotta be the leader. Can you take him down?
Luckily, this guy was not only trained to fly high by himself, but also land safely when asleep. Yeah, you can S-rank helicopters like this. You don't have to wait for him to deploy troops or troops to spawn if it's a bomber. You miss out on the soldiers, but most of them suck anyway. If you just care about S-ranking it, you bring something like a machine gun, or the railgun is the best way to do it if you have somebody to charge it. Railgun, PTRS, PTRD, sniper rifles, machine guns, the M134. Anything that's not explosions, because explosions don't contribute to it, but like bullets, railgun, and sniper rifles, machine guns, they contribute to that. And so you can get helicopters up pretty quickly that way. No kills, S-rank, and sneaking suit. Oh, and Stinger. We should start developing this. Proto Stinger.
Boss, I'm starting to wonder if recruiting the soldiers with a Fulton isn't a little heavy-handed.
I already don't like where this is going.
I think the voluntary approach could be more pragmatic. Technically, we're not a corporate entity, but at our size, that's not too far from the truth. We can't keep using guerrilla tactics to find new blood. To search for volunteers, select recruit from the menu, or select trade to exchange soldiers with other mercenary units.
Yeah, provided we got the friends for that.
No friends. Feels bad, man. Oh, we gotta look at Kojima's big adventure. I forgot. I should have put him Team H. But anyway, there he is. You know what I really, really like? That when you look at your combat deployment results, there's little mini game sort of thing that you can play. Well, not play, but watch. There's a battle recap, and I really, really like that you can see
Stage. Even better, you won't make a sound when you walk.
Ooh, so I won't need to tiptoe all the time.
And to top it off, it also makes your wounds heal faster. The fabric exerts just the right amount of pressure on your body to help stop bleeding.
Huh. Not a bad little trick.
It's OP as fuck. The game is already piss easy. Or should I say peas easy? And the sneaking suit is just ridiculous. Let me do these.
Amanda and her crew tell me they've managed to identify several different categories of mercenaries employed by the CIA.
Give me a rundown. Sounds like info I could use.
No problem. I'll go through them in order.
Oh, I guess we don't have the snipers. Actually, the snipers should be about this mission, maybe. Well, hold on.
There are areas out there where enemy soldiers are deployed in multiple layers for extra coverage. More than a few of those will be attacking you from a distance, rooftops and far-off vantage points. Try not to get too distracted by nearby enemies, because you could be leaving yourself wide open to longer-range attacks.
I'll be careful.
I haven't done these tapes in a while.
We know there are variations in the kinds of gear patrolmen and commandos wear, especially the body armor. Our scouts report that an enemy's defense and firing accuracy are directly proportional to how heavy their gear is.
Those must be the guys with the highest combat skills. They can fight in heavier gear without their performance suffering.
Supposedly, it's pretty easy to tell the difference in gear just by looking. So remember, use extra caution when dealing with enemies wearing heavy gear.
I didn't even know this. Another detail that I really like.
The type of enemy you'll be seeing most is the type that patrols and guards a specific operational area. For the sake of convenience, Amanda's crew calls the outdoor ones patrolmen and the indoor ones guards. They might look like they're just out for a stroll, but don't be fooled. They're sharper than they look. All of their senses are finely honed.
Oh, come on.
Normally, they'll patrol along fixed routes, but when the alert level is raised, they'll assume a more efficient alert posture and focus on defending specific points. That's bad for you. Obviously, they can hold their own in combat, and with body armor, it'll be even harder to take them down. If they're wearing a bulletproof helmet, you can forget about one-shot kills. Just a heads up. You'll need to be smart about using camo and pick your routes. The most important thing is to avoid detection.
Hither Stabinator. I didn't even know about that thing about the weight. Interesting. But isn't there a tape about snipers? Not scouts. Probably the next mission, actually. Giant stone balls.
Selva de la Muerte, huh? Forest of Death. Wouldn't want to get lost here.
Sure wouldn't. But do not worry. I will be your guide.
Happy to hear it.
By the way, Snake, you know much about sloths?
Just the name.
They are amazing. Sloths spend almost all of their lives up in the trees, except for when they have to go to the bathroom. Plus, they barely eat a thing.
What? How do they survive?
Why do you think they are called sloths? They hardly move, so they hardly burn any energy. They are also able to maintain a low body temperature, lowering their metabolism further and allowing them to survive on very little.
Wouldn't that make it easier for them to get picked off by predators?
They stick to the trees, helping them blend in and stay out of sight. They say there are even some sloths that grow moss when they reach a certain age, like some sort of fairy tale forest hermit, huh?
I knew a great old sniper once. Guess he was even more in tune with nature than I thought.
Old sniper? What are you talking about? La Ruinas de Xochiquetzal will be around there. They have not been restored at all, so they may well be covered in plants.
Xochiquetzal?
An Aztec goddess of fertility and beauty. They say she was always accompanied by birds and butterflies. One theory states she was the mother of the god known as Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl.
The Quetzal is said to be an incarnation of Quetzalcoatl, hence its name.
I get it. Well, This place definitely matches the atmosphere of a cloud forest.
Now, it may have seen better days, but that is still a temple, so be sure to show respect when you're inside.
If the mood strikes me.
Well, you've got no one to blame but yourself if Xochiquetzal strikes you down.
When are we gonna talk about the giant stone balls? Maybe the next mission. Should be pretty close. It's
The
important.
paths there are buried in vegetation. Work with nature to conceal yourself, and you'll be much harder to spot.
A ghillie suit would be perfect here.
In any case, take caution when advancing. Don't wear anything that stands out. The ruins are a labyrinth, so try and keep your bearings.
I could use those walls to stay out of sight.
Once a sniper is spotted, he'll move to another location. You shouldn't stick to the same place either.
Oh, I know. I learned all about that in the Soviet Union.
It is not necessarily a good idea to try to engage a sniper in close quarters combat. Finally, once you've found a place to hide, don't let them take you from behind.
Don't worry. No one sneaks up on me.
Time for OP
Stealth.
OPness. Oh, come on, we don't actually need the card, it doesn't work. Now we simply take a walk.
Some scouts are really
I guess
hard to
these guys
spot
are-
because they use grass or dirt to camouflage themselves.
Oh, that
They
was the
blend right
Scouts
in with
tape.
the natural
Guess we already
surroundings.
played it. I thought it was called Snipers or something. Okay. No, the thing I'm thinking of doesn't show up until Cecile is there because they talk about the parrot and the Jens parrot, and Miller's like, no, Cecile is the bird expert. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, so that has to be after this.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Time for surprise anal inspection. Surprise! You've been randomly selected, sir.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Hey.
Tu m'as trouvé. C'est moi, le loup.
French.
Time for
Fini de jouer à cache-cache. Dis-moi qui tu es.
Kojima sound effects. Here comes.
Do not kill me.
You're no soldier.
I am a tourist.
What's your name?
Please.
What are you doing here?
Cecile. Cosima. Caminada. You're not one of the soldiers? Please, lower your gun. Who are you?
I'm an ornithologist.
A poacher?
The gun's for self-defense. I'm looking for that one rare bird in Costa Rica.
Which one? The Quetzal?
Right, the Quetzal. They're rare, but they're not covered under the Washington Treaty.
The resplendent Quetzal is red-listed.
Really? You know your stuff.
I am an ornithologist myself.
Well, we'll have to compare notes later. Here, drink some of this.
You saved me. They told me this was a paradise. That there were more rare birds here than anywhere else. That there was no war here. That it was safe. They told me it was every birder's dream. But they were wrong.
What happened?
If only I had not recorded that stupid voice.
Voice?
I was trying to capture the Quetzal song. Making my way through a thicket, I saw immense runes towering before me.
I trace it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
You're the one who made the tape.
I am loyal to myself. Who's there?
I was captured by that woman. But she was kind. She gave me food to eat and even bathed me herself each day. But she said I could go home in a month. So whatever you do, don't take off the blindfold. Do so, and you will never leave here.
Guess you didn't listen. How'd you escape?
I waited for an opening. Stole an ID card. They almost caught me, but I managed to elude them.
You made it this far and then succumbed to exhaustion.
I was barefoot, with no supplies. Oh, I am so sorry. I drank it all.
That facility. Did you see anybody else in there?
Well, there was another woman, but I never saw her in person. Because, you know, the blindfold. Oh, yes. She often sang.
Sang?
It was such a strange song.
What kind of person was she? Could you tell anything from her voice?
I don't know. I don't even know why I was held a prisoner. They confiscated my equipment, my supplies, my passport, money, everything. The only thing I was allowed to keep were my undergarments, so that I would not be able to escape. And now, I am without even the means to prove who I am. I would not make it home to Paris like this.
In that case, come to our place.
Huh?
You don't need a passport there. Don't even need a name. If you want to go back to Paris, we'll take you there anytime.
What I want is a shower, a change of clothes, and a cigarette.
I've got a cigar. It's Cuban.
No French cigarettes? I prefer unfiltered.
Fresh out. But come back to my place, and you can have all the French cigarettes you want.
It sounds like heaven.
Close, but not quite. Outer heaven.
It is sounding better all the time.
So, you must have gotten a look at the facility when you escaped, right? What's in there?
Lot of machinery. A big computer, like you would see in a university.
What about the room where you heard the voice? Anybody in there?
I don't know. There was a tube. A large tube in the back. When I approached it, I heard a voice.
What did it say?
Jack. Yes, it simply said Jack, over and over.
Jack.
Listen, you've got to get me out of here. I really need a shower.
Wait here. I still got business to take care of.
What? You're not thinking of going in there, are you? You can't leave me here.
Relax. I'll have some friends pick you up.
This is Miller.
One for recovery. A civilian.
Snake, we don't have room for any more civilians here.
Not even for a blonde Parisienne.
A what? So she's, pretty foxy?
See for yourself. If what she's saying is true, I think we found Paz's friend.
The missing one?
I'm thinking that she's the one that made that tape. Have her listen to it when she gets there.
So she's safe then. Good news.
I'm sure Paz will be glad to hear it.
You bet. Snake, the ruins are just up ahead. Head north.
On my way.
What about me?
Stay put. Ever wonder what it's like to be a bird?
Huh?
Alright. We listened to all those silly Cecile tapes. Cecile is slightly less offensive version of Quiet in a way, in which Kojima took a real life woman, made her hotter, maybe made her boobs bigger or something, and put her in a game. Okay. But at least she only has like a side role, you know, like a little role just to find the card to get in the lab and to record the tape, I guess. But yeah, the real life Cecile used to work at Konami France. In fact, I'm pretty sure she's in the credits of the other Metal Gear games as well. I think I saw her recently in MGS4 credits or something, or 3. And you can find pictures of her with Kojima. And honestly, God only knows what they did. Maybe Kojima put her in a game as revenge for something. But yeah, a lot of her tapes are just silly stuff, and I say it as revenge because, like, she really is portrayed like those French people who are a little bit too proud of themselves, you know? And stubborn about it. Very realistic, I gotta say.
Recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
So who knows, maybe Kojima tried something. Yeah, just comic relief, silly stuff mostly. Birds, animals, food, wine. Related talk, yep. Mission failed successfully.
It won't open. Damn.
It won't open. Mission complete.
What's wrong with it?
Macarons?
Huey, your ID card isn't working. It won't open the lock.
It can't be.
What's going on?
She hates me that much? Strangelove's in charge of authorizing IDs. Sometimes a working card has its privileges removed. Say, if she decides she doesn't like that card's carrier.
You think that's what happened?
Well, I was never exactly her favorite. Well, this could be tricky. The soldiers outside aren't allowed in the lab either, so their cards won't do you any good.
Great.
Snake.
Kaz, where's Cecile?
She just got here. Hold on.
Snake!
Cecile, how'd it feel to fly?
Wonderful. For a moment, I felt what it must be like to be a bird. It almost made me want to give up my research and get a pilot's license. Did you need something?
You said you'd gotten an ID card, right?
Yes, but it was confiscated when the guards got me.
Who took it? What did he look like?
He had an arms jacket. I cannot recall his face, though.
Yeah, they all look pretty much the same. Where did it happen?
Let me think. Ah, yes! I do remember hearing the song of a nearby Quetzal.
Just what I'd expect from a birder.
Would you like to hear it?
Huh? What's that song?
It's my Quetzal. I took it with me when I was rescued.
Didn't you say something about them being covered under the Washington Convention?
Just kidding. That was just me. An imitation. An essential skill for any ornithologist. Pretty good, no?
Damn good.
If you want to hear the Quetzal song again, just let me know. I can tell you all about the birds of Costa Rica, too.
Yeah, will do. Thanks, Cecile.
No. Thank you, Snake. Talk to you soon.
Kaz, did you play that tape for Cecile?
I sure did. It's hers, all right.
Then she must be...
She's not. Cecile says she's never even met Paz.
What?
She's at least 10 years too old.
What?
I'm guessing Paz convinced herself that it was the tape her friend made. But never mind that. Let's go over what we know so far. The soldier with the ID card is wearing an orange jacket and is in a location where you'll hear Quetzal singing. Find that soldier, retrieve that card.